Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, Book 2, Further Adventures Modern Retelling. Written by E. K. Stewart, reimagined as a gritty modern take on Daniel Defoe's classic novel, narrated by Danny, our AI assistant. Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, Book 2, Further Adventures Modern Retelling. Written by E. K. Stewart, reimagined as a gritty modern take on Daniel Defoe's classic novel, narrated by Danny, our AI assistant. Chapter 1, Bones Never Rest. The old saying cuts deep. You can't fight your blood. 61 years on this earth and I still hadn't learned that. 35 years of suffering, 7 years of peace. A farm in Bedford, fat livestock, good soil, a wife who kept me sane. By any rational measure, I was done, finished, the ledger balanced. I had money I couldn't spend, land I couldn't fully work, and a body that had earned its rest a decade ago. Any survivor who'd logged that kind of time in the wilderness, who'd survived what I'd survived, would have stood down, accepted the victory, gone home for good, but the pull never died. It just went quiet between adventures. The island, my colony, the people I'd left there. They lived inside my skull like a low-grade fever that no amount of comfort could break. I'd wake at 0300, heart hammering, already back behind the tree line of that beach, smell of salt air and wood smoke. The crude fortifications I'd built by hand, the faces of the Spaniards and Friday's father still a stone in the jungle dark. The dreams were of war, specific, not the soft fog of ordinary sleep, but hard-edged recollections that felt more real than the bedroom ceiling above me. I'd sit up in bed and stare at the wall and could have sworn I heard them breathing. My wife noticed. She always noticed. One night she sat across from me at the table, her hands flat on the wood, and looked at me the way a marksman looks down their musket, precise, seeing everything. "There's something driving you back there," she said. "Something you can't argue yourself out of." I didn't deny it. "I can't stand the thought of losing you." Her voice was steady, but her eyes weren't. "But I won't be the anchor that drowns you either." She paused, steadied herself. "If you go, I go with you." I looked at her for a long moment. "You do that. If heaven's put this in you," she said, "then it's not mine to pull out." That broke something loose in me, not the wanderlust that never broke, but the fever cooled enough that I could think straight. I had a wife, a child, another on the way. I had everything my father had ever told me to want. I made the rational call. I killed the impulse the same way you kill any bad habit. I replaced it with work, bought the Bedford farm, got my hands dirty, plowed fields, mended fences, managed livestock, built things that lasted. I became, within 6 months, something I'd never been still. It was good, genuinely good. The kind of life that asks nothing of you but your attention and rewards you with peace. Then my wife died. No elegy, no long ceremony of grief. She was the center of my life, the one person whose judgment I trusted more than my own, who'd redirected my worst instincts without ever making me feel managed. Without her, I was a compass with no magnetic north. I walked through rooms we'd shared and felt the particular silence of a place that used to be inhabited by someone essential. The farm lost its meaning overnight. The soil, the animals, the ordered rhythm of country life, all of it went flat, like trying to eat when you've lost your sense of taste. I stuck it out as long as I could, then I didn't. I let the farm, packed my kit, and went back to London. London was worse. A city full of motion, and I had no part in any of it. I'd spent my life in action, building, surviving, navigating by dead reckoning across open ocean, and now I was just another body moving through the city, taking up space, serving no function. I couldn't stand it. That's when my nephew found me. He'd just made his first command run to Bilbao. Young, capable, already building his reputation at sea. He came to me with a proposition from a merchant consortium. East Indies run, private traders, solid money. He laid it out clean and direct, the way a good briefer does. Then he said, "We touch at Brazil. I can put you ashore on the island." I stared at him. That same morning, before he'd walked through my door, before he'd said a single word, I'd been sitting alone working through a plan to sail to Lisbon, find my old Portuguese captain, and figure out whether a return to the island was feasible. I hadn't told a soul, the words hadn't left my skull, and here he was, delivering the same briefing from the other direction. "What the hell sent you to me with this today?" I said. He looked thrown for a second, then he read my face and adjusted. "I take it that's not a no, sir. Tell me the preparations." He laid them out, the route, the timing, the merchant charter. I told him I'd go as far as the island, but not further. He pushed back, said there was no realistic way to collect me on the return leg. The merchants wouldn't sanction a month's deviation with a fully laden East Indies cargo, and if his ship went down, I'd be right back where I started. We solved it the way you solve any problem, find the workaround. We'd carry a prefabricated sloop broken down and stowed in the hold. Carpenters on the crew could reassemble it on the island. I'd have my own vessel. My own exit. I wasn't long deciding. The widow, the oldest friend I had left, tried to talk me down, cited my age, my kids, the insanity of a long ocean voyage for a man in my position. She wasn't wrong on any count. I acknowledged every point and boarded anyway. Sometimes the intelligence is clear and the journey is still mandatory. I made my will first, locked down the estate, secured the children's futures, put their education in the widow's hands. She was worth every responsibility I gave her, better than any guardian I could have found. With the rear secured, I was free to move. We shipped out of the Downs on January 8, 1694, me and Friday, plus the sloop in pieces in the hold and a cargo I'd assembled fine enough for any army. 100 muskets, pistols, shot, 4 tons of lead, 100 barrels of powder, swords, cutlasses, 2 brass cannon, extra deck guns for the colony. Clothing, tools, ironwork, livestock, building materials. 2 carpenters, a smith, a cooper who could fabricate anything from wood or clay or raw earth, our general purpose man. A tailor who turned out to be useful in about 12 ways beyond tailoring. Enough supplies to stand up a working settlement or defend it against a serious assault. Whatever I found when we got there, I intended to be ready. The crossing started badly. Contrary winds pushed us north and we put in at Galway. Held there windbound for 22 days. Not useless time, provisions were cheap and abundant and we resupplied better than we'd left, but delay is delay and I felt every hour of it. We put out again from Ireland on February 5th. Around the 20th, late evening, the mate on watch came to find us. He'd seen a flash, heard a gun. As he was talking, a ship's boy came in with the same report from the boatswain. A second shot, different bearing. We moved to the quarterdeck. For a moment, nothing. Then a light appeared on the horizon to the west-northwest, burning with the particular intensity of something catastrophic. I ran the chart in my head. No land in that direction for 500 leagues, not an island, not a shoal, not a coast. A ship on fire in the open ocean. We came about and pushed toward it. The closer we ran, the bigger the fire grew, a column of orange light against the black sky, reflected in the swells beneath it. The weather was hazy but clearing. Within half an hour we could make out the full silhouette of a large vessel burning stem to stern. I ordered 5 guns fired in sequence. If there were survivors in the water or in boats, they needed to know rescue was possible. They couldn't see us in the dark, we could only give them sound and hope they were alive to hear it. We lay off at distance, tracking the burning wreck as it drifted. Keeping our lights burning in every port and lantern we had, firing guns at intervals throughout the night. It was all we could do, then the ship blew. The magazine went in a single concussive blast that lit the sky white for a full second, shock wave rolling across the water. Then the fire was out, just like that. The wreck took everything below the waterline and was gone, leaving nothing but dark ocean and the sound of our own rigging. 64 people. We found them at first light through the long glass, 2 boats, both dangerously overloaded, low in the water, rowing hard against the wind toward our lights. We ran the colors up to let them know we saw them, hung a signal to come alongside and close the distance. A French merchant vessel, 300 tons, home from Quebec. The fire had started in the steering compartment, a crew member's negligence, embers that were thought extinguished but weren't. Working their way through the ship's framing over hours into the hold, past any ability to fight it. By the time they understood the scale of what was happening, the only play was the boats. Their survival math had been brutal. 2 boats, 64 people, food and water for 12 days at near-starvation rations. If the weather held, if the winds cooperated, if no storm found them, the captain calculated he might reach the Newfoundland banks in roughly that time. Might. Depending on currents, depending on God. They'd been sitting in those boats in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, watching their ship burn when they heard my guns. The captain told me this with tears running down his face, not bothering to hide them. Those 5 shots had given them something to steer toward. They dropped their masts, backed the sails, rowed through the night toward the sounds and the lights. And now they were here, alive, crowded onto our deck. What happened next? I've never fully seen the match of. The moment those boats came alongside, the moment the first survivors stepped aboard, something broke loose in them that had no vocabulary. I've seen men react to violence, to fear, to loss. That range of response has a shape you can predict. But this was different, joy with nowhere to go. Relief so total it overwhelmed the senses. Some wept without sound, mouths open, eyes fixed on nothing. Others ran the length of the deck, compulsive, directionless. Unable to stop, one man tore at his own clothing. Another laughed until it became something indistinguishable from screaming. Several simply collapsed. Our surgeon worked the deck, moving from case to case. He ended up bleeding nearly 30 of them before it was done. There were 2 priests among the survivors. The older one stepped aboard, looked around, seemed to register that he was safe, and dropped. No warning. Dead weight on the planking, no visible signs of life. The surgeon worked him for a long time, chafed the arm, warmed the skin, opened a vein. The blood came slowly at first, then steadier. 3 minutes after that, the old man opened his eyes. Quarter hour after that, he was talking. 30 minutes after that, someone came running. The old priest had lost his mind. The full reversal of circumstances had cycled through him like a current through bad wiring. His blood ran hot. He was raving. The surgeon had nothing left but sedation, gave him something to push him under and left him to sleep it off. He woke the next morning coherent, calm, and intact. The younger priest was a different caliber of man entirely. He stepped aboard, went to his knees on the deck, and stayed there, head down, lips moving, 3 uninterrupted minutes of prayer. I thought he'd collapsed and moved to help him. He raised his head, met my eyes, and spoke quietly and directly. "Leave me a moment, please. I'm giving thanks. I'll give them to you next." I stepped back and made sure no one disturbed him. He finished, rose, and came to me with the self-possession of a man who'd processed what just happened and filed it correctly. He thanked me with no excess and no performance, genuine, brief, specific. Then he moved through his countrymen like an experienced doctor, finding the worst cases first, sitting with them, talking them down by voice and touch and patient reasoning. He had a gift for it. I watched him work and logged it. The following morning, with most of the survivors rested and stabilized, the French captain came to me formally to negotiate. He laid the offer on the table plainly. Everything they'd managed to carry out of the fire, whatever money and valuables they'd pulled from the wreck, was ours in exchange for what we'd done. All of it. My nephew moved to accept. I stopped him. I knew what it meant to be pulled from the water with nothing. I knew what it meant to have someone extend that kind of credit to a stranger in extremis. The Portuguese captain who'd hauled me out of the Atlantic decades ago had asked for nothing, and that decision had determined the rest of my life. "We took you out of those boats because that's what you do," I told the French captain. "Keep your money. You earned it surviving. You'll need it when you get home." The question was where we could put them. We were under charter, bound for the East Indies via Brazil, committed to a route the merchant freighters held us to. Deviating wasn't my call alone to make, but the laws of basic humanity sit above charter agreements, and I didn't lose sleep over the reasoning. Newfoundland, that was the play. Get them to the banks, find them passage, send them home. We held course north and west. The winds ran easterly and fresh, and we raised the Newfoundland banks inside a week. Found a bark willing to take the French survivors, all of them on board for passage home once provisioned, almost all of them. The young priest asked to stay. He wanted to sail on with us to the Coromandel coast. I told him yes without hesitation. I'd seen what he was made of, some people you keep close when you find them. 4 of the French sailors asked to sign on as well. They were good men. We took them. We reset course south, south, and south by east and ran before the wind for 20 days. The ocean had more to show us. It always does. Chapter 2, Dead in the Water, March 19, 1695. Latitude 27 degrees 5 minutes north. We picked her up on the horizon just after 0800. A smudge at first, then a shape, course southeast by south, wind out of the north-northwest, running fresh and clean. I glassed her through the perspective and something was wrong immediately. The silhouette was broken, jagged, a ship that had taken a serious beating. She was turning toward us. As she closed the distance, I could see the full extent of the damage. Main topmast gone, foremast gone, bowsprit sheared off at the hull. She was running on skeleton canvas, barely making steerage way. Then the gun, a single deep concussion rolling across the water. Distress signal. We came about and ran down to meet her. She was a Bristol merchant inbound from Barbados, or trying to be. The story came out in fragments from the second mate who now commanded her. Because a hurricane had come screaming out of nowhere while the captain and chief mate were ashore, and the sea had simply taken the ship. 9 weeks since then. 9 weeks of nothing going right. A second storm had found them after the hurricane, stripped their masts, shoved them hundreds of miles off course into open ocean. They'd made a jury foremast from whatever timber they could lash together and were limping southeast toward the Canaries because they had no other option. No ability to point into the wind, just running before it and praying, but the masts weren't what killed them. They were out of food, completely, not rationed, not low, gone. 11 days without bread or meat of any kind, half a barrel of flour, some sugar, 7 casks of rum. That was everything left aboard a vessel carrying 30-odd souls. The mate, I'll call him the captain now because that's what he was, came across in the ship's boat with 6 men. I watched them row toward us and my gut tightened. They moved like men who had already died and simply hadn't stopped yet. Skeletal, hollow-eyed, pulling oars with the mechanical desperation of bodies running completely exhausted. He told me about the passengers when he got aboard. A woman, her teenage son, a maidservant. They'd come aboard the evening before the hurricane hit, thinking the ship was ready to sail. Wrong place, wrong time. And when the ship's company had almost nothing, passengers got nothing. The calculation is brutal and simple. They're in the great cabin, he said. His voice was flat, used up. I haven't heard anything from them in 2 days. He paused. I didn't check on them. I had nothing to give them. That sat in the air between us. You think they're dead? I said. I think they're probably dead. I turned to my surgeon without another word. We got food into the mate carefully. Small amounts. His stomach had shrunk to nothing and his body had forgotten how to process nutrition. 3 bites in he went gray and lurched sideways. The surgeon steadied him, mixed a preparation of broth that would work as both food and medicine, got it into him slowly. He stabilized. The 6 men from the boat were worse. We set food in front of them and they stopped being men. They tore at it with both hands, shoveling, barely chewing, making sounds that didn't belong in daylight. 2 of them ate so fast and so much that by the following morning they were in critical condition. The body doesn't forgive that kind of shock easily. I gave orders for our boat to cross to the stricken ship. Sack of bread, 4 pieces of beef to boil. My surgeon sent instructions with the men, cook it fully, guard the cookroom door, give every man a small amount at regular intervals, no exceptions. He understood what I already knew. Starving men will kill themselves with the food you give them to save their lives if you let them. The hunger overrides everything. Judgment, reason, survival instinct, all of it goes dark and only the appetite remains. I went across myself an hour later. The cookroom situation was close to a riot. Men pressed against the door in a mass, eyes wild, reaching past the guard toward the pot. My mate was holding the line through a combination of physical positioning and force of will, softening biscuit in the meat broth and passing pieces through the crowd to keep the worst edge off the desperation. When I came over the rail with their commander beside me, it helped, barely. I told them plainly, eat too fast and you die. We'd seen it already. The words meant nothing to a gut that had been empty for 11 days. But the authority behind them bought enough compliance to keep things from turning ugly. Then I pushed through to the great cabin. I'd seen bad, I'd been in bad. My years on the island had shown me what a human body looks like when it's been stripped down to its absolute margins by starvation and exposure and fear. I thought that prepared me. It didn't fully prepare me for this. The woman was seated on the deck with her back against the hull, braced between 2 lashed chairs. Her head had dropped forward between her shoulders at an angle that made her look already gone. Her hands lay open in her lap. She was breathing, barely, in shallow pulls that barely moved her chest, but her eyes were fixed on some middle distance that none of the rest of us could see. The surgeon's mate knelt beside her and got a spoon of broth to her lips. She opened her mouth, lifted one hand a few inches off the deck, then let it fall. She couldn't speak, but she was in there. She understood. She looked up at him with complete clarity and then shifted her gaze, past him toward the bunk where her son lay, and she made the smallest motion with her fingers, not toward herself, toward him. She died that night. The boy was in the bunk, 17 maybe, lean to the point of translucence. He had a piece of old leather looked like part of a glove clenched in his teeth. The rest of it was gone. He'd eaten it. His eyes were open but tracking slowly, like a man surfacing from very deep water. Youth had kept enough reserve in him that the surgeon was able to get broth down his throat in small, careful measures. He came back incrementally, too much too fast, and he vomited it back up, slow and steady, and he held it. The maidservant was on the deck beside her mistress's chair. She looked like someone had dropped her there from a height. One hand locked in a white-knuckled grip around the chair frame, locked so hard we couldn't pry her fingers loose without risking injury. Other arm thrown over her head. Both feet braced hard against the table frame, legs rigid, her whole body contracted in a posture of absolute terminal struggle. She was alive, technically. Her chest moved, but she was somewhere else entirely. The surgeon worked on her for a long time. He got her back to physical survival. What came after was harder to fix. For a considerable period, she existed in a state that wasn't quite rational. The starvation had hollowed her out, but it was grief that had broken her. The men told us she had watched her mistress dying for 2 days before we arrived, had watched her slowly disappear while being unable to do anything. Some damage is not physical and it doesn't respond to broth and rest. We couldn't stay. The nature of life at sea doesn't allow for extended pauses. We spent 3 or 4 days helping them step a jury main topmast and reinforce the foremast rig enough to give them a fighting chance. We gave them 5 barrels of beef, a barrel of pork, 2 hogsheads of biscuit, peas, flour, and what else we could spare without compromising our own position. They gave us sugar, rum, and silver in exchange. We took the boy and the maid aboard with us at their own request. The boy asked my surgeon to intercede. He was composed about it. 17 years old, mother dead 3 days, father gone some months before in Barbados, and he stood in front of us clear-eyed and direct. He said the crew had murdered his mother. The word was accurate. Passive murder is still murder. They could have given the widow something, anything, just enough to hold the line, and they chose not to. Starvation makes animals of men. That's not an excuse, it's just the truth. The surgeon told him we were heading far from anything familiar to him. He said he didn't care where we went as long as it was away from that ship. We took them both. I wrote a letter for the boy addressed to a merchant named Rogers in Bristol, a relative of his, documenting the goods and cargo still aboard. I had the commander sign a written commitment to deliver it. I don't believe he ever did. I don't believe that ship made Bristol. She was leaking when we left her, damaged in the hold, jury-rigged, short-handed, and impossibly far from land. The first real storm she met after us probably finished what the hurricane started. Latitude 19 degrees, 32 minutes north now. The weather had held reasonable since the rescue operation, and I won't burden this account with the daily mechanics of navigation, current adjustments, wind shifts, the slow grinding work of position keeping across open ocean. What matters is that on the 10th of April, 1695, I made landfall on my island, finding it was harder than I expected. My previous approaches had all been from the south and east, running in from Brazil with the currents. Now I was coming in from a different angle entirely, working through the mouth of the Orinoco with no chart for the local coast and no landmarks I could recognize from this approach. I'd spent years on that island. I knew every rock and gully on its south face. From the north it was a stranger. We worked our way along the coast methodically, put men ashore on several of the barrier islands. None of them were right. I was also correcting a long-standing error in my mental map. What I'd always believed was continental shoreline visible from my island was actually a ridge of islands, a broken chain extending across the mouth of the river. The mainland was farther away than I'd calculated. The raiders who'd found my island over the years were islanders themselves, not mainland Caribbeans. The distinction mattered strategically. Then Friday found it before I did. He'd been quiet most of the approach, standing at the rail with that particular stillness he had when he was turning something over in his mind. I came up beside him and asked if he knew where he was. He looked at the shore for maybe 5 seconds. Then he started clapping and yelling, pointing at the hillside above where my old habitation had been, moving toward the rail with the clear intention of going over it. Friday, I grabbed his arm. Do you think we'll find anyone there? Think we'll see your father? That stopped him. He went very still, then I saw it. His face didn't collapse, he didn't make a sound, but tears were running freely down both cheeks. Clean and quiet. The kind of grief that's had time to settle into acceptance and just needs one word to surface. What is it? I said. Are you upset about seeing him? No, he said, shaking his head. No, see him, he gone, long time ago, he very old man. You don't know that for certain. Oh no, he said softly. He long ago die. I let it sit. Sometimes there's nothing useful to say. But then Friday pointed at the ridge above my old position, the hill I'd used as a watchtower for years, and his expression shifted completely. People, he said. I see people there and there. I glassed the ridge, couldn't pick up anything, even magnification, but Friday had eyes built for this environment, and I'd learned years ago not to second-guess them. I called for the English colors to be run up and ordered 3 guns fired in sequence, the universal signal for friendly approach. About 15 minutes later, a thin column of smoke rose from the creek side. I had the longboat launched, took the young friar who'd been traveling with us, who knew the full history of my time on the island and had been almost visibly vibrating with anticipation since we'd made landfall. Took 16 armed men because you plan for the situation you don't know about, not the one you're assuming. We came in on the flood tide and rode straight up the creek. The first man I saw on shore I knew immediately by his face. The Spaniard, the one whose life I'd pulled back from the edge of a cannibal's fire years before. He was walking toward us with another man, both of them carrying improvised white flags, their posture non-threatening and careful. He didn't recognize me at first. We were 30 feet apart before something shifted in his face. I spoke first, Portuguese. "Don't you know me?" He stopped walking. Then he handed his musket to the man beside him without looking at it, spread both arms and said something in Spanish that the wind broke apart before it reached me, and came forward and embraced me with the kind of physical force that doesn't perform itself, that comes from somewhere real. He said I was a face he had no excuse for forgetting. Called it the face of a man sent from somewhere beyond the natural order to pull him out of death. Made it sound like more than it was, the way Spanish speakers do when emotion finds them, with language that rises to meet the feeling rather than understating it. Then he straightened, looked past me at the boat, and sent his companion back to call the others. He offered to walk me to my old habitation. I didn't recognize it. 10 years of intentional cultivation had changed the entire character of the place. Trees planted in dense overlapping patterns, positioned to block sight lines and deny access, grown now to full height and thickness. The compound that I'd built as a single-man survival operation had been transformed into something with real defensive integrity. You couldn't approach it without being channeled through specific gaps that the defenders controlled. I asked him why the fortifications. He said I'd understand when I heard the full account of what had happened since my departure. But first, Friday's father. I hadn't seen it happen because I was watching the Spaniard, but Friday had spotted his father the moment the boat touched shore. Somewhere in the group of men gathered on the beach, among the Spaniards and whoever else was assembled there, was an old man Friday recognized. He was on shore and moving before anyone could have stopped him. He crossed the beach at a dead sprint and hit his father like a man who's been holding something back for years and finally doesn't have to anymore. Embraced him, pulled back to look at his face, pulled him close again, lifted him briefly off the ground, sat him down on a piece of timber, knelt beside him and held his hands and just looked at him. The way you look at something you weren't sure you'd ever see again. The way you inventory a person with your eyes when you need to confirm they are real. He stayed beside his father for the rest of that day and most of the next. Walking with him along the shore in the morning, the old man's hand held carefully in both of his own, ferrying small offerings from the boat throughout the day, sugar, biscuit, a measure of rum, anything he thought might bring comfort or pleasure. In the afternoon, he sat his father down in the shade and performed something between a celebration and a comedy, dancing around him, narrating his travels in a mixture of languages and gestures that the old man followed with an expression of complete contentment. I watched it and thought about what it meant to find a person you'd given up for lost. Then I went to hear the Spaniard's account. The full group assembled, 11 men emerged from the tree line and the compound in ones and twos. Their clothing was a complete loss as an indicator of origin. Years of island living had reduced everyone's kit to whatever could be fabricated, repaired, or improvised. But the Spaniard made introductions in both directions to me. Then to them, and they came forward individually with a formality that seemed almost absurd against the backdrop of jungle and makeshift fortifications, but wasn't. These were men who had survived something serious together, and they carried themselves accordingly. The Spaniard told me there was much to explain. He started from the beginning, from the moment I had sent him and Friday's father out in the canoe to retrieve his stranded companions from the mainland. That mission had succeeded without incident. Calm water, straightforward navigation, and the Spaniards still on the mainland had received him with something close to disbelief. He'd been captured by cannibals. He should have been dead. Instead, he arrived carrying arms, powder, shot, and provisions, sent by a man on an island they hadn't known existed, with a plan for their extraction. He said their reaction reminded him of the story of Joseph's brothers when Joseph revealed himself in Egypt. They wasted no time, no possessions to gather, they had nothing. They arranged to borrow 2 large canoes from the local people under the pretext of a fishing excursion and left the following morning. The crossing took 3 weeks. In those 3 weeks, while they were on the water, I had departed. When the Spaniards came ashore on my island, they found 3 Englishmen instead of me, the mutineers I'd been forced to leave behind. Men I'd known from the moment I encountered them were going to be a problem. The Spaniards confirmed every instinct I'd had about them, but there were other complications I hadn't anticipated. I need to account for something that happened before we left the ship originally, because it bears directly on what the island had become. Just before we weighed anchor on departure, a fight broke out below decks. The captain moved fast and hard, isolated the two most active troublemakers, put them in irons, threatened them with a formal mutiny charge and a hanging in England. That threat traveled through the crew faster than he expected, and by the following morning someone had put a darker interpretation on it, that the captain was just managing them until he could get them into an English port and prosecute everyone. I went down myself and made personal guarantees. Released the two men from irons, made it stick. It didn't stick well enough. That night, wind had dropped. We were at anchor. Both released men took muskets and whatever ammunition they could quietly acquire, went over the side into the ship's pinnace and rowed for shore. I sent the longboat with 12 men and the mate to find them. They found nothing. The men had gone into the trees, and everyone on shore had done the same when they saw the boat coming. The mate considered burning their plantations down to the waterline as proportional consequence. But he had no explicit orders for that and left everything intact. 2 more bodies added to the island's population of problems. 5 total English troublemakers now, the original 3 mutineers and the 2 new arrivals. The 3 originals wanted nothing to do with the newcomers. They turned them out immediately, wouldn't share food, wouldn't share shelter, treated them as competitors for resources they'd already decided were exclusively theirs. The 2 newcomers were left to make their own way. They were, as it turned out, more capable than the 3 who rejected them. They found ground on the north shore, slightly west, deliberately positioning away from the eastern landing areas where raiders historically came ashore. They built 2 functional structures, one for habitation, one for storage. The Spaniards gave them seed corn and the peas I'd left behind. They dug, planted, and fenced using the methods I documented in the written instructions. One of the 2 had been the cook's mate aboard ship and understood food preparation well enough to make something adequate out of limited ingredients. Their first crop was in the ground, small acreage, not enough time to plant large, but enough to be functional. They were building something sustainable. Given where they'd started, that was significant. Then the 3 originals decided to burn it down. They came without announcement or pretext, showed up at the 2 men's huts in a group, weapons visible, and delivered the claim with the casual confidence of people who expect no pushback. The island was theirs. The governor, meaning me, had given it to them. The 2 men had no rights here. If they wanted to build on the land, they'd need to pay rent. The 2 men read it initially as a bad joke. One of them played along, asked what the rent figures were, made a comment about long leases and improvement incentives. One of the 3 walked to the cook fire, picked up a burning brand, and set the outside wall of the hut on fire. The man whose home it was didn't deliberate. He crossed the distance fast, shoved the arsonist back hard, and stamped the fire out with his feet before it could get fully into the structure. The arsonist came back at him with a wooden pole. The swing missed because the man moved, clean lateral displacement. Quick enough, then back through the door of the hut. His partner was already moving. They came out together with their muskets. The man who dodged the pole's swing didn't hesitate. He reversed the musket and put the stock across the arsonist's skull before the other 2 could close, dropped him cleanly. Then both men brought their weapons up and held the muzzles on the remaining 2. "Back off," one of them said, "right now." The 3 had weapons too. But the 2 were already committed and the 3 weren't, not quite, and in that gap the arithmetic of violence ran against aggression. They took their injured man and withdrew. The 2 men had the initiative and didn't capitalize on it. They should have disarmed all 3 of them while they had control of the situation. Should have gone straight to the Spaniards and formalized a complaint with whatever authority could enforce consequences. They did neither. They let the 3 walk away with their weapons and their grudge. The 3 spent the following days demonstrating they were studying the problem of revenge with the focused attention of men who had nothing else to occupy them. The Spaniards had arrived by this point and understood the dynamic clearly. They pushed for reconciliation, tried to bring the 5 Englishmen together under a single arrangement, one functioning community, common cause. The 3 originals refused. Hard. The concept of sharing an island with anyone who hadn't submitted to their authority was apparently non-negotiable. So the Spaniards had built fortifications, and I had arrived to find out what it had cost them to survive their own allies. Chapter 3. Settling scores violently. The situation had reached a breaking point. 2 men can only take so much before they stop absorbing punishment and start delivering it. After weeks of calculated harassment, destroyed crops, slaughtered livestock, sleep deprivation engineered with sadistic precision, Will Atkins and his crew had finally pushed the two Englishmen past the threshold where reason lives. The decision was simple. Find the three of them, engage. And end it 2-3, bad odds. They'd work with what they had. The plan was straightforward. Move to the castle at first light. Force a confrontation on open ground with the Spaniards present as witnesses. Keep it fair, keep it clean. The day before, one of the two honest men had caught a pair of Spaniards in the tree line and laid out the full picture. The numbers were ugly. The plantation was gutted. The corn they'd spent months cultivating had been systematically destroyed. Their milk goat and 3 kids, every animal they'd kept for food, were dead. He told the Spaniards straight, without resupply and support, they were finished. Starvation wasn't a threat, it was a timeline. That night, when the Spaniards came in from the field and the group sat down to eat, one of them addressed the 3 Englishmen directly. His tone was measured, controlled, the voice of a man choosing diplomacy over confrontation, at least for the moment. He asked them, plainly and without accusation, how they could justify what they'd done to 2 men who had never moved against them, men who were building something from nothing, working themselves raw to make it work. Atkins didn't let him finish the thought. They've got no right to be here, he said. They came ashore without authorization. This island belongs to us. They don't plant on our ground. They don't build on our ground. That's the end of it. The Spaniard kept his voice level. They have to eat, Atkins, then they starve. A beat of silence, hard and flat. What are they supposed to do? The Spaniard pressed. One of the others spoke up, the contempt in his voice barely concealed. They work for us, simple as that. You didn't purchase them, the Spaniard said. You have no legal claim over them, no moral one either. Atkins leaned forward. The island is ours. The governor gave it to us. Nobody else has standing here. He let the pause do its work. I'll burn every structure they've built tonight if I feel like it. Then by that logic, the Spaniard said, still calm, we become your servants too. Atkins smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. Yeah, that's exactly right, you will. The Spaniard said nothing, just looked at him, filed it away. The meal ended. The 3 men shoved back from the table and got to their feet, moving with the restless, coiled energy of men who have already made their decision and are just waiting for their bodies to catch up with it. Atkins called over to the one they called Jack. His voice had dropped into the flat register men use when they've stopped performing anger and started living inside it. Let's go. We finish what we started. Their little colony is done tonight. They armed up. Each man took a musket, a pistol, a blade. They moved out into the darkness, muttering between themselves about the Spaniards too, what they'd do to them when the time came. The Spaniards caught fragments of it, enough to understand the threat was broad and the intent was serious. No one saw exactly where they went after that. The Spaniards would later say they had no idea how the 3 men spent those hours. What emerged from the reconstruction was this. They'd moved through the island's interior, lost time wandering in the dark, and eventually settled into the old Bower site, exhausted. They'd planned to hold until midnight and then move on the 2 men's huts, hit them while they were sleeping, torch the structures with the men inside, and cut down anyone who came out running. It's a specific kind of evil that requires that much planning. What worked against them was basic biology. Exhaustion eventually wins. They overslept. The 2 honest men had already cleared out of their huts before dawn, moving toward the castle with the same intention the 3 killers had, to find them and force the fight. The timing was almost surgical in its precision and almost entirely accidental. When Atkins and his crew arrived at the empty huts, he stood in the doorway and scanned the interior. Nobody home. He looked back at his men. Nest is empty. Birds already flew. They stood there a moment, running the calculus. Someone had warned them, had to be the Spaniards. The 3 men looked at each other, and the decision was wordless and total. They shook hands on it. The Spaniards would pay, then they went to work. They didn't use fire. Fire draws attention and leaves evidence that points back to you. Instead, they were methodical, systematic. Both structures came down to bare earth, not a post left standing, not a foundation stone left in place. Every piece of furniture, every tool, every stored item was destroyed or scattered. Some of it ended up a quarter-mile away. The young trees the men had planted were pulled up by the roots. The livestock enclosure was dismantled, the animals scattered. The corn stores were demolished. When they were finished, the site looked like something a military unit had processed, total erasure. Meanwhile, the 2 honest men were moving toward the castle looking for the fight. Providence, or dumb luck, kept the 2 groups on parallel tracks that never intersected. When the 3 moved east, the 2 moved west. When the 2 doubled back, the 3 had already returned. The three came back into the Spaniards' camp loud and loose, riding the chemical high that comes from destruction. One of them walked straight up to a Spaniard, grabbed the hat off his head, spun it off his finger like it was nothing, and grinned in the man's face. "You're next, amigo. Keep choosing sides and see what it costs you." The Spaniard who'd had his hat taken was built like a man who had been working hard in difficult conditions for years. Compact, strong, with the particular stillness of someone who does not need to perform confidence because he actually has it. He had no weapon in his hand. He looked at the Englishman for a long moment, then he hit him, one shot, clean and brutal, delivered with the full rotation of his body behind it. The Englishman dropped like he'd been switched off, boneless. Immediate, face down in the dirt. One of the others drew his pistol and fired. The round missed the Spaniard's torso but clipped the top of his ear. Blood ran freely down the side of his neck and soaked into his collar. The sight of his own blood shifted something in the Spaniard. Until that moment he'd been operating cold, precise, controlled, each action deliberate. Now he reached down, picked up the downed man's musket, and brought it up on the man who'd fired at him. The rest of the Spaniards came out of the cave at a run, calling out to hold fire. They moved quickly, efficiently, and within 30 seconds the situation was contained. 2 of the 3 Englishmen restrained, all 3 disarmed. The weapons were secured. Standing there without their guns, the fight went out of them fast. They started talking differently, calmer, requested their firearms back with something approximating politeness. The Spaniards told them no. The logic was simple, and they laid it out plainly. There was an active blood feud between these 3 men and the other 2 Englishmen. Returning weapons to men in that state wasn't mediation, it was complicity in a killing. If they wanted to live here, they would live here peacefully, and the firearms would come back when trust was rebuilt. The 3 men stopped being polite immediately. They raged, they threatened, they promised consequences for every person on the island. The Spaniards listened, didn't react, and when the tirade finally burned itself out, the senior Spaniard spoke in the same even tone he'd used all night. "Damage anything on this property, crops, livestock, structures, and we will shoot you where you stand. Treat you the same as any animal that threatens the camp. If we take you alive after that, we will hang you. That's not a threat, that's the standing order as of right now." The 3 men walked away, swearing loud enough to be heard at the creek. The Spaniards watched them go. 20 minutes later, the 2 honest men came back in from the other direction. They'd found their plantation. They'd seen what was left of it, which was nothing. Their faces were tight in the way faces get when a man has moved past grief into the cold country on the other side of it, where decisions get made. The Spaniards barely had time to finish telling their own account before the 2 men were ready to move. They wanted weapons, they wanted a heading. And they wanted it now. The senior Spaniard stopped them. He told them the 3 had been disarmed. He couldn't in good conscience send armed men after unarmed ones and let it get called justice. But he made them a guarantee. The 3 would be back. They couldn't survive out there alone. They didn't have the skills or the discipline. When they came back, the Spaniards would negotiate on the 2 men's behalf. Full restitution. No separate peace. Either everyone got what was owed to them or there was no agreement. The 2 men accepted the terms, reluctantly and with visible effort. They moved into the main compound. Their home was gone. They had nowhere else to be. It took 5 days. 5 days of living off turtle eggs and whatever else they could scavenge, sleeping rough, before the 3 men's hunger and exhaustion overcame their pride. They came back to the creek in the early morning looking like men who had been processed through something hard. The swagger was gone. They found the senior Spaniard walking the creek bank with 2 others and approached with their hands visible, their voices low. They wanted back in, whatever the terms were. The Spaniards told them to wait, sent bread and goat meat and a roasted parrot while the consultation happened. Let them eat, let the blood sugar come up. Let some degree of human functioning return to the situation. Then called them in. The negotiation was thorough. The 2 Englishmen laid out the full accounting, the destroyed plantation, the dead livestock, the months of labor eliminated in a single night, the documented intent to murder them in their sleep. The 3 men could not deny any of it because they'd already admitted it to the Spaniards and the record was established. The verdict was straightforward. The 3 men would rebuild both huts, one to original specifications, one larger than it had been. They would refence the enclosure, replant every uprooted tree, break and turn the soil for new corn planting, restore the site to its prior condition as completely as possible. The Spaniards would provide food throughout. They accepted. The work got done. The food kept coming. The island found something that resembled equilibrium. The 3 men never became industrious. They worked in short bursts when the mood took them and found excuses the rest of the time, but the Spaniards made a practical decision. If keeping the peace meant shouldering the majority of the labor, that was a cost worth paying. The alternative was worse. After a month or two of functional coexistence, the firearms were returned. A week later, the three men were back to their old patterns. Then something happened that made all of it irrelevant. The senior Spaniard, the man whose life I had saved years before, who now carried the weight of leadership over the whole settlement, came awake in the middle of the night with no identifiable cause. He was physically fine, no fever, no pain. But his mind was running hard, sensing danger his conscious brain hadn't caught up to yet. He lay on his goatskin sleeping mat and stared at the ceiling and felt the particular wrongness that experienced men learn to take seriously. Images cycling through, men in combat, weapons, bodies. He was wide awake and getting more alert by the minute, which was the opposite of what sleep deprivation felt like. He got up, pulled on what passed for coat and his shoes, and stepped outside. The darkness was total. The trees I had planted years ago had grown to serious height and depth, blocking sight lines in every direction. He looked up through the canopy to a clear sky full of stars. Listened. Silence. He went back inside and lay down. Sleep didn't come. His movement woke another man. The second Spaniard registered the situation and sat up in the dark. "What's wrong?" The governor explained it, the sleeplessness, the images, the feeling he couldn't name but couldn't dismiss. "Don't ignore that," the second man said immediately. His voice had changed register. He was fully awake and considering. "In my experience, that feeling means something is wrong close to us." He paused. "Where are the Englishmen?" "In their quarters, secured." The second Spaniard was quiet for a moment. "I believe the mind receives information it can't always explain. Some warning system we don't have language for. We need to go look." They went out together and moved toward the high ground, heading for the ridge where a man could see the surrounding terrain. They were moving through the grove when they saw the light. Fire, multiple sources, low and flickering through the vegetation. Not far from their position, and voices, not one or two, many. A sound profile that spoke of a large group operating in the open without any concern for silence, which meant they didn't know anyone was listening. Both men stopped moving immediately, exchanged a look, neither spoke. They turned and went back to raise the camp. The alert went through the settlement fast, everyone up, weapons in hand, moving to positions in the dark. No lights, no noise. I had spent years on this island building protocols specifically designed to prevent any visiting raiding party from knowing the island was inhabited at all. The encounters where discovery had been unavoidable, I had managed with enough violence and speed that no one got away to report back. Almost no one. 3 men had made it to a boat during the last engagement. 3 men who had seen my people and my fortifications and had paddled away carrying that intelligence. Whether this new group was the downstream consequence of that escape, or whether they'd arrived by pure coincidence on their usual raids, the Spaniards couldn't determine. What they could determine, as the darkness slowly gave them more information, was that these were not one group. They were 2 different peoples, different equipment, different positions on the beach, separated by significant distance, and they were not friendly to each other. The old man, Friday's father, volunteered immediately. He stripped down to blend with the raiding party's own dress and moved out into the dark alone without being asked twice. He was gone for over an hour. When he came back, he laid it out quickly and precisely. 2 groups, at war with each other back on the mainland. Both sides had taken prisoners in a recent engagement. By coincidence, that strained belief. Both groups had independently chosen the same island for the same purpose: kill their prisoners, eat, celebrate. The accidental convergence had destroyed any possibility of that plan. Both groups were now facing each other across the beach, furious, and he assessed they would be shooting by first light. He had one more judgment. Neither group had any indication the island was occupied. He had barely finished his report when the noise confirmed it. The battle sounds came through the tree line with clarity, impact, screaming, the specific percussion of a large group of men trying to kill each other at close range. The old man pushed hard on one point: stay hidden, let them destroy each other. This was the optimal outcome. When it was over, whoever survived would leave. The island would be clear, no action required. He could not get the Englishmen to stay put. They moved out into the tree line under cover of darkness and found elevated positions where they could watch the engagement. Some degree of cunning, they didn't go straight out through the main approach, moved laterally first, found concealment. But they moved, and moving was the wrong call. The battle ran for 2 hours. Organized violence at a scale that impressed even the men watching it. The Englishmen, to their credit, could identify individual fighters who were exceptional, tactically aware, brave past the point where most men would have broken, maintaining fighting discipline under pressure. Real warriors by any standard. When the outcome resolved, the losing side began to disintegrate. Individuals and small groups breaking contact, running for cover. The terrain nearest the settlement was the thickest available. The trees pulled fleeing men toward it like a drain. The Spaniards read it coming and made their dispositions. Stacked behind the wall, weapons ready. Engage anyone who comes through with edged weapons and rifle stocks only. No shots. Gunfire carries and would announce their position to every living person on the beach. 3 men broke through the tree line at a dead run, completely unaware of what they were running into. Heads down, lungs burning, no situational awareness left, just survival instinct driving legs. The Spanish governor made a decision in the moment that said something about him. He stopped the intercept team, sent 3 men around the high route to come in behind the runners and take them down without killing them. It worked. 3 prisoners secured, no blood. Out on the beach, the winning group consolidated, formed up, gave 2 long screams that echoed across the water, the sound of men who have survived and know it. Then they walked back to their boats. By mid-afternoon, the beach was empty, 32 bodies on the ground. The Spaniards walked the field afterward and did a careful accounting. The weapons were extraordinary in their brutality, massive wooden swords that required a physically powerful man to swing effectively. Most of the dead had been killed by sheer force, skulls caved in, limbs shattered. A few arrows, clean entry wounds, but the majority of the killing had been done up close and personal with weapons that required commitment. Not one wounded man remained on the field. Either they'd been carried off or they'd been finished. The island was quiet again. The effect on the 3 Englishmen was immediate and profound. Hard men can absorb a lot of violence in the abstract, but standing in a field looking at 32 dead and understanding with full clarity of mind that those hands, those weapons, that complete and systematic brutality could be applied to you, that lands differently. The specific horror they kept returning to was not the dying, it was what came after. These groups had come to eat their enemies. The thought of ending up as meat on someone's fire worked on them in a way that no immediate threat of death had managed. It got into a place below rational thought and stayed there. For weeks they were different people, cooperative, productive. They worked the plantation, maintained the enclosure, helped with the goats, contributed to the common effort without negotiating every task. The island community functioned as a unit for the first time. The 3 prisoners presented a difficulty. They were young men, strong with skills that made them useful. The settlement put them to work and they performed adequately. But the handling was imprecise. The Spaniards had never thought carefully about what Friday's relationship with me had actually required on my end. The foundation wasn't force, it was trust, built deliberately over time through consistent treatment and genuine investment. You can get labor out of a man you control. You can't get loyalty. The 3 prisoners worked. They didn't become part of the thing. When the time came, that gap would matter. With the immediate threat resolved and the full community, for once, operating in the same direction, the strategic question came to the surface: stay or move. The case for moving was real. The western approach to the island was clearly the preferred landing point for the raiding groups. Other parts of the island offered equivalent resources with significantly lower exposure. Relocating would reduce risk substantially. The case against moving was also real. When I finally managed to send someone back and they believed I would, they would go to the known location. If that location was demolished, the inference would be that everyone was dead. The resupply would never come. Decision: hold the primary position. Move the cattle and a portion of the grain stores to the valley with the cave as a secondary cache. Keep the prisoners completely ignorant of that location, its existence, its contents, its approach routes. The 2 powder barrels I had sent went to the cave. Insurance. Then they hardened the primary position further than I had left it. I had built a wall and planted a tree line. They extended that tree line all the way to the creek bank, down to the water line itself, eliminating any visible landing approach. They selected fast-growing wood and planted stakes dense enough that within a few years the growth was essentially impenetrable, a barrier a quarter-mile deep on multiple sides. The original trees I had planted had grown to thigh thickness. The new planting went in between and around them until the grove became a single interlocked mass. A small dog couldn't navigate it. The only access in or out was the ladder route up the hill face, a 2-stage climb with portable ladders that could be pulled up behind anyone ascending. When the ladders were secured at the top, the settlement was functionally unreachable by anyone without climbing equipment or explosives. They lived clean for 2 years after that. No contact, no incidents. Then one morning, a small team running an early patrol on the island's far western end, the side I had always avoided. The side that was furthest from everything I'd built, came over a ridge and saw 20 canoes in the water, paddling for the beach. They ran, the alert went out. The settlement went dark, no movement during daylight hours, observation only after dark. They stayed locked down for 2 full days, watching from the high ground at night when they could move safely. The landing party never found them. Whatever business the canoes had brought their occupants to the island to conduct. It concluded without contact, and when dawn came on the 3rd day, the beach was empty again. The concealment held, the position held, they were still there, they were still alive, and for the moment that was enough. Chapter 4, Hatchets and Mutiny. The hatchet came down hard, not a correction, not a warning shot. The big Englishman swung it with the full intent to kill, a savage overhead arc aimed at the skull of the captive savage kneeling in the dirt. The blade caught the man's shoulder instead, splitting deep, the kind of wound that severs function permanently. The slave dropped, folding over himself, silent in the particular way of those hit too hard to scream. The Spaniard working the adjacent row saw it happen in real time. He dropped his tools and closed the distance fast, stepping between the Englishman and the downed man, one hand up, voice steady. "Stop, don't do this." The Englishman's face had gone past rage into something colder. He turned the hatchet on the Spaniard. "Get out of my way or you're next." The Spaniard had a shovel in his hand. When the hatchet came at him, he sidestepped it, rotated his hips, and put everything he had into a 2-handed swing. The flat of the blade caught the Englishman across the side of the head and dropped him like a sack of wet grain. Then the second Englishman hit the Spaniard from behind. 2 more Spaniards came in from the field at a dead sprint. The third Englishman pulled a rusted cutlass from his belt, one of the island's old blades, edge neglected but still functional, and opened up both of them before they could close. Not fatal wounds, but bad ones, blood in the dirt, men down. It was over in under a minute. When the dust settled, all 3 Englishmen were on the ground, restrained, wrists bound behind them with cord. The colony stood around them, breathing hard, weapons still in hand. The wounded slave hadn't moved. His shoulder was destroyed. The question of what to do with the 3 men sat over the settlement like smoke that wouldn't clear. This wasn't the first time. It wasn't even the second. These men had been problems from the moment they'd arrived, volatile, idle, contemptuous of any structure that didn't serve them directly. They didn't pull their weight, and when crossed, they didn't argue or sulk. They escalated every time. The Spaniard who served as governor let the silence hold before he spoke. "If these men were my countrymen," he said, "I'd have hanged them already. Any functioning society removes those who threaten its survival. That's not cruelty, that's the basic obligation of leadership." He looked at each of the 3 men in turn. "But they are English, and every one of us is alive today because of the generosity of an Englishman. I won't execute an Englishman on this island, that's not negotiable." He turned to the 2 cooperative English settlers. "This goes to you, you know them, you decide." One of them stood. He was quiet for a moment, then said flatly, "They should hang all 3. Paused, letting that land. "And I'll tell you why." He looked directly at the men on the ground. "Will Atkins, tell them what you proposed to me 2 weeks ago." Atkins stared back, jaw set. He proposed, the man continued, "that the 5 of us, all the English, murder the Spaniards in their sleep, every last one." The governor turned to Atkins. His voice stayed level, almost conversational. "Is that true?" Atkins didn't deny it. He held the governor's eyes and said, "Yeah, it's true, and we'll still do it when we get the chance." A few of the Spaniards moved instinctively. Hands found tools and handles. The governor raised a palm, calm, measured. "Let me understand you," he said to Atkins. "We've done nothing to you. We work alongside you. We feed you. We've given you every resource we have, and your plan is to kill us." He tilted his head slightly. "Why? What do you gain from that? And what exactly do you think happens to you after?" Atkins' face went red. The governor's tone, unhurried, almost clinical, was somehow more infuriating than anger. He lunged against the men holding him, and it took 3 of them to keep him from crossing the distance. Even bound, he was dangerous. That settled the debate. The sentence came down after an hour of deliberation. No executions. The governor held firm on that. But the 3 men could no longer live within the colony. They were finished. The terms were straightforward and non-negotiable. All weapons confiscated, firearms, blades, everything. No access to colony stores. No contact with any other settler, Spanish or English. A perimeter boundary they were forbidden to cross, and if they damaged crops, burned structures, killed livestock, or harmed any member of the settlement in any way, they would be shot on sight, no second discussion. The governor added one modification before the ruling was finalized. He looked at the two English settlers and said quietly, "They'll need food, we're not starving them. Give them 8 months of grain, seed stock, 6 milk goats, 4 males, 6 kids, tools, enough to build something real if they choose to." He paused, "But they swear first, in front of all of us, that they won't use those tools as weapons." The 3 men took the oath with the particular sullen compliance of men who have no leverage left. Nobody in the room believed them. But the provisions were assembled and the oath was recorded and the colony held its shape. They left without a word, no acknowledgement, no eye contact, just the slow walk of men carrying the bare minimum, heading northeast toward the far edge of the island. 4 days later they came back to report where they'd set up. The location was defensible enough, a hillside on the island's remote northeastern corner, trees on 3 sides, good natural concealment. They'd built 2 structures that showed more competence than anyone expected, close against the slope, the kind of position that disappears into terrain if you're not specifically looking for it. They asked for dried skins, they got them, they reaffirmed the oath, they got tools, seed, barley, peas, rice, they still didn't get weapons. For the first 6 months they stayed out of the way. Their harvest was thin, the planted area was small, and the work had been inconsistent. When the rains came, they had no proper storage. The grain absorbed moisture and began to rot, and they had no solution for it because they'd never built one. They came to the Spaniards, hats off, softer voices, some version of humble. The Spaniards came out the same day. 4 days of excavation cut a proper storage chamber into the hillside, not as developed as the main settlement's facilities, but functional, dry, enough to save what remained of the harvest. It wasn't said out loud, but everyone understood. The 3 men had been broken, at least partially, by the weight of actual survival. It didn't last. 9 months after their exile, the 3 men arrived at the main settlement with a proposal. They stood at the edge of the clearing, keeping their distance, and one of them did the talking. They were done with subsistence labor, he said. They weren't built for it, they weren't good at it, and they saw no future in it. What they wanted was a canoe, one of the large ones, along with weapons and ammunition for personal defense. They would make the crossing to the mainland, find the nearest coastal settlement of natives, and take prisoners, workers, people to come back and do the physical labor that the 3 of them found beneath them. The Spaniards talked it over among themselves. The plan itself wasn't entirely irrational, crude but not impossible. The problem was the source. Everything these 3 men touched developed complications. Every project, every interaction, every plan, something in the execution went wrong in ways that created damage beyond their own perimeter. The Spaniards laid it out honestly. That coast was hostile. The people there were numerous and had already demonstrated a willingness to fight. The crossing was 40 miles of open water. The odds of the 3 of them returning intact were low. Atkins stared back with flat eyes. "We'll starve if we stay, we can't work and we won't. At least out there we die trying." He shrugged. "We've got nothing here, no families, no one who'd mourn us, let us go." There was nothing left to argue. The Spaniards gave them 2 muskets, a pistol, a cutlass, and a hatchet each. They loaded a canoe with a month's worth of bread, cooked goat meat, dried grapes, fresh water, and a live kid. Someone had rigged a mast from a long pole and fashioned a sail from stitched goat skins, and the whole crude assembly actually held shape when they raised it. The canoe pushed off on a fair wind with the tide running with them. "Safe travels," the Spaniards called from the shore. Nobody expected to see them again. The settlement was quieter without them, not peaceful. Exactly, the work was still hard and unrelenting, but the ambient tension that had lived in the air since those 3 men arrived had dissipated. The Spaniards noted it. The 2 honest English settlers noted it. People slept better. 22 days passed. Then one of the English settlers, working his field in the early morning, looked up and saw 3 figures moving toward him through the vegetation. Guns on their shoulders, moving with purpose. He ran. He came into the main settlement breathing hard, face pale. 3 armed men coming this way, don't know who. The governor processed it quickly. Has to be natives. No, they're dressed, carrying rifles. The governor let that settle for a beat, then almost smiled. Then we have nothing to fear. Armed and clothed means they're not hostile. Any Christian nation that finds us helps us. Before the logic could be tested, a shout came from outside the tree line. A familiar voice. 3 familiar voices. The 3 exiles had come back. They came in, sat down, and told it straight. They'd made the crossing in under 2 days, wind cooperating. But when they came ashore, the locals were already moving. Scouts on the high ground had tracked the canoe's approach, and by the time they beached, there were warriors in the tree line with bows drawn. No shot fired yet, but the message was clear. They didn't land, they pushed north instead, running the coastline for 6 or 7 hours until a wide channel opened up and they realized what they were looking at. The land they could see from the island wasn't the mainland at all. It was another island, a chain of them running north and west. They put in at one of the western islands and beached the canoe. The reception there was different. The people were relaxed, curious, openly generous. Women carried food long distances to bring to the strangers. Root vegetables, dried fish. Whatever they had, the 3 men ate well for 4 days and communicated through gesture, pointing, patient repetition. What they pieced together was a picture of the regional politics, fierce, cannibalistic groups in multiple directions, territorial and organized. The people hosting them were careful to distinguish themselves. They only ate enemies taken in combat, prisoners from legitimate wars. Everybody else was off limits. On the 4th day, one of the settlers tried to ask about the prisoners currently being held. The question got misread. The hosts assumed the visitors wanted some, the way you'd bring livestock to a ship for provisioning. The next morning, 5 women and 11 men were brought down to the beach bound and offered to the 3 Englishmen to take with them. All 3 men had done things on this island that would not bear close examination, but they stood on that beach and their stomachs turned. The problem was simple and immediate. Refusing the gift would be a serious insult to people who had fed them and protected them for 4 days and who outnumbered them significantly. Accepting it meant taking 16 terrified human beings into a canoe. They accepted. They traded a hatchet, an old key, a knife, and 6 rifle balls for the lot, objects whose function the locals couldn't identify but whose novelty held obvious appeal. Prisoners were dragged into the canoe with their hands tied. The 3 Englishmen left immediately. They understood that staying any longer would come with expectations about what happened next with the prisoners, and they had no appetite for what that implied. The crossing back was its own kind of misery. Nothing the 3 men did was interpreted correctly. When they untied the prisoners' hands, the captives screamed, convinced the loosened bonds meant immediate execution. When they offered food, the prisoners refused, reading it as fattening practice before slaughter. Every glance became a measure of body weight, every gesture a potential prelude to the knife. By the time they reached the island, the 16 prisoners had spent 2 days in a state of continuous, unrelenting terror. They brought them ashore and secured them in one of the exile huts, then came up to the main settlement to report and ask for food. The entire colony came down to look. The hut was dim and close. 16 people sat bound on the ground, naked faces carrying the specific exhaustion of those who have accepted that they are about to die and are simply waiting for it. 3 men, ages roughly 30 to 35, well-built line. 5 women of various ages, 2 in their 30s, 2 in their mid-20s, and 1 younger, tall and composed despite everything, maybe 17. The 2 oldest women would have drawn looks on any street in London if you cleaned them up and put them in proper clothes. High cheekbones, steady eyes, a quiet dignity that the circumstances hadn't fully stripped away. Friday's father came in first. He moved through the group slowly, studying faces, trying words from 3 different dialects. No recognition, no response, until one of the women looked up sharply at something he said and responded in kind. That was enough. Through her, the message moved across the group. These people were not going to eat them. They didn't do that. Nobody here was going to be killed. The change was immediate and total. People who had been silent for 2 days began to cry. Some laughed. One man started rocking back and forth, overwhelmed. They'd been carrying 2 days of certain death, and it had just been lifted. The governor pulled the 3 exiles aside. The women, he said, "What's your intention?" The answer came back without hesitation. Wives, workers, both. The governor held that for a moment. "I'm not in a position to tell you how to run your lives," he said, "but I'm asking you to agree to one condition for the sake of keeping this from becoming a problem. If a man takes a woman as a wife, his exclusively. No shared arrangements, no disputes over the same woman. 1 man, 1 woman, and that bond is respected by everyone else on this island." He paused. "I'm asking for your word." They gave it, no argument. The governor turned to the Spaniards, asked them directly. Every single one declined. Several had wives back in Spain. The rest simply said no, that these women weren't Christians and that this wasn't something they were willing to do. It was a quiet, dignified refusal, and the governor accepted it without comment. The 5 English settlers each took a wife, to prevent the obvious problem of 2 men wanting the same woman. They handled it with unexpected practicality. The women sat in one hut, the men drew lots in the other, and they chose in order. The man who drew first walked in and came out with the woman the other four had privately ranked last, older, plainest, quietest of the five. The Spaniards smiled. Even the governor allowed himself a dry look. The man had chosen correctly. He'd been thinking about the long game, who could work, who could organize, who could build. She proved it within the first month. Best choice of the five. When the women were called out one by one, the four remaining each time assumed their companion was being taken to be killed. They held on to each other. They wept. The sound that came from that hut during the selection was something that stayed with the men who heard it. Friday's father had to go in and explain what was happening before the terror finally broke. Within a few days, the island had a new geography. The Spaniards and Friday's father occupied the main settlement. The old fortified position under the ridge expanded significantly since the original construction. The 3 servants taken in the last raid lived and worked there too, handling most of the agricultural labor. The 2 honest English settlers established themselves on the northern shore, moderate distance from the main settlement. The 3 exiles pushed farther out, remote, eastward. Separated from the others by miles of terrain, 3 distinct population centers, 3 towns if you were being generous with the term. The difference between the 2 groups became visible fast and kept widening. The 2 honest settlers worked, not dramatically, not loudly, just consistently every day before sunrise and after sunset. Their fields were clean, tight rows, no gaps, no weeds competing for moisture and nutrients. Their fences were solid. They'd found a water source and managed it. They'd planted young trees around their structures until the whole compound was swallowed by vegetation. From 200 meters away it was invisible, just another section of island forest. They'd also excavated a retreat space deep in the thickest section of the woods nearby, a concealed position that they'd made inaccessible by planting stakes and poles so densely that entry required specific knowledge of the path. Their wives couldn't be found in that place if you didn't already know where to look. The 3 exiles had a different relationship with labor. Their fields were planted, the minimum required to avoid starvation, but they were choked with weeds, the fences had gaps, and wild goats had gotten in and grazed sections down to nothing. Someone had stuffed brush into the gaps after the damage was done. The crops had the look of an afterthought. Their wives, however, were exceptional. All 3 women ran clean, organized households, had learned cooking techniques from the settler who'd worked as a cook's mate, adapted them to island ingredients, and produced results that outperformed what the men deserved by a significant margin. It was a consistent irony across the settlement. The worst men had gotten the most capable women. The 2 honest settlers had drawn the less capable women, willing, devoted, but limited in practical skill. The men compensated by doing more themselves. Diligence created abundance. Idleness created just enough to avoid catastrophe, and not always that. It was early morning when the canoes appeared, 5 or 6 of them moving in along the northern shore. The scouts watching from the ridge counted heads, too many to engage directly, too organized to be a coincidence. They'd come for the same reason they always came, to use the island's beach as a butchering ground for their prisoners. The Spaniards had handled this before. The practice was established and it had worked. Everybody goes inside. Nobody shows themselves. No fires, no noise, no movement visible from the beach. A single observer in a concealed position to watch for departure. The natives complete their business and leave, never knowing the island is inhabited. It had worked every time. It didn't work this time. After the canoes pushed off, a Spaniard went down to the beach to look. Professional curiosity mostly, to see what evidence they'd left, to confirm they'd truly gone. He found 3 of them, flat on their backs in the sand, deep asleep, either drunk on the aftermath of the feast or lost in the tree line and left behind when the boats departed. It wasn't clear which. It didn't matter. The Spaniard went back for the governor. The governor stood over the sleeping men and worked through the problem. They couldn't be left on the island. They had no canoe, no way off, and they would eventually find the settlement. It was a matter of days, not weeks. Once they found it, they'd go back and report it to whatever group they came from. And once that happened, the element of surprise was gone forever. Nobody wanted to kill them. The governor said it plainly. These men had done nothing to the colony. They'd come here on their own business, harmed no one who lived here. Executing sleeping men who'd never threatened you wasn't justice. It was murder, so they woke them up. The 3 men came awake fast, the way people do when they feel hands on them. The confusion lasted about 3 seconds before the terror set in. They were bound before they fully understood what was happening, and the binding confirmed every fear they carried about strangers. The Spaniards moved them carefully, kept their voices steady, tried to project calm. They brought Friday's father down to see if he could reach them. One of the three understood a few words. That was the thread they pulled. They were taken to the work camp near the goat pens, away from the main fortification, given food, put to work on light tasks, treated well. One of them ran within the week. He went into the tree line and didn't come back. They searched for 2 days. Nothing, no body, no trail. The remaining 2 settled in. The runner was the problem. If he made it off the island, if another raiding party came through and he'd made contact, he now knew the settlement existed. He'd never been shown the main fortification, never seen how many people were there, never heard a firearm discharged, but he knew enough. He knew there were people. He knew the rough location of the work camp. That was enough to bring trouble. It came 8 weeks later. 6 canoes, running the northern shore at first light. The Spaniards watching from the ridge counted the heads, somewhere between 45 and 60 men, moving with purpose, not drifting. They knew where they were going. The 2 English settlers on the north shore saw them first. They had a mile of lead time and they used it. They moved fast. The servants who'd come with the women were told to take the wives deep into the concealed retreat in the woods, bind the 2 remaining native prisoners hand and foot, and hold position until further contact. The settlers opened the goat enclosures and drove the animals out, a crude attempt to make the settlement look wild and uninhabited, like the livestock had always run free. The runner who'd escaped would have told them otherwise, but it was worth trying. They sent the 3rd servant at a sprint toward the main settlement to raise the alarm. Then they picked up their weapons and fell back into the tree line, keeping the landing zone in sight. From a low ridge 200 meters back, they watched 40-plus warriors walk directly to their structures and burn them to the ground. Everything they'd built, 2 years of work, gone in 20 minutes, black smoke climbing into the morning sky. They didn't stand still. Retreating slowly through the woods, staying parallel to the enemy's movement, they watched the warriors spread out through the terrain in a search pattern, loose, covering ground fast, working in pairs and threes. They were looking for survivors. The runner had told them there were people here, and these men intended to find them. The 2 settlers fell back to a large hollow tree trunk at the edge of a dense section of forest. Good sight lines in multiple directions. Elevated root structure that gave partial cover. It wasn't a fighting position, but it was the best available. 2 warriors appeared first, moving fast on a direct line toward the tree. 50 meters back, 3 more, behind them. 5 more, and at distance, additional movement, 7 or 8 more, fanning wide to the right. The settlers had 4 options: run deeper into the woods and hope the concealed retreat held, stand and fight from the tree, climb the tree and hold the high ground, or attempt to link up with the Spaniards who were hopefully moving toward them. They debated it in about 10 seconds. If they ran, the search pattern would eventually find the retreat, the wives, the servants, everything. If they stayed, they could control the contact and channel the threat. They stayed. The first 2 warriors were going to pass wide, let them go. The group of 3 were coming straight at the tree, and one of them the settlers recognized, the runner. The man who'd escaped, who'd gone back and told his people, who'd brought 60 warriors to this island and burned everything they'd built. They loaded the musket with 3 balls. Waited until the 3 men were inside 30 meters, close enough that missing wasn't a realistic outcome. The shot broke the silence of the entire island. Both the foremost man and the runner went down in the same moment. The third caught a fragment through the shoulder and sat down screaming in the dirt, the sound mixing with the echoes bouncing off the trees, the birds exploding from the canopy in every direction. The group of 5 stopped. They hadn't heard a gun before. They didn't know what a gun was. They stood over their fallen companions and tried to understand what they were seeing. 2 men dead, 1 screaming, no visible attacker, no arrow, no blade, just a flash and then this. While they processed it, the first musket was reloaded. Both settlers fired simultaneously into the standing group. 4 went down. The 5th dropped 2 unhurt, overwhelmed, collapsing under the weight of what his senses was telling him. The 2 settlers came out of the tree too soon. They hadn't reloaded. When they reached the bodies, they found 4 men alive, 2 with minor wounds, 1 untouched. The runner was still breathing. They finished him and the badly wounded man quickly and without ceremony. He'd made his choices. The consequences were his. The man who was unhurt looked up at them from the ground with his hands raised, making sounds that weren't any language they spoke, and the meaning was completely clear. He was asking to live. They tied him to a tree with rope and moved on. The other 2 wounded had retreated into the forest. The settlers tracked them cautiously, came in sight of them once at distance, watched them angle toward the beach rather than deeper inland, toward the canoes. They let them run. When they came back to the tree, the prisoner was gone. The rope was on the ground. The Spaniards arrived with 7 men. The other 10 had gone to protect the main agricultural areas to the south, the goat pens and the grain stores, which represented survival for the whole colony. The 7 who came north brought their weapons and moved efficiently through the terrain, reading the sign as they went, the bodies, the drag marks where the warriors had tried to recover their dead, the smoke still rising from the direction of the burned settlement. They swept the area methodically. No contact. The warriors had pulled back toward the beach. Moving to a high point with a clear sight line to the shore, they watched the canoes being loaded. The warriors were going. Not orderly, not triumphant, moving with the controlled urgency of men who'd taken losses and wanted water between themselves and whatever had just happened in that tree line. Nobody tried to intercept them, let them go. The 2 English settlers stood in front of the ruins of their homes and said nothing for a long moment. The colony came together fast. Even the 3 exiles showed up within a day. They'd heard nothing of the raid until it was over. Their position on the far eastern end of the island had kept them isolated from the action. But they came and they worked. 4 days of combined effort raised new structures, moved supplies, helped the settlers get back to functional. Nobody made a speech about it. It was just done. 2 days after the raiders left, 3 empty canoes drifted onto the beach. A quarter-mile farther down, 2 drowned bodies in the surf. The storm that had come through the night of the departure had been bad. At least some of the canoes hadn't made it back. The survivors who had made it back would tell the story. They would tell it to their leadership, and the leadership would listen. They'd heard about fire that killed from a distance before from other groups who'd encountered Europeans. They would come back, more organized, more men. The colony had bought time. How much time, no one could say. Chapter 5. Savage Fleet Descends. The silence had lasted 5 months. Long enough for the men to start believing the savages had moved on. Long enough to get careless. They hadn't moved on. 28 canoes materialized out of the dusk, riding low in the water under the weight of armed warriors, bows, clubs, wooden swords edged and waited for killing. The fleet came in from the east as the last light bled out of the sky, and every man on the island felt his stomach drop when he counted the numbers. This wasn't a raiding party. This was an army. They hit the beach at last light and made camp on the eastern shore. That bought the defenders one thing: time, a few hours to think, a few hours to plan. They used every minute of it. First priority was concealment. The 2 Englishmen's huts came down fast, hands working in the dark, no lights, no noise. The goats were driven west toward the old cape, moving them before first light could betray their location. The Spaniards stripped their bower of anything that said people live here. Fences left standing, fires cold. The island had to look dead by dawn. It almost did. The head count was grim: 17 Spaniards, 5 Englishmen, Old Friday, 3 male slaves taken from the raiding party, men who'd proven their loyalty under fire. 3 more slaves attached to the Spanish contingent. 29 fighters total. The armory was worse: 11 muskets, 5 pistols, 3 fowling pieces, 5 additional long guns stripped from the mutineers years back, 2 swords, 3 halberds that had seen better decades. The slaves drew the short straw: no firearms, but each man got a halberd or an iron-spiked quarterstaff and a hatchet. Every man carried a hatchet. It wasn't enough, but it was what they had. 2 of the women refused to stay back. Nobody argued twice. They'd seen what happened to people who waited passively for violence to arrive. They took up bows and hatchets and said nothing more about it. The Spaniard who'd stepped up as governor since the beginning took command of the whole force. His second was Will Atkins, a man with a dark history on the island, a man nobody entirely trusted, and the most dangerous individual in their ranks. Sometimes those things aren't mutually exclusive. They came at dawn. 250 warriors moving west along the shoreline, loose and spread across the ground the way undisciplined fighters always move. Confidence born of numbers, no formation, no cohesion, no concept of what was waiting for them in the tree line. Atkins had 6 men positioned behind a thicket 50 yards ahead of the main line, low, still, breathing slow. He'd given them their orders before first light, and he didn't repeat himself. Let the first 50 through. Wait for the mass, then fire into the middle of it. He watched them come, counted silently. Let the lead elements flow past his position like water around a rock, warriors scanning the tree line, seeing nothing, moving on. When the main body compressed into a tight column moving through the narrow ground between the brush and the shore, Atkins made his call. 3 muskets discharged simultaneously into the densest part of the formation. Each weapon loaded with 6 or 7 pistol balls packed tight behind the powder charge, improvised buckshot brutal at that range. The volley tore through the crowd like a chainsaw through soft wood. Men went down in clusters. The effect was immediate and complete. The warriors had no framework for what was happening, no one to aim at, no visible enemy. Just sound, the concussive thunder of black powder, and then men dying around them without cause or warning. The panic was instantaneous and total. Atkins reloaded, so did his men. Before the savages could process what had hit them, a second volley crashed out from the same position. Then a third, the first 3 muskets charged and ready again, timed in under a minute. If Atkins had pulled his men back at that point, the fight would have been over. The savages were broken, tactically finished. But Atkins stayed on the line to load again, and that decision cost him. Sharp eyes at the rear of the formation spotted movement in the thicket. Word traveled fast. A group of warriors peeled off and came around the flank, moving through ground Atkins hadn't covered, coming at them from behind. Atkins swung his men and fired 2 more times, dropped over 20 of them and started pulling back. But the ground was bad and the retreat was hard and the arrows came in thick. Atkins caught one. One of his Englishmen took an arrow through the skull, just under the temple, hard enough that he was dead before he fell. A Spanish fighter went down. One of the native slaves who'd come in with the women, a man who'd fought with nothing but a spiked staff and a hatchet and had killed 5 warriors in close contact before the end, collapsed with an arrow in him and didn't get back up. The main group fell back to high ground in the wood. The Spaniards fired 3 volleys in good order, then withdrew to consolidate. It wasn't a rout, it was a counter-ambush, but the numbers on the other side of the ledger were disturbing. 50 of the enemy dead or better, another 50 wounded, and still they came forward, the wounded men fighting with an animal ferocity that made rational calculation meaningless. Arrows came in like weather, sheets of them darkening the air. The savages found the 2 dead men the defenders had left behind. What they did to them was not something anyone who witnessed it forgot. Then they pulled back, formed a ring, and shouted twice. Victory shout, ritual, ancient. 3 of their wounded men collapsed and bled out during the ceremony, and nobody moved to help them. On the high ground, Atkins was bleeding through a field dressing and arguing for an immediate counterattack. The Spanish governor listened, then spoke. Look at how their wounded fight. Give it until morning. Stiff, blood loss. Fewer effective combatants. Atkins grinned through the pain. That's solid logic, Senior. Problem is I'm also going to be stiff and cold by morning. Better to move while I'm still running hot. The governor put a hand on his shoulder. You've done your part tonight. We'll carry the fight if you can't move, but we wait. They waited, but not long. The moon came up full and bright. And the island network of scouts, meaning men with working eyes and functioning ears, reported chaos in the enemy camp. Noise, movement, no proper watch, no sentries worth the name. One of the Englishmen knew the eastern terrain cold. He took the force west first, skirting the wood line, then turned them south and brought them in tight on the enemy's flank. They closed to within effective range before a single man was spotted. 8 weapons fired simultaneously into the sleeping camp. Half a minute later, 8 more. The savages had no idea which direction to run. The defenders reloaded fast and the Spaniards pushed forward, dividing into 3 elements of 8 as they moved, 22 men and both women. Firearms distributed evenly across the elements, closing from 3 directions at once, moving and shooting, using the butt ends of muskets when the range got too short for powder and ball. The 2 women fought like they had something to prove. Nobody questioned their presence after that night. The enemy broke, completely. The screaming started, the kind that has nothing to do with aggression and everything to do with pure animal terror, and then they were running over the hills, through the trees, anything to put distance between themselves and the thunder that killed without showing a face. By the time the fighting stopped, roughly 180 warriors were dead or mortally wounded across both engagements. The survivors scattered west toward the beach where they'd beached their canoes. Then the weather turned. A hard storm rolled in off the water that evening, wind and surge that drove the beached canoes up the shore in the dark. By morning, most of them were wrecked or so damaged they'd never see open water again. The survivors huddled in whatever shelter they could find, stranded, their escape route destroyed by something no one could fight. The defenders found the survivors the next morning. About 100 men still breathing, clustered on the ground in a posture that looked like exhaustion or prayer, knees drawn up, heads down, folded into themselves. The Spaniard ordered 2 muskets fired without ball, not to kill, to test. The reaction told him everything. The survivors came off the ground like startled animals, scrambling, faces wide with terror, and ran for the hills without looking back. The fight was gone out of them. Atkins, still bleeding, laid out the harsh reality in plain terms. Some of the men were reluctant to push further. "Let them go," they said. "Let them find their canoes and leave." Atkins shook his head. "We let one man walk off this island and make it home, we're finished. They'll come back with numbers we can't count. You want to fight 250 again, try 1,000. He was right, everyone knew it. They went to work on the canoes. Dead wood for fire, dried and piled under the hulls. The canoes were waterlogged and wouldn't fully catch, but the fire did enough, warping the wood, splitting seams, rendering them useless for open ocean. Some warriors came out of the tree line while the work was happening. They dropped to their knees at the water's edge, crying out in their language, gesturing at the burning hulls, at the men destroying them. The message needed no translation. "Please, leave us something. We'll go. We won't come back." The defenders looked at each other. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Then they kept working. Every canoe that the storm hadn't already destroyed, they destroyed. The cry that went up from the tree line when the last hull came apart was the sound of men who understood they were never going home. Desperation makes men dangerous in ways that victory never does. The survivors, trapped and starving, found the Bower plantation. They tore it apart with their hands, fences down, corn trampled into the dirt. Grapevines ripped from the soil 3 days before they would have been ripe enough to harvest. The damage was extensive and pointless. The savages got nothing from it but the satisfaction of destruction, and the defenders lost stores they couldn't easily replace. The island turned into a grinding, irregular war. The defenders couldn't pursue effectively. The surviving warriors were fast on open ground, and operating alone outside the perimeter was suicide against men who had nothing left to lose. But the warriors had no arrows left, no materials to make more, no tools of any kind. They were living on whatever the island offered, and the island wasn't offering much. Men started turning up dead in the jungle. No marks, no wounds, starvation, pure and simple. When the governor saw the first of them, he was quiet for a long time. Then he proposed taking one alive. Took a while. The survivors were paranoid and fast, even weakened. But hunger is a patient enemy, and eventually it delivered one of them, too exhausted to run, too depleted to fight, caught near a stream in the early morning gray. He was young, sullen when they brought him in. Refused food and water the first day, sitting with his back against whatever they put him against, staring at nothing. They kept feeding him anyway. No restraints they didn't need to use. No violence. Just food, water, and time. Old Friday worked on him, day after day, sitting near him, talking in the slow, patient way of a man who knows he's got all the time in the world, translating not just language but intent, explaining what the colonists wanted, what they were offering, what the alternative looked like. Boundaries, land, seed corn, a way to live, or this ends one way. The young warrior listened. Eventually he ate. Eventually he talked. He went back into the hills as a messenger. 37 men came out of the jungle. That was all that was left of 250. They moved in a group, slow and diminished, sitting down when they were brought to a hillside at the southeast corner of the island. 12 Spaniards and 2 Englishmen came in from one side, armed and ready. 3 native slaves carried the supplies: bread, rice, cakes dried in the sun, 3 live goats. Old Friday walked point. The survivors ate. They ate like men who had been past the edge of what the body can endure and found their way back from it. And when the terms were explained through Friday's translation, the land boundaries, the farming instruction, the rules of contact, they agreed without hesitation. They kept their word every time. The land they were given was a peninsula on the southeast corner, rocky hills behind them, open ground running down to the sea in front. 1.5 miles wide, 3 or 4 miles long. Workable, fertile enough. The colonists taught them to plant corn, how to manage goats, how to milk them, how to build. The learners turned out to be quick, and in some crafts they moved past their teachers faster than anyone expected. Basket work especially, functional, structural, architecturally sound. What started as wicker traps and storage containers evolved into chairs, beds, wall panels, and eventually whole buildings. The technique refined past anything the colonists had shown them. They stayed inside their boundary. When they needed something, food, instruction, a question answered, they came to the edge and sent word. They never pushed past it. The men who'd spent months trying to kill each other built something that looked, from a distance, almost like peace. Atkins had changed. Nobody who'd known him in the early years would have recognized what he'd become. The man who'd come to the island looking for trouble, who'd taken a blade to a defenseless prisoner, who'd plotted against the Spaniards in the dark. That man was still in there somewhere, but something had burned it down. Maybe the wound, maybe what he'd seen, maybe the weight of having built something worth protecting. His dwelling was the best evidence of the transformation. He'd measured and planned it like an engineer, built it like a craftsman, and refined it like a man with nothing but time and a vision he refused to compromise. The outer perimeter ran 120 paces around. 32 wicker panels standing 7 feet high, tight as a drum, every section as solid as the one beside it. Inside that outer wall, a covered walkway circled the inner structure, 20 feet wide, roofed with long rafters, divided into 6 sections that served as storage and retreat. Storage rooms opened off the main passage. The inner structure was octagonal, 8 heavy corner posts. A pyramid roof of 8 rafters joined with wooden pins and hand-forged iron spikes that Atkins had made himself. He'd built a forge, wooden bellows, charcoal fired to the right temperature, a working anvil knocked from salvaged iron. He made hooks, hinges, bolts, staples, and spikes, functional hardware for a building that needed no nails to stand. The roof was basket work between the rafters, thatched over with rice straw, topped with broad leaves from the canopy. Dry in any weather, better than half the permanent structures anyone in the colony had seen before arriving on this island. The inner space was divided into 6 apartments, each one with 3 door options, forward into the entry corridor, across into the central space, or out through the walkway into the perimeter ring. The geometry was deliberate, multiple exit routes, no dead ends. A man who'd survived what Atkins had survived doesn't build a house without thinking about what happens when someone comes through the door. 3 families shared the space. Atkins and his wife, his remaining English companion and his wife. The 3rd Englishman was dead, arrow through the skull, same engagement that had broken the invasion, but his wife and 3 children lived in the structure and were treated as full members of the household. Equal share of the corn, the milk, the fruit. Equal cut of any meat when it came. The children ran between families like the walls between them didn't exist. There were things missing. Religion was one of them. The men knew there was a God in the broad, unfocused way that men who have nearly died many times know it, present in oaths, in the specific terror of a close call, in the involuntary gratitude of still breathing when others had stopped. But doctrine, practice, the ability to explain any of it to the women they'd brought into their lives, none of that existed. The women had learned English, good functional English, and the children were growing up speaking it as their first language with their mother's accents and their father's vocabulary. But the faith, the framework, the legal weight of the marriages, that would have to wait for someone with more authority than any of them had, it would come eventually. Everything comes eventually. Given enough time and enough people who want it badly enough. For now, the island was quiet. The canoes that occasionally appeared on the eastern shore brought warriors from other nations, different markings, different languages, no knowledge of or interest in what had happened to the men who'd come before them. They performed their rituals. They left. They found no trace of the settlement or the survivors of the battle, because both had been moved and hidden and buried in the ordinary life of people learning to live. 2 years passed before I came back to see what had been built. What I found when I arrived was something I hadn't thought possible when I'd first left this place. A community, imperfect and rough-edged and still figuring itself out, but alive, functioning, moving forward. The savages had made baskets that would outlast any of us. Atkins had made a structure that would stand for decades. The governor had kept his people together through the kind of pressure that destroys most groups. And somehow, against every reasonable probability, they had made it work. Chapter 6. Broken men rising. The Spaniards were the backbone of the colony. 12 men who had survived things that would have broken most people twice over. Robinson needed to understand what they'd been through, so he sat with them and let them talk. They didn't dress it up. They'd arrived on that shore with nothing. No food, no tools, no plan, just the clothes on their backs and the hollow look of men who'd already decided they were dead. One of them, older, steady-eyed. The kind of man who'd seen enough of the world to stop flinching at it, told Robinson straight they'd been wrong to give up. Grief, he said, was the most useless thing a man could carry. It only looked backward. It solved nothing. He quoted an old Spanish saying, and Robinson had since turned it into something simpler, something he could hold on to. In trouble, to be troubled is to have your trouble doubled. The older Spaniard studied everything Robinson had built: the fortifications, food stores, the cultivated fields scratched out of raw wilderness. He shook his head slowly. "You started with less than us," he said. "You were alone, and yet you built all of this." Robinson told him the ship had helped. The wreck had given him materials he never could have sourced otherwise. Without that cargo, he'd have died in the first month. The Spaniard wasn't buying it. "We had a ship too," he said. "If we'd been in your position, we wouldn't have salvaged half of what you did. We wouldn't have figured out how to build a raft. We wouldn't have figured out how to move it to shore. And God help us if any one of us had been alone." He paused. "We lay down and waited to starve, that's the truth of it." Robinson didn't argue the point. They'd made a bad landing. That was the brutal summary of it. They'd come ashore at a location occupied by a tribe that had almost nothing, subsistence living at its most stripped down. Roots and bark and whatever the jungle gave up without a fight. A day's sail in the right direction and there would have been goats, hogs, turtles, seabirds, an island seeded with livestock by Spanish colonists out of Trinidad years before, left to breed and multiply, meat in abundance, but they hadn't known that. They'd taken the first piece of solid ground they could find, and they'd paid for it every day since. The tribe fed them what it could, which wasn't much. The savages were lean themselves, and thin people don't share generously. The Spaniards had tried to teach them better farming methods, basic construction, fire management. That went over badly. The tribe's position was simple and not entirely wrong. You don't take lessons from men who showed up starving and begging for help. You don't learn from people who can't feed themselves. There was no counter-argument to that. The tribe went to war periodically. Small, vicious engagements against neighboring groups. When they marched, they expected the Spaniards to march with them. The Spaniards had muskets, but no powder, no shot, just the weapons themselves, heavy, useless metal. They couldn't say no to the tribe without losing whatever protection the arrangement gave them, so they went into the field, into combat. Armed with 3 halberds and sharpened sticks jammed into the barrels of their empty muskets like crude spears. They fought that way and somehow survived. Small engagements they could handle. They moved together in a tight line, halberds sweeping, and they could push through a mob if the mob wasn't too large. But the mobs kept getting larger. They solved the arrow problem the way soldiers always solve problems in the field, with whatever was available. They cut large shields from hardwood and stretched animal skins across the frames. It reduced casualties, didn't eliminate them. One engagement went badly wrong. A large force, over 1,000 by the count they gave, surrounded them. 5 men went down under war clubs, hit hard enough that their companions thought they were dead. One of them was the Spaniard that Robinson had later freed from captivity. When the survivors regrouped and fought their way clear, halberds and sticks moving as one, cutting through the crowd, they left him behind because they couldn't find a pulse. They carried that with them for a long time. When they learned he was a prisoner rather than a corpse, it hit them harder than if he'd simply been dead. A prisoner meant he was alive somewhere, suffering, and they couldn't reach him. The moment Robinson's supply package arrived, carried by the man they'd given up for dead, it broke something loose in all of them. They were men who had not seen bread in years. Real bread. When they held it, some of them crossed themselves. Some of them wept. Some just stood there, turning the loaves over in their hands like they were trying to confirm they were real. When the boat arrived to take them to Robinson, the emotional containment they'd built up across years of grinding survival completely failed. There was no dignified way to describe what happened. Some men laughed until they couldn't stand. Some cried until they couldn't speak. One fainted. Robinson said it reminded him of Friday's face when he'd seen his father alive on the beach, that particular kind of joy that the human body isn't built to express cleanly. Robinson laid out the situation to all of them together. He wasn't here to evacuate anyone. He was here to establish them properly, supply them, and leave them with what they needed to hold the island indefinitely. He'd brought supplies, enough for everyone. He'd also brought people, a tailor, a blacksmith, 2 carpenters, and a general craftsman who could turn his hand to almost anything. Real assets, the kind of skilled personnel that transformed a survival camp into something sustainable. Before any of that, though, he needed one thing settled. He looked at them. Are we done with the old grudges, all of it buried? Well, Atkins answered before anyone else could. We've had enough hardship to make us sober, he said, and enough enemies to make us friends. Turn to the Spaniards. He told them that everything they'd done to him, disarming him, excluding him, he'd earned it. He would have done the same, probably worse. He asked their pardon without being prompted and meant it. He said he had no interest in going back to England, not for 20 years, not ever if it came to that. The Spaniards confirmed it. Atkins had fought well in the big engagement. He'd been steady when it counted, and they'd given him command authority accordingly. They trusted him, they trusted his countrymen. There was no separate interest here anymore. Robinson believed them. The feast happened the next day. The ship's cook came ashore with his mate. 6 pieces of beef, 4 of pork, pulled from ship's stores. The punch bowl was assembled. Robinson broke out 10 bottles of French claret and 10 bottles of English beer. The Spaniards contributed 5 whole roasted kids. 3 of those animals went back to the ship so the crew could eat fresh meat while the colonists ate salt provisions from the hold. Nobody went hungry. Nobody was formal about it. They ate and drank and talked, and for a few hours the island felt like something other than a sentence. Afterward, Robinson distributed the stores, systematically. No room for argument about division because there was enough for everyone. 4 shirts each, the Spaniards asked for 6. And Robinson made it 6, light coats for the heat. Shoes, stockings, hats, basic clothing that most of them had stopped thinking about years ago. When they saw it all laid out, several of the men had trouble speaking. One of the Spaniards told Robinson he was a father to them, that even out here at the edge of the world, knowing he existed somewhere and thought of them made the isolation bearable. They all promised, without being asked twice, not to leave the island without his consent. The craftsmen went to work immediately. The tailor sat down and started cutting shirts before Robinson had finished making introductions. He also taught the women to sew, not just the mechanics of it, but how to work alongside their husbands and contribute to the household production. The carpenters tore apart the rough furniture the men had built over the years and replaced it with proper tables, shelves, bedsteads, storage units. Things that worked, things that didn't wobble or collapse. Robinson brought them to see Atkins's basket house, the woven structure the man had built with his hands and nothing else. One of the carpenters walked around it twice, studied the joints, ran his fingers along the weave, and turned to Robinson. "That man doesn't need us," he said. "Give him tools and get out of his way." Every man got a digging spade, a shovel, and a rake, common tools shared across the settlement as needed. Hardware, nails, hinges, chisels, knives, distributed without reservation. Robinson left 2 tons of raw iron for the blacksmith's forge. He also left weapons, enough to arm every man twice over. Powder and ball in quantities that would have seemed excessive anywhere except an island that had already fought off multiple large-scale attacks. Now they could stand in a fortified position and hold against any realistic threat. The math had changed completely. The settlement divided into 3 distinct areas. The main position, the capital Robinson called it, sat under the hill and inside it. The Spaniards held this ground, along with old Friday's father and the original servants. They'd expanded the fortifications over the years into something Robinson could only describe as extraordinary. Underground chambers, external earthworks, concealed approaches. 1,000 men could have searched that island for a month and never found it. The tree canopy was so thick and interwoven that the only way to expose the position would have been to clear-cut the forest first. 2 entrances existed, one at water level by the creek, reached after 200 yards of concealed path, one via a ladder system on the hillside. A dense wood of over an acre on the summit completed the concealment from above. Atkins's colony held the second area. 4 English families, their wives and children, 3 bonded servants. The widow and children of the man who'd been killed, and now the young man Robinson had brought from the ship. The young man had arrived aboard with his mother, who died of starvation during the voyage, a hard way to make landfall. Robinson had brought him and the girl along, a composed, educated young woman who'd endured months as the only female aboard a working vessel with enough grace to earn genuine respect from the crew. They'd both asked to stay. Robinson had agreed without much deliberation. They were given ground near Atkins's position. 3 structures, individual sleeping quarters for each, and a shared central space for storage and meals. The remaining 2 English bachelors relocated to the same area, completing the cluster. The French priest had been traveling with Robinson's party since the rescue at sea. Robinson felt obligated to record something about him, even though the man's biography was a story of consecutive disasters. He was a Benedictine, Roman Catholic through and through. Robinson was prepared to say so plainly and let the reader form their own opinions. What he was not prepared to do was pretend the man was anything other than what he was: intelligent, principled, genuinely devout, and decent in the way that certain religious men are decent, not performatively, but structurally. It was woven into how he operated. His voyage record was a series of misfires. He'd left St. Malo bound for Martinique, been forced into Lisbon by weather, damaged in the Tagus, transferred to a Portuguese ship headed for Madeira, drifted to fail instead, pivoted to Newfoundland on a cargo run, transferred again to a French vessel heading toward Quebec and Martinique, been stranded when that captain died, shipped for France on the vessel that burned, and finally ended up on Robinson's ship bound for the East Indies. 5 voyages, 1 continuous displacement. He'd never reached a single intended destination. He took it in stride. That either meant he had genuine faith or the kind of adaptability that gets mistaken for it. Robinson suspected both. The priest approached Robinson one morning as Robinson was preparing to visit the English colony. He was careful about it, measured, respectful, but clearly carrying something he needed to say. "I need to raise 3 things," he said, "and I think you'll agree with all of them once I lay them out." They walked together. The first issue was marriage. 4 Englishmen had taken native women as wives, fathered children with them, and had never been formally married by any legal or religious standard. The arrangement between them had been an agreement with the governor: choose your woman, keep to her, don't create conflict. That wasn't marriage, that was an internal regulation to prevent fights. The priest wasn't inflammatory about it, he was precise. The men could, at any point, walk away. Abandon the women and children with no legal obligation, and the women, without language, without money, without connections outside this island, would have nothing, no recourse, no protection. "You're their governor," the priest said. "While you allowed this arrangement, you sanctioned it. That doesn't mean you're responsible for it, but you are responsible for what happens now that you know." Robinson tried the obvious deflection. He'd been gone when it happened. It was years old. What could realistically be done at this point? The priest was patient. "A written contract witnessed and signed by both parties is recognized as a valid marriage across every European legal system I'm aware of. You don't need a church. You don't even need me. Though I can perform the ceremony, what you need is their consent and witnesses." Robinson didn't have an answer to that. He said he'd talk to the men. The second issue hit harder. The men had lived with these women for close to 7 years. They taught them English. Some of them could read it. They were, by any reasonable measure, capable and intelligent women. And in 7 years, not one of the English men had made any attempt whatsoever to explain to their wives the basic principles of the Christian faith. Not the theology, not the doctrine, the basics, that there was a God, that the things they were worshipping couldn't hear them, that something larger than themselves had made them and held an interest in what they did with their lives. Nothing. "I've seen missionaries travel to China," the priest said, keeping his voice level. "I've seen priests go into territories where they'd likely be killed to do exactly this work, and these men who share a bed with these women every night haven't said a word." Robinson couldn't find a rebuttal. He walked in silence for a moment. "You said 3 things," he said finally. The third was the bonded servants, the native men in the colony's service. 37 people, by the priest's count, living under Robinson's governance, working his land, and existing in a state of complete spiritual vacancy as far as anyone in the colony was concerned. Robinson had thought of them as labor assets. He hadn't thought of them as anything else. He said nothing. There was nothing to say. The priest let it sit for a moment, then made his offer. He would stay, voluntarily, on the island. He would handle the conversions, the instruction, the marriages, all of it. He wasn't asking Robinson to delay the voyage. He was asking to be left behind. Robinson stared at him. "You understand what you're saying? This could be permanent." "I've been trying to get to Martinique for 3 years," the priest said. "God appears to have other plans for me. I'd rather work with them than against them." His eyes were clear, no performance, no martyrdom theater, just a man who'd looked at the situation and decided. Robinson asked about language. The priest spoke no English, nothing the servants could understand. Friday's father, Robinson remembered, had learned Spanish during his captivity. The priest spoke Spanish. There was a chain of communication available if they were willing to work it. The priest was satisfied. Robinson told him he'd have his answer after they talked to the English men. They found the men gathered together, and Robinson didn't ease into it. He asked them directly, were they married or not? 2 were widowers. 3 had never been formally married to anyone. They told him what he expected, that they'd made their agreement with the governor, that they'd kept their women faithfully, that they considered themselves bound by it. Robinson told them what that actually meant under the law, that they could walk, that their women had no protection, that their children had no legal standing, that whatever they felt in their own hearts, the structure they'd built offered the people who trusted them nothing. Atkins spoke for the group. "I love my wife," he said. "I'd sooner stay on this island forever than leave her. If you've got a clergyman, I'll marry her tonight." Robinson told him the clergyman was French, Catholic, couldn't speak English. Atkins didn't ask what religion he was, he didn't ask anything, he just said he was ready. The ceremony happened the next morning. The priest wore a black vest with a sash close enough to clerical dress that it carried the weight. Robinson translated. The priest was sober and precise about it, and he made the proceedings feel significant without making them theatrical. He had one condition that nearly derailed things entirely. He would not marry unbaptized women to Christian men. He wouldn't do it. The women were pagans. They'd heard nothing of Christianity. The religious asymmetry of the union troubled him too deeply to simply perform the ceremony and move on. He wanted to talk to the men first, all of them. He sat with them and told them plainly they'd been living in open violation of every moral framework they claimed to hold. That was done now or could be. But he would not formalize arrangements between Christian men and women who didn't know what the word meant unless the men were prepared to commit, genuinely commit to instructing their wives. The men heard him out. Robinson translated every word. Then Atkins said something that stopped everyone. "How are we supposed to teach them religion?" He looked at the ground. "We don't know anything ourselves, and even if we tried, they'd ask us to account for the way we've lived, and there's no answer to that." The priest leaned forward. "Tell him that's exactly why he should do it." Robinson translated. "A penitent is the best preacher of repentance," the priest said. "He doesn't need to arrive as a righteous man. He needs to arrive as a man who knows what it costs to live without God and is trying to find his way back. That's the only sermon his wife will believe." Atkins went quiet for a long moment. When he looked up, there were tears in his eyes. "It's too late for me," he said. "I know it. Are you at peace with that?" Robinson asked. "No." The word came out like something torn loose. "I think about it and it's all I can do not to." He stopped himself. "No. I'm not at peace with it." Robinson told the priest. The priest's face changed. "Ask him if he's not at peace with it, if he's troubled by it, if he wishes things were different. Then it isn't too late. That's what repentance is. That's where it starts." They let Atkins go. He walked out without saying where he was going. Robinson and the priest found him 20 minutes later, sitting under a tree at the edge of the wood. His wife was beside him. They were deep in conversation. They watched from the tree line, concealed by the canopy, close enough to observe but too far to hear. Atkins was pointing, up at the sky, across the horizon, down at the ground, at himself, at her, at the trees, describing something in terms large enough that hand gestures were necessary. The priest said nothing for a moment. "He's telling her who made it," he said quietly, "all of it." Then Atkins dropped to his knees, both hands raised, head bowed, lips moving. He stayed there less than a minute, then sat back down beside her and kept talking. She was listening differently now. Her posture had changed, the kind of change that happens when something lands in a person instead of just bouncing off them. Her hands moved to her chest. She looked up at the sky the way he'd pointed. Then they both stood. He took her hand. They knelt together. The priest put his hand over his mouth. His shoulders were shaking. Robinson watched. He wasn't a man who cried easily, and he didn't cry then, but something moved through him that he couldn't name and didn't try to. After some time, Atkins stood, pulled his wife to her feet, and walked her back toward the settlement. They didn't know they'd had an audience. The priest collected himself. Then he said quietly, "He's going to be all right. That man is going to be all right." He married the others that afternoon. He waited for Atkins and his wife to return, and married them last. That evening, Robinson pressed the priest on the theological dimension he'd been circling. The priest was working to bring people to faith, but under his own theology they'd be Protestants, heretics in the formal terminology. What exactly was he accomplishing? The priest answered without defensiveness. "I will not tell you I'm certain you can't be saved," he said. "I believe the church holds the fullness of truth. But I won't presume to know the limits of Christ's mercy. What I know is the distance between a man who calls on Jesus Christ, even imperfectly, even in a tradition I dispute, and a man who has never heard the name. That distance is not small." He paused. "If every savage on this island becomes a Protestant before they become a Catholic, I will thank God for it and trust him with the rest. The first light is his work. The fuller light will come in his time." Robinson had spent a great deal of his life in places that stripped away the luxury of fine distinctions. He recognized pragmatic faith when he saw it. He told the priest he was grateful. That was true, and it was enough. Chapter 7. Atkins under scrutiny. The priest's words hit different than Crusoe expected. No fire and brimstone, no condemnation, just a man who believed something deeply enough to live it without apology. Crusoe had spent enough years reading men to know the difference between performance and conviction. This was conviction. If your church was full of men like you, Crusoe said, gripping the priest's hand, you'd have the whole world Catholic inside a generation. The priest smiled without arrogance. And if yours were full of men like you, sir, perhaps we would all be Protestant. Neither man pushed further. That was the thing about men who'd actually suffered for something. They didn't need to win arguments. They walked back through the tree line in silence, the heat pressing down like a fist. When Crusoe spotted the settlement clearing, he could see Atkins and his wife already waiting outside, sitting, patient. He turned to the priest and kept his voice low. "Do we tell him we saw him under that bush?" The priest shook his head. "Let him speak first. Let's hear what he says." They brought Atkins in alone, no witnesses, no pressure, just the three of them in the dim interior of the shelter, the air heavy with salt and wood smoke. Crusoe started simple: background, family, where he came from. Atkins didn't hesitate. His father had been a clergyman, a good man. Patient in ways that Atkins had systematically destroyed. He laid it out flat, no excuses, like a man reading an accounting of the damage on his own life. The old man had tried everything: instruction, correction, love. Atkins had taken all of it and thrown it back in his face until the old man's heart gave out under the weight of a son who simply would not stop. "I broke him," Atkins said. His voice didn't crack, that was almost worse. "I shortened his life. That's the truth of it." Crusoe felt it land somewhere in his chest like an arrow. He thought of his own father, the old man back in York. The look on his face the last time Crusoe had seen him, standing in the doorway, watching his son walk away from everything he'd built for him. Crusoe hadn't looked back. He told himself he was going to see because the sea was calling. The truth was simpler and uglier than that. He was running. He'd shortened that life too. Maybe not with the same violence, but with the same fundamental selfishness. The young priest leaned close and said quietly, "I told you, when this man converts, he'll preach to all of us." Crusoe nodded. He felt strangely unqualified to be in this room. He steadied himself and leaned forward. "Will, what cracked you open? Why now?" Atkins looked at his hands. Rough, scarred, the hands of a man who'd done hard things with them, not all of them good. "You put me to work." He said, "You told me to teach her about God, so I started talking, and the things I was saying to her." He paused. "They came back at me like rounds off a wall." "That wasn't your wife preaching at you," Crusoe said. "That was your own conscience. She just gave it a direction to move." "Yes, sir." Atkins looked up, and it hit with everything it had. "Tell us what happened, all of it." Atkins exhaled slowly. Like a man preparing to go back into a building he'd barely survived the first time. "I told her about marriage first. Laws, contracts, why men and women bind themselves to each other. The order of it, the necessity of it. She was sharp enough. She understood more than I gave her credit for. Said it was better than what she'd known." He paused, jaw tightening. "Then she asked me about God." The conversation between Atkins and his wife had started the way conversations like that always start, with someone asking a question the other person isn't ready to answer. "You say God made everything." "Yes, God made my country too." He'd almost laughed, caught himself. She wasn't being naive, she was being precise. "Yes, God made everything. Then why you never tell me? Why you live like no God watching?" He hadn't had an answer for that. He'd stood there in the filtered jungle light with his mouth open and felt the bottom drop out from under him. "You say he is powerful. You say he sees everything. He hears you curse, hears you swear. Yes, yes. Then where is the power? Why he not stop you? Because he's merciful." She'd gone quiet for a long moment. Her eyes were measuring him the way a navigator measures a horizon. Merciful. What is that? It means he forgives. He's patient. He's our Father, so he never punish. Never angry when you do wicked. He is angry, but he's patient. He gives men time to repent, but he not make you dead yet, so maybe he tell you are safe, do what you want. The words were blunt and functionally devastating. She wasn't wrong, that was the worst part. Atkins had felt something collapse inside him at that moment, not theatrical, not dramatic, just the quiet mechanical failure of every excuse he'd ever built for himself. "What do you say to him for that?" She'd pressed. "You not even say thank you." "No," he'd admitted, "I haven't." She'd looked at him the way people look at wreckage. "Then maybe your God is not real, or maybe he is real and you are just not good." Both, Atkins had said, both of those things, and then she'd said the thing that broke him completely. "I wish to know this God. I have done nothing against him. I do not want to make him angry. Can you show me?" He'd stood there realizing he was the last man on earth qualified to introduce anyone to God. His entire biography was an argument against the existence of grace. He was the evidence she should walk away. He'd sunk to his knees anyway, not performance, not theater. There was no audience, just a man running out of options, kneeling in the dirt, holding up his hands to something he'd spent a lifetime ignoring. Asking that something to please help this woman that he had not deserved, asking forgiveness he had not earned for a prayer he had no right to make. She'd watched him, then she'd knelt beside him. Crusoe let the silence sit after Atkins finished. The young priest was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Did you speak to her of Christ, of redemption, the resurrection, judgment?" "I tried," Atkins said, "but I kept tripping over myself, every word I said. My own life called it a lie." He pressed his knuckles against his mouth briefly. "I need someone better than me to finish what I started." Crusoe called her in. He placed himself between the priest and the woman, running translation, and what happened in that shelter over the next hour was something he would spend the rest of his life trying and failing to adequately describe. The priest didn't lecture, he didn't perform. He spoke to her with the directness of a man who believed every word he was saying. He laid out the framework of a faith that had survived 2,000 years of people trying to destroy it, and she received it with the same precise, relentless intelligence she'd used to dissect her husband's hypocrisy. Wonder first, then understanding, then something quieter and deeper than either. She asked to be baptized. Crusoe moved to the priest and kept his voice low. "Don't make it Roman. Atkins will see it, and we don't need a religious fracture in the middle of what we're building here." The priest nodded without offense. He performed the baptism with a bowl of water and clean, uncomplicated words in French, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Mary, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost." The Latin he kept private, barely audible, just his lips moving at the edge of sound. The name was Crusoe's choice. He was her godfather. Hadn't expected that to mean anything to him. It did. Afterward, the priest turned to Atkins and didn't soften it. "Repentance without change is just regret dressed up in better clothes," he said. "God used you to bring this woman to something real. Don't be the man who hands someone a life raft and then burns the ship. You understand me?" "Yes, sir. She may end up a better Christian than you ever were. That's not a threat. That's a warning. Don't waste what happened today." They married Atkins and Mary there in the shelter, with the heat outside pressing against the walls and the sound of the island doing what islands do, indifferent and continuous around them. Crusoe had been present for a lot of things in his life. Storms, shipwrecks, violence, years of silence that would have hollowed out a lesser man. But standing in that shelter, watching something ancient and necessary happen between four people in the middle of nowhere, he thought it was the best day he could remember. The priest's mind was already moving to the next problem. 37 native men living in a corner of the island, no structure, no purpose beyond feeding themselves. That was an unstable compound, and Crusoe knew it. He went to the Spaniard, his governor now, the man who'd held things together in his absence with quiet competence, and laid it out. Take Friday's father, go to them, offer them land. Or work in the settlements as free labor, not slaves, non-negotiable. They'd surrendered under terms, and those terms held. The offer landed better than expected. Most of them took positions in the settlements. A few wanted their own land and got it. Crusoe spent the next 2 days parceling out the island. He gave Atkins the job of dividing it because Atkins, sober now, focused. Carrying something new in his bearing like a man who dropped weight he'd been hauling for years, would do it without favoritism or ego. He did. Nobody argued with the result. Crusoe formalized everything in writing: bounds, improvements, inheritance. A standard rent clause kicking in after 11 years if anyone from him came to collect it. He signed it, sealed it, made it real on paper, which was the only way things stayed real once he was gone. The Spaniards held the original settlement, his first habitation, the place he'd built from nothing, the place he'd survived in when surviving seemed like a joke. They pushed east along the creek. The English planted in the northeast, working south and west. The island was large enough that nobody's borders touched, room to grow without friction. He'd seen what friction did in tight spaces. He wasn't building that. The eastern end he left empty. If natives came ashore there for their rituals, fine. Let them come and go. If they touched nobody, nobody would move against them. As long as the lines held, the island could sustain what he'd built. The young man found him while he was preparing to go back to the ship. He was the one Crusoe had pulled off the starving vessel, 17, maybe 18, with a directness that Crusoe had respected from the start. He said he had a match he wanted settled before Crusoe left. Crusoe assumed it was the servant girl. He started in on the practical objections: age gap, her poverty, the likelihood that the boy would regret it once he was back in England with options in front of him. The young man smiled and let him finish. "It's not me," he said. "It's Jack, my jack-of-all-trades man, and Susan." Crusoe stopped. He thought about it for 3 seconds and decided it was the most sensible thing he'd heard in a month. Jack was capable in ways that couldn't be taught, the kind of man who could read a situation, find the leverage point, and move. Susan was different but equally solid, steady, smart in ways that didn't announce themselves. She ran conversations the way good officers run operations, efficiently without waste, knowing when to speak and when to listen. She'd have been a commanding presence running the whole settlement if anyone had thought to give her the responsibility. They were right for each other. More importantly, they were right for the island. He gave her away. He gave them land. He formalized it the same way he'd formalized everything else in writing with weight behind it. The young man's own request was simpler. A small claim, a servant or two, enough to work a plantation while he waited. He wanted letters carried to London to his family, to people who thought he'd vanished. "I won't forget you," Crusoe said. "You have my word." He meant it. He'd left enough people behind in his life with promises he hadn't kept. He wasn't doing it again. He looked out at what he'd built, or what had grown in his absence, and what he'd now shaped into something that might actually hold. Plantations pushing out from the creek. Men who'd been pirates and survivors and castaways turned into something that functioned like a society because they'd chosen to make it one. The priest was already thinking about the 37, already calculating how to reach them, what it would take, whether it could be done without him present. "I'll put it in motion," Crusoe told him. "You have my word on that too." He walked to the longboat with the sun hammering down on the back of his neck and the island doing what it always did, breathing, waiting, indifferent to whether any of it mattered. It mattered. He was sure of that now. Chapter 8, Divided by Faith. The priest's idea had been rattling around in Robinson's head for 2 days, converting the natives, planting something lasting in this place before they sailed. He'd mentioned it once, half a thought, and now standing in the morning heat with the smell of salt and wood smoke cutting through the air, he decided it was worth doing right. He pulled the clergyman aside before breakfast. "We split it," Robinson said. "You take the Spaniards, I'll handle the English." The priest nodded, no argument. Good man. The message was simple, no denominational politics, no Catholic versus Protestant nonsense. Teach them about God, teach them about Christ, keep the doctrinal infighting buried. The men agreed, all of them. Robinson had learned enough about human nature to know promises made in daylight didn't always survive until dark, but he'd take what he could get. He started with Atkins. Will Atkins had been one of the worst of them once. Violent, reckless. The kind of man who made you keep a hand near your weapon even when you were sitting at the same fire. But that was before the island had stripped everything away and left just the raw material underneath. Robinson had seen it happen to men. The wilderness had a way of burning off the rot if it didn't kill you first. He found the camp in better shape than expected. The young woman, the one he'd come to respect more than almost anyone he'd met in years of hard travel, was sitting with Atkins's wife. The two of them deep in conversation, voices low and intent. Atkins's wife had been baptized only 4 days ago, 4 days. Robinson had seen men attend church for 40 years and absorb nothing. This woman had absorbed everything. Atkins met him at the door. The man's face was different, calmer, like a sea that had finally run out of storm. "When God wants someone found," Atkins said quietly, nodding toward the women inside, "he finds a way to send someone to find them." That young woman, he shook his head. She could convert this whole island, every last soul on it. The young woman heard him. She stood, cheeks flushed, moved to leave. "Sit down," Robinson said, not unkind. "You're doing good work, don't run from it." He sat with them a moment. Listen to the shape of what was happening between the two women. No book between them, no text, just memory and conviction passed mouth to ear like a field transmission. He reached into his coat pocket. The Bible was worn, the cover cracked along the spine. He'd carried it without thinking much about it, the way you carry a knife, not because you expect to use it right then, but because you know what happens when you don't have one and suddenly need it. He held it out to Atkins. Anne couldn't speak. His jaw worked. His hands came up and took the book with both of them, the way you'd receive something precious and fragile, and he turned to his wife and his voice broke completely. "I told you," he managed. "I told you, we kneeled down under that bush and I asked God, I asked him." He stopped, pressed the book against his chest. "He heard us." The tears came hard, not soft weeping, the kind of crying that comes out of men who haven't cried in years, who've been holding something compressed in their chests like a charge waiting to go off. It came out of him all at once, and there was nothing dignified about it, and Robinson didn't look away from it because there was nothing to be ashamed of there. Atkins's wife believed with total sincerity that God had reached down and hand-delivered that specific book in direct response to her husband's prayer. Robinson understood the instinct. He also understood the damage that kind of thinking could do if it calcified wrong. He leaned toward the young woman and kept his voice low. Don't let her believe it was a miracle, not like that. Explain providence to her. Explain that God works through ordinary means, through timing, through circumstance, through people, not through supernatural couriers. She needs to understand the difference. The young woman understood immediately. She handled it with more grace than most ordained men Robinson had ever known. The truth was enough. It didn't need embellishment to be extraordinary. What stayed with Robinson was Atkins himself. The man had been a wreck, not broken-down wreck, but the dangerous kind, volatile, unpredictable, capable of real violence. And here he was, holding a Bible like it was the only solid thing in a tilting world. His father had put something in him decades ago, some compressed instruction that had sat dormant through years of destruction. And now, faced with people who knew even less than he did, it had detonated. That was the lesson. You never knew when the seed would break open. You just kept planting. He was still thinking about that when he remembered what he hadn't done. He'd left them without a Bible, one Bible total for the entire settlement, and it had arrived by accident, pulled from his own pocket without forethought. The widow back in Lisbon, the one who'd packed 3 Bibles and a prayer book into his cargo all those years ago without being asked, had been smarter about this than he had. Wherever she was, he hoped she knew her charity had landed somewhere that needed it. Before he left, he sat with the young woman again, just the two of them. He'd been thinking about what she'd told him during the crossing, about the ship, about the starvation. Tell me again, he said, what it was like. The whole of it. She didn't hesitate. The first day without food, I felt hollow by evening, she said. Her voice was flat, clinical, the way people describe things they've processed fully because they had to. Nauseous by nightfall. I slept about 3 hours, woke up feeling slightly better. That didn't last. Robinson listened without interrupting. The second day the sickness came in cycles, hunger, then nausea, then dry heaving, nothing to bring up. I slept that night and dreamed I was in Barbados at a market. I dreamed I ate a full meal. When I woke up the drop was physical, like falling. She looked at her hands. We drank wine with sugar in it, but there was nothing in the stomach for it to work against. It went straight to the head. I was told later I lay there like someone drunk and unconscious. I don't remember that part. The third morning, she continued, I woke up feral. That's the only word for it. Feral. I understood in those hours what hunger does to the reasoning mind. It doesn't dull it, it hijacks it. Everything gets redirected toward one objective. I thought things I won't repeat. She paused, not from embarrassment, from precision, making sure she got it right. I fell during one of the worst moments and hit my face on the corner of the bed frame. My nose bled badly. The cabin boy brought a basin. I bled into it for a while. And as the blood came out, the intensity of the hunger dropped. My body thought it was eating. I came back to myself. Robinson held very still. Then I fainted. They thought I was dead. When I came to, the pain in my stomach was different. Not the hunger pain, something deeper. A gnawing, constant, like something mechanical in there that needed to be fed or it would eat itself. By the 4th day, she said, the cycle had compressed every 15 minutes. Sick, sleepy, ravenous. Stomach pain, ravenous again, then crying, then the madness again. My strength was almost gone. I lay down that night hoping I wouldn't wake up. She stopped. The basin with the blood was still on the floor from the day before. I drank it. Her eyes were steady, no apology in them. It worked the same way, checked the hunger, bought me time. I don't know how to explain it beyond that. Robinson nodded slowly. My mistress was worse than I was, but she was quieter about it. She gave the last piece of bread to her son. He didn't want to take it. She made him. A pause. I believe that's the only reason he was still alive when you came. She folded her hands in her lap. When we heard the sailors above us shouting, a sail, none of us could stand. My mistress couldn't move at all. Her son and I couldn't get to the cabin door. We'd had no contact with the crew for 12 days. They'd stopped coming because they assumed we were dead. She looked at Robinson directly. That was our condition when you found us. You know the rest better than I do. Robinson sat with it for a long moment. He'd seen battlefield wounds. He'd seen men shot, drowned, burned. He'd never heard starvation described with that kind of precision. She'd mapped her own deterioration with the detachment of a field surgeon. He believed every word. He made his final preparations with the same methodical focus he'd applied to everything on the island. He did not tell them about the sloop, not yet. He'd seen the fractures in the group, the old resentments, the territorial instincts, the way men who have barely held themselves together will fall apart the moment they have the tools for it. Give them a vessel and they'd scatter. Or worse, they'd consolidate power the wrong way and turn the island into something predatory. He'd seen it happen in other places. Good land gone rotten because the wrong men got mobile too early. The brass cannon stayed aboard for the same reason. Defense, yes. Offense, no. Let them hold what they had. Let them build it. He'd come back when the soil was ready. He left on the 6th of May, 25 days on the island. He stood at the rail as they made sail and watched the shoreline until it was just a green smear on the horizon and then nothing. He promised them cattle, sheep, hogs, cows. The two he'd brought from England hadn't survived the voyage. No hay, no option. They'd had to slaughter them at sea. He'd do better on the next run. 5 guns fired in salute as they pulled away. He watched the island disappear. 3 days out, the wind died. The current pushed them east-northeast toward a coast that shouldn't have been there. The men called land twice. Robinson couldn't confirm it. Could have been continent, could have been islands. The haze made it impossible to read. Then the mate went up the mainmast shrouds with a glass. He came down fast. There's an army out there. Robinson stared at him. Sir, I'm not wrong. 1,000 canoes at minimum moving toward us. Robinson took the glass himself. The mate was right. The dark mass moving across the water resolved slowly into individual shapes, low, fast, dozens of paddlers in each one. The sea looked like it was alive and coming toward them. He felt the specific quality of calm that comes when the situation has already decided itself and all that remains is execution. Get us to anchor, he said. Furl everything, boats over the side, 1 bow, 1 stern, man them with your best, buckets and wet sacks ready. They'll try to burn us if they get close enough. His nephew, the captain, looked pale. He'd heard stories from the island, but stories and 1,000 canoes bearing down in flat, calm water were categorically different experiences. We'll be fine, Robinson said. He meant it clinically, not reassuringly. He'd run the math and didn't like the odds of boarding action but liked his guns. They came in fast. Robinson revised the mate's count downward as they closed, closer to 126 canoes ranging from 6 men to 17. Still a significant force. Still enough to be a serious problem if they got alongside in numbers. They circled, cautious, curious. Whatever he was clearly something they had not encountered before. Robinson ordered Friday to the deck. Friday went without hesitation. He was that kind of man. Robinson had known that from the beginning. Friday called out across the water in the language, clear, carrying voice, asking their intent. The nearest canoes, 6 of them maybe 40 meters off the bow, stopped paddling. Then the men in those canoes turned around. They bent forward and showed their backs. Friday shouted a single word, warning. 300 arrows came out of the canoes in a ragged volley that sounded like wind through wire, and Friday took 3 of them before Robinson could move. He was standing in the open. There was nowhere to go. The arrows hit him in the chest and upper arm, and he went down on the deck and didn't get up. Robinson stood over him for 1 full second. Then he turned to the gun crews. 5 with small shot, 4 with great, fire when ready. The broadside hit the canoe fleet at half a cable's length. The gunners had had time to aim. 3 or 4 canoes went over on the first salvo alone, wood splintering, men thrown into the water, the sound of it rolling across the flat sea like a door slammed shut on the world. What followed was not a battle. It was a rout. 13, 14 canoes destroyed or capsized. The rest scattered at a dead sprint, paddling without coordination, abandoning their own men in the water. Robinson watched through the glass and felt nothing he hadn't felt before in his life when violence had been necessary and proportionate and done. They pulled 1 survivor from the water more than an hour later, still swimming, long after the fleet had vanished below the horizon. They buried Friday at sea. Robinson stood at the rail and watched the coffin go under and did not look away until there was nothing left to see. 11 guns fired, one after another, the sound rolling out across the empty water. He counted everyone. Friday had been with him since the island, since the beginning of what Robinson thought of as the second part of his life. The man had been honest, loyal, and brave without apparent effort, the way some people are, as if they were built with their priorities already sorted. Robinson had never once doubted him. He didn't let himself stand there long. There was nothing to be gained from it. He went below. 12 days later, they made landfall at 5 degrees south. 4 more days running south by east along the coast brought them to Cape St. Augustine. 3 days after that, they dropped anchor off the Bay of All Saints. Robinson stood on deck and looked at the harbor he'd first seen as a young man, terrified and grateful and completely unaware of what was coming. His deliverance had come from this place, so had most of his suffering. Getting ashore was harder than it should have been. His partner was alive and prominent. His merchant trustees vouched for him. His story was known, the island, the survival, the return. None of it mattered to the bureaucracy. He was a foreign ship captain with unknown cargo, and they treated him accordingly. His partner finally leveraged an old debt. 500 moidores Robinson had once donated to the Augustinian monastery, 270 more to the poor, and got the prior to go personally to the governor. The result was limited shore access. Robinson, the captain, one more officer, 8 sailors. No goods landed without inspection. No persons removed without license. Getting 3 bales of English cloth ashore for his partner took the better part of a day of negotiation. His partner reciprocated with fresh provisions, wine, preserved fruit, tobacco, and several gold medallions. A generous man, always had been. Robinson gave him instructions for the sloop. The vessel was already framed. His partner assembled a crew in days and had her fitted and loaded fast, the kind of efficient, no questions. Hard work that Robinson had always valued in him. The cargo going back to the island, 3 milch cows and 5 calves, 22 hogs including 3 breeding sows, 2 mares and a stallion. Supplies, seed, tools. For the Spaniards, 3 Brazilian women recruited and recommended for marriage, with Robinson personally emphasizing they were to be treated well. One of his own sailors volunteered to go with the sloop and settle permanently. Former Maryland planter. Former buccaneer, the kind of resume that suggested flexibility and the ability to solve problems under pressure. Robinson gave him land grants, tools, and the prisoner they'd pulled from the water after the canoe battle, now technically a slave, practically a laborer. Then his partner mentioned the other man, a Brazilian planter, suspected heretic, living under the shadow of the Inquisition with his wife and 2 daughters, his estate already seized, everything stripped. Robinson's partner didn't like the man's theology. He liked the idea of him burning alive even less. "I'll take him," Robinson said. They hid the family aboard the ship until the sloop had cleared the bay. Then at sea they transferred them across family what remained of their possessions, sugar-cane cuttings, and the accumulated knowledge of a man who understood tropical agriculture. The English sailor and the Brazilian planter. Different origins, compatible skills. A shared destination. Robinson checked the sloop's manifest one last time before they separated, everything accounted for. He received letters in London months later, routed through Lisbon. The settlement was thriving. 60, 70 people now, plus children. The cargo had arrived intact. Robinson read the letters once carefully, then put them away. He was done with the island. He wrote that to himself in his journal and meant it. And knew even as he wrote it that a man who had to write such a thing down probably wasn't quite done. But that was a problem for another voyage. Chapter 9. Madagascar's misdominion. The decision to sail for the East Indies was the worst call I ever made. No justification exists for it. A free man walking into a prison and asking to be locked up makes more sense. I'd had options, good ones: charter a vessel out of England, load her right, run her direct to the island, secure a government patent, stake the claim properly, fly the English flag, fortify the position, build something that would last. Bring cannon. Bring ammunition. Bring men who knew how to work the land and defend it. 6 months of disciplined effort, and I could have been shipping rice back across the Atlantic, building something real, something permanent. Instead, I played patron, played monarch, walked around that island like some aging warlord dispensing favors, watching my people with the satisfied eye of a man who confused benevolence for leadership. I never registered the settlement with any government, never flew any nation's colors, never even gave the place a name. Just left it hanging in legal and political limbo, subject to nothing but my own will, which meant subject to nothing at all once I sailed away. The last word I had from anyone there came through my partner, forwarded so many times it didn't reach me until I was back in London, years after it was written. The message was bleak. They were struggling. Morale had collapsed. Will Atkins was dead. 5 of the Spaniards had pulled out. There had been skirmishes with the locals. The survivors were asking me to honor my promise and come get them before they died on that island. I was already gone, chasing the next horizon like a man who'd learned nothing. There's a particular cruelty in getting exactly what you want. Providence has a way of weaponizing your own desires against you, turning your greatest ambitions into the instruments of your punishment. I should have recognized the pattern by then. I didn't. None of that mattered now. The voyage was already underway. Before I move on, one word about the Catholic priest who'd traveled with us. His faith and mine sat on opposite ends of the theological map, but the man was genuine. I never once heard him invoke the Virgin or call on his guardian angel, though that was standard currency among his kind. He kept his religious politics to himself and focused on the work in front of him. If the missionary orders had produced more men like him, they'd have been sending clergy into Lapland and Tartary, working among people with nothing to offer in return, instead of clustering around the wealthy trade routes of India and China like vultures circling a carcass. When a ship bound for Lisbon was made ready, the priest asked my permission to take passage. He noted, with quiet self-awareness, that he seemed constitutionally incapable of finishing any voyage he started. I should have gone with him. I know that now. I didn't. We ran the Atlantic south to the Cape of Good Hope on a course that was mostly southeast, clean enough sailing with the occasional storm and foul wind to remind us the ocean doesn't owe anyone safe passage. My disasters at sea were behind me. What waited ahead was terrestrial, as if the land itself had decided it was its turn. There was word that a French man-of-war, 50 guns, was running the same general route with 2 merchant escorts. We were at war with France. I logged it, kept my eyes open, and never saw them. They had their own problems. I'll spare the technical navigation. Coordinates and compass variations are for logbooks. What matters is what happened to us, where it happened, and what it cost. Our first landfall of consequence was Madagascar, the island's eastern coast. Late afternoon, the light going amber and long across the water as we put the boat ashore. The locals materialized quickly, the way people do when they've been watching from the tree line long before you spotted them. Large numbers, weapons visible, lances and bows, and they knew how to use them. But the initial contact was clean. They'd traded with us before and the transactions had been fair. We'd given them knives, scissors, small useful things, and they'd brought us 11 fat bullocks in return, good meat, some for immediate consumption and the rest salted for the ship's stores. The custom for this coastline was formalized and specific. You cut 3 boughs from a tree and planted them in the ground as a signal. If they accepted, they planted 3 boughs of their own. From that point, the zone between the 2 sets of markers was neutral ground, open for trade and conversation. You left your weapons at your own poles. They stacked their lances and javelins at theirs. The system worked because both sides understood the rules and the consequences of breaking them. We'd made the signals. They'd accepted. Trade had gone smoothly for days. That evening, more people came down from the interior than usual, still friendly. The women brought milk, roots, provisions that were genuinely welcome after weeks at sea. We built a rough shelter from cut branches, spread out and settled in for the night. I didn't like it, nothing I could point to, no specific threat indicator. Just the accumulated instinct of a man who had survived enough bad situations to know that comfort on unfamiliar ground was a vulnerability. The boat was anchored about 30 feet offshore with 2 men aboard. I had one of them come to shore, then rigged branches over the gunwales for concealment. Spread the sail flat across the bottom of the hull and spent the night floating just off the beach instead of sleeping on it. 2 in the morning. The first thing I heard was one of our men screaming from shore. Not a shout, a scream, the kind that doesn't leave room for interpretation. Then 5 muskets fired, then 5 more, then 5 more again. I was on my feet before full consciousness caught up. Shoved the boat toward shore, grabbed 3 fusils from the rack, and moved. The scene on the beach was already deteriorating past the point of control. Our men were in the water, not wading out in good order but plunging in, sprinting for the boat, pursued by somewhere between 300 and 400 figures moving fast along the tree line and across the open sand. 9 of our men total, 5 with fusils. The remaining 4 carrying pistols and blades, which in this situation meant almost nothing. We pulled 7 men aboard. 3 of them were badly wounded, and we were taking fire the entire time. They weren't throwing anything random. The arrows came in at volume and on angle, sheeting in from the shore so thickly we had to barricade the exposed side of the boat with bench planks and loose boards that happened to be aboard. Pure luck that we had them. Daylight would have been catastrophic. By moonlight, their accuracy was already threatening to overrun us. In full sun, with the sight picture they needed, they would have picked us apart. We got our firearms organized and put a volley into the shoreline. The cries we heard back told us we'd connected, but they held the beach, stood their ground until first light, which meant they were waiting for visibility. These were not men who panicked. We couldn't weigh anchor without standing up, and standing up meant becoming a target. We made signals to the ship, which was riding a league offshore. My nephew, the captain, had heard the firing and glassed us from the deck. He understood the situation. He brought the ship as close as depth allowed, then sent another boat with 10 armed hands. One of those men took a towline end in his teeth, slid into the water, used our hull as concealment from the shore, and swam to us. He made the line fast. We slipped our anchor cable and they towed us clear of the engagement zone while we lay flat behind our improvised barricade. Once we had enough separation, the ship came broadside on to the beach and put a full volley into the shoreline. Iron-lead small shot canister. The kind of fire that ends arguments. Safe aboard, we ran the incident back. Our supercargo, a man who knew this coastline well, made the call before anyone else did. He told us flatly that the people ashore would not have broken the truce without provocation. The custom had held for generations. Someone on our side had done something. It came out quickly, the way these things always do when the alternative is facing a formal inquiry. An old woman had come inside the marker poles to sell milk. She'd brought a young woman with her, probably her daughter. While the transaction was ongoing, one of our sailors had separated the girl from the old woman and taken her into the tree line. The old woman had left without her. Within hours, 400 men were on the beach. One of our sailors was killed with a lance at the opening of the attack, caught outside the shelter when the first strike came. The rest made it back, all except the man who'd caused it. He was unaccounted for. We spent 2 days on signal, running the boat up and down coast for several leagues, calling for him. Nothing. If only he had paid the price for what he'd done, the loss would have been proportional. It wasn't. Third night after the contact, I wanted to know the damage. How many casualties on their side, what the disposition of their forces looked like, whether there was any possibility of recovering our missing man. I assembled 20 of the hardest men aboard, plus the supercargo and myself. We went in 2 hours before midnight, landing at the same point where the engagement had occurred. No movement, no sound. We split into 2 elements, the boatswain commanding one, me the other, and advanced on the position. Total darkness. We moved carefully. The boatswain's element stopped hard. One of his men had tripped over a body. We held until the moon gave us enough light to work with. 32 dead on the ground, 2 still breathing but not for long, arms missing, legs missing, 1 man with no head at all. Their wounded had been evacuated, which meant they'd had enough organization after the engagement to conduct a recovery operation. That told me something important about who we were dealing with. I was ready to go back to the ship. The boatswain had other ideas. He sent word that his element wanted to push to the village these men had come from, find the settlement, look for plunder, and possibly find Tom Jeffrey, the man we'd lost. If they had asked permission, I would have shut it down immediately. We had a ship, we had a cargo, we had a voyage with commercial obligations and crew members whose lives were not theirs alone to spend. Instead, they sent word they were going regardless, and would I care to join them? I refused. I stood up to head back to the boat. Some of them started working on me, cajoling. Then the boatswain's element just walked. One man said he was going, then another said the same. Then they were all moving except when I managed to hold the boy in the boat. The supercargo and I went back to the water. We told the men we'd wait for them. I told them it was a suicide run. I told them most of them would end up like Tom Jeffrey. They told me like sailors do that they'd be fine, they'd be back in an hour. The village, they said, was no more than half a mile. It was over 2 miles. They were not underprepared. I'll give them that. Every man carried a fusil or musket with bayonet fixed and a pistol holstered. Several had cutlasses. Several had short hangers. The boatswain and 2 others carried poleaxes. Between them they had 13 hand grenades. Better armed men have been sent on worse missions with worse outcomes, but the discipline wasn't there. And discipline is the difference between an operation and a massacre. The first cluster of structures they found, 12 or 13 huts, wasn't the main settlement. They debated. Taking it out risked survivors who would run ahead and raise the alarm. Leaving it meant losing time and direction. They chose to bypass it. Then one of them found a cow tied to a tree. The logic was sound enough in the way that simple things sometimes are. They cut the restraint made from twisted reed and followed the animal. It led them directly to the town, 200 structures. Families distributed across them, the entire population asleep. They ran a quick scouting pass through the settlement and confirmed they had the numbers and equipment to act. Then they broke into 3 elements and began placing incendiaries. Their primary material was black powder dissolved in the palm of the hand to make a fast-igniting paste. The structures were thatched with reeds. They went up like torches. They lit fires at 4 or 5 points simultaneously. Before any of that, while the scouting party was moving through the outer edge of the town, 3 men from the lead group stopped and called back to the others. They had found Tom Jeffrey. He was hanging from a tree, naked, suspended by one arm. His throat had been cut. Beside the tree was a large structure. Inside, 16 or 17 men, identifiable as participants in the original beach assault by wounds from our musket fire. These men were awake, talking quietly in the dark. Our people didn't yet know their exact number. The sight of Jeffrey incinerated whatever restraint had remained. They made a collective decision. No prisoners, no quarter, none, and then they went to work. The fires took hold faster than anyone anticipated. Reed and thatch carry flame the way dry timber doesn't. Within minutes the settlement was a roaring grid of fire and collapsing structures. The smoke was visible from the sea. I watched it from the boat. People came out of burning houses into the open, and our men were at the doors to receive them. The boatswain worked the entrance to the large structure near Jeffrey's tree with two others, bayonets at the muzzle, turning back anyone who tried to push through. When the volume of people inside exceeded his ability to control the threshold, he called for a grenade and threw it through the opening. The detonation produced screaming at a pitch I have never heard before or since. The main house had a secondary compartment. Whatever leadership structure the settlement had was gathered there. The fire made the point moot. The structure came down on top of them. They didn't fire a shot for the first portion of the assault. Gunfire would wake the outlying areas faster than fire alone. When the flames spread the alarm naturally, they began using their weapons, moving building to building, staying in the heat and noise because that's where the killing was concentrated, following the burn line, intercepting anyone who broke from a burning structure in any direction. I sat in the boat watching the sky go orange. My nephew had been watching from the ship. When the fires grew large enough to be unmistakable, he couldn't hold position. He took another boat, 13 men plus himself, and came ashore. He found me in the supercargo sitting in the boat with 2 men between us. His relief at seeing us alive lasted approximately 10 seconds before it converted into the same consuming need to know what was happening to his crew. The screaming carried across the water. The fires lit the sky like a sustained signal flare. He told me he was going in. I walked him through the same argument I'd made to the others. Ship safety, voyage obligations, duty to the owners and merchants, the structural consequences to the entire enterprise if he lost men he couldn't replace. He said he'd rather lose the ship, the voyage, and his life than leave his men in there without support. He went. I was no longer capable of staying behind. That is the truth of it. Whatever logic I was carrying about command responsibility and operational risk, it collapsed in the face of what I was hearing from the tree line. The captain sent the pinnace back to the ship for 12 more men. 6 would hold the boats, 6 would follow us in. He left 16 men aboard a vessel that required more than that to sail properly. We moved toward the fire. What we walked into was beyond anything in my experience. I had read about Cromwell at Drogheda, about Tilly at Magdeburg. 22,000 dead, every account said. Men, women, children, the entire civilian population of a city put to the blade in a single sustained action. I had processed those accounts as historical events, remote and abstract. Walking into that settlement erased the abstraction permanently. The streets were impassable with fire. The first thing we could identify clearly by the firelight was a collapsed structure and 4 bodies in front of it. 3 women among them, more shapes visible in the embers of the building itself. The cries from further in were continuous, layered, the kind of sound that stops being individual voices and becomes a single composite noise that exists in the chest rather than the ears. We pushed forward. 30 feet ahead, 3 women burst from the smoke at a dead run. Behind them, 17 or 18 local men running the same direction. Behind all of them, 3 of our sailors moving at a controlled pace, stopping to fire into the group when their targets pulled away from reach. 1 man dropped in front of us. The survivors saw us, and what little coherence they had left dissolved entirely. 2 women dropped to the ground where they stood, not shot, collapsed, the body's response to threat exceeding its endurance. I do not have adequate language for what I felt in that moment. Our sailors came up behind the group they'd been pursuing and saw us. The boatswain's face was black with smoke and blood. His expression was the expression of a man who has crossed a threshold that doesn't permit return and who hasn't yet recognized that fact. He thought we'd come to help finish it. "Captain," he said. He was out of breath, moving on adrenaline and momentum, voice carrying the flat, elevated quality of a man whose blood is running entirely hot. "Glad you're here. We're not half done, every one of them. We swore it, every last one." I put my voice over his. "Stop." The word came out at a volume and register that cut through the ambient noise. "Not one more person touched, you hear me? Not one. Stand down right now or I will put you in the ground myself." He stared at me, then he said, "You want a reason, come here." He took me to the tree, to what was left of Tom Jeffrey. I understood the rage. I felt it move through me the same way it had moved through them. But rage is a reaction. It is not a justification. These people had executed 1 man. Our sailors were in the process of destroying a settlement of 200 structures and everyone in it. I thought of Jacob's words regarding Simon and Levi, the sons who had done something very much like this a very long time ago in a different desert against different people, for reasons that felt similarly righteous in the moment. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. Then my nephew looked at the body and said in front of the men that not one person in this settlement deserved to live. 8 of my men broke and ran back into the fire with the boatswain. I let them go. I am not proud of that. I walked back to the water with the supercargo and 2 men. Dawn was beginning to gray the eastern horizon. I had been awake all night. My legs were functioning on something that wasn't quite physical energy anymore. Near the cluster of smaller huts we'd bypassed on the way in, approximately 40 men were standing in the road with lances and bows, armed, waiting. I missed them entirely in the darkness, came out on the beach at a different point by sheer accident and didn't cross their position. Broad daylight when I reached the boats. I took the pinnace and went aboard, then sent her back immediately for whatever men were still standing. From the deck I watched one more volley, our men hitting that cluster of huts on their way out, killing 16 or 17 more, burning the structures. They left the women and children alone, that much they managed. They came back to the beach in 1s and 2s, scattered across the shoreline, no formation, no security awareness, moving like men coming down from something they hadn't fully processed yet. A competent enemy force could have rolled them up completely without taking a casualty. But the country was paralyzed. Whatever information structure the settlement had possessed, we had destroyed it along with everything else. The people in the surrounding area were not mounting a response. They were hiding. Our men came aboard. Not one of them had taken a significant wound. 1 sprained ankle, 1 burned hand. Counting the cost was different on the other side of the equation. I did not look at the coastline as we made sail and stood away. Chapter 10, Blood and Reckoning. The rage hit me like a fever, hot, consuming, and useless. My nephew, my own blood, standing on that deck while his men butchered their way through a village, stoking the fire instead of killing it. A commander who'd let his emotions override every principle of command. I'd seen it before. It always ended the same way. He stood before me straight-backed, eyes clear, voice steady. When I saw what they did to the sailor, he said, I stopped being a captain. I was just a man. He held my gaze. I know that's not enough of an answer. It wasn't, but it was honest. The crew didn't even pretend to care what I thought. They moved around me like I was furniture, cleaning their weapons, patching their wounds, laughing at things that shouldn't be funny. They weren't my men, they never were. We weighed anchor the next morning. The village was gone, not abandoned, not scattered. Gone. The accounts varied. The way accounts always do when men don't want to count the bodies they've made. Best estimate, 150 dead, men, women, children, 1 town erased from the earth. Tom Jeffrey was already past help when they cut him down. Throat opened so wide his head barely stayed on. They laid him on the ground with something like reverence, the same hands that had spent the night killing everything in sight. I watched and said nothing. I thought God would burn the voyage for what they did that night. I still think that. The boatswain had his arguments and he wasn't entirely wrong. The natives had fired first the night before, killed one of ours without cause. Jeffrey shouldn't have been strung up like meat in a market. The laws of war are brutal math, and by that math they had standing. But math doesn't account for women and children. It doesn't account for a whole village. Nobody wanted to hear the word massacre. I kept using it anyway. The Gulf of Persia took its toll first. 5 men, Arabian coastline. They went ashore on their own judgment and didn't come back, surrounded, killed, or taken into slavery before the boat crew could react. The men who made it back barely made it back. I started to say something about divine judgment. The boatswain cut me off before I got 3 words in. Luke 13, verse 4, he said, flat and certain. The tower falls on who it falls on. That's not judgment, that's just the world. I had no answer for it. None of the 5 men we'd lost had been at Madagascar. The math didn't hold. I went quiet, but I'd been preaching at them for too long. I could feel it the way you feel a change in weather. Something had shifted, pressure building in the hold of that ship, and I was the cause of it. The boatswain found me on deck one morning. He didn't ease into it. You keep dragging Madagascar out in front of the men, he said. Every chance you get, you're not the captain. You've got no authority here, and the way you talk, he stopped, reassessed. Some of the men think you're building a case, something to use when we get back to England. And what do you think? I think you need to stop, and if you won't stop, I'm done sailing with you. I won't be the last to walk. I let him finish, kept my breathing even, my hands loose. I'm a principal owner of this ship, I said. That gives me the right to speak. I've said what I've said and I'll stand behind every word. You don't have to like it. He held my eyes for a moment, then turned and walked away. I thought it was over. I was wrong. Bengal. The city moved the way port cities always move, chaotic and purposeful at the same time, a controlled flood of bodies and commerce. I went ashore with the supercargo. An evening ashore, nothing more. Stretch the legs, clear the head. I was walking back toward the boat at dusk when one of the crewmen stepped into my path. "Captain says not to bring you back aboard," he said. He had the look of a man who'd been rehearsing those words. "Who gave that order?" "Coxswain. I found the supercargo immediately." "There's a mutiny forming," I told him. "Get to the captain now." But I was already behind the situation. While I'd been ashore, the boatswain had moved him. The gunner, the carpenter, the whole petty officer corps had stood in front of my nephew and put it to him clean and direct. I was off the ship, they said. Better to keep it that way. If I came back aboard, they'd all walk, every one of them. And when the boatswain turned toward the mainmast, the crew assembled there, chanted it back at him in one voice, one and all, one and all. My nephew came to me on shore an hour later. He was calm in the way men are calm when they're working hard to stay that way. "They swore on it," he said. "Shook hands in front of me. Either you stay ashore or they do." "What did you tell them?" "That you're a principal owner of the vessel, that I'd go to England broke before I put you off my ship." He looked at me. "I meant it." "I know you did. I'd been in worse positions. I'd been alone on an island in the Atlantic for years, with nothing but what I could build or kill or coax from the ground. Being stranded in Bengal was not that. But for a moment, standing there with my nephew's face telling me everything I needed to know about how bad the situation was, something cold moved through me. "Tell them I'm staying ashore," I said. "Get my gear off the ship. Leave me enough money to operate." He started to protest. "It's done," I said. "Go." The ship left without me. I stood on the dock and watched it go. No ceremony, no anger, just a set of sails shrinking against the horizon until they were gone. My nephew had left me 2 men, his personal clerk and a manservant, along with 1,000 pieces of 8 in hard coin and a letter of credit for more. He'd thought of everything a good officer thinks of when he knows someone is going to be operating alone in a denied environment. I found a room in a house run by an Englishwoman, other tenants, merchants mostly French, 2 Italians who operated like the Jews they probably were, and 1 Englishman. I moved in, assessed my situation, and started thinking. I had trade goods, I had cash, I had time. Over 9 months I converted the goods into diamonds, compact, portable, high value. The kind of wealth a man can carry in his pocket through hostile territory and hostile hands. Every piece of wealth I had was now small enough to conceal and dense enough to fund a journey home through almost any route I could imagine. Overland through the Mughal territories to Surat, sea to Basra, caravan across the Arabian desert, Aleppo, Mediterranean, France, England. Or wait for an East India Company vessel coming up from Sumatra and beg passage. Neither option thrilled me. The Englishman found me on a Tuesday morning. The kind of morning where the heat comes early and doesn't apologize for it. He pulled up a chair, planted his elbows on the table, and looked at me the way men look at other men when they've already made a decision and are just waiting for the other person to catch up. "I've got a proposition," he said. "You're here by accident, I'm here by choice. Neither of us is going anywhere fast, but there's money moving through this part of the world, real money, if you know how to position yourself." He leaned forward. £1,000 from you, 1,000 from me. We hire a ship, run a trading route to China. You captain, I merchant, we move. I sat with it for a moment. I wasn't a merchant by nature, never had been, but I was something worse. I was a man who couldn't stay still, who looked at every horizon as a problem that needed solving by crossing it. This man was offering me motion, a purpose, a direction to point myself. "Let's find a ship," I said. Ships were easier to find than crew. Good English sailors were scarce in Bengal, scarce everywhere that wasn't England, but we assembled what we needed: an English mate, boatswain, gunner, a Dutch carpenter, 3 able seamen from the foremast. We filled out the complement with local sailors who knew these waters better than we ever would, and we sailed. A chin first on the north tip of Sumatra, then Siam, where we traded goods for opium and Iraq, the opium worth more in China than almost anything else moving through these waters at the time. 8 months operating out of Saskin, then back to Bengal, holds fuller than we'd left. The profit was substantial. I'd watched men return to England from East India postings worth £60,000–70,000 and wondered at it. I stopped wondering. The machinery of Eastern trade, once you understood its gears and pressures, was merciless in its efficiency. Money moved toward knowledge, and knowledge was everywhere if you were willing to move with it. I was 60 years old, rich enough, had been rich enough for years. What was one more successful venture to a man who already had everything he needed? Nothing, that was the problem. My partner ran the numbers and smiled across the table at me. The satisfied smile of a man who'd been proved right in front of someone who'd needed convincing. Better than staring at pagans, he asked. Marginally, I said, but don't get comfortable. If I actually commit to this, I'll run you across every trading post between here and the edge of the map. I won't stop. You'll be begging me to anchor somewhere for a week. He laughed. I wasn't entirely joking. The truth was simpler and harder to say out loud. I didn't know how to be still. At home, I wanted to be moving. Moving, I wanted to be home. The island had cured nothing in me. It had only compressed the restlessness, packed it tight. And when I'd finally left, it had detonated slowly over years, carrying me further and further from anything that looked like rest. Solomon wrote that the eye is never satisfied with seeing. He was right. He was describing me. My partner proposed another run almost immediately, the Spice Islands, Manila, Cloves. I resisted the way I always resisted, long enough to feel like I'd considered it seriously. Then I said yes the way I always said yes. We made it in 5 months. The spices sold to Persian merchants at the kind of margin that makes you reevaluate everything you thought you knew about risk. When the accounting was done and the money divided, my partner gave me the same look again, told you so, worn like a medal. You're a convert, he said. Maybe, I said. But you should know I'm the kind of convert who burns hotter than the people who were born into the faith. You wanted a trading partner. What you've got is something you might not be able to stop. He didn't look worried. He should have been. Chapter 11. Dead captain's crew. The Dutch vessel materialized out of Batavia like a ghost, a 200-ton coastal trader, not an ocean runner. Word on the waterfront was that her crew had been gutted by sickness, leaving the captain short-handed and anchored in Bengal with nowhere to go. He wanted out, posted a notice, ship for sale. I heard about it before my partner did. I tracked him down and laid it out flat. He was quiet for a moment, not the kind of man who made decisions on impulse, which was exactly why I trusted him. Then, she's a little big, we'll take her anyway. We paid, we took possession, we moved fast. The plan was to absorb the existing crew into our operation, keep the momentum going. But when we went looking, every last one of them had vanished. Gone. We dug around for answers and eventually got them. They'd collected their shares and walked overland to Agra, heading for Surat, then the Gulf of Persia by sea. It gnawed at me. That route, that kind of open movement across the world, it was exactly the kind of thing I'd been craving. Ground miles, new geography, forward progress toward home. Then I found out who they actually were. The man calling himself captain, he was the gunner. The real captain had been killed on a Malay shore, ambushed with 3 of his men left in the dirt. After that, 11 survivors made a decision. They took the ship, left the mate and 5 others stranded on the beach and ran her to Bengal, pirates wearing the skin of honest sailors. We'd bought a stolen ship, not deliberately, that much was clean. We hadn't asked the right questions because we hadn't known to ask them. The man presented a bill of sale, Emanuel Klostershoven, or something close to that, probably forged from the first letter to the last. He was convincing. We were motivated buyers. The deal was done. We recruited new hands after that, English, Dutch, a solid mix, and turned our attention southeast. Second voyage, Cloves, the Philippine and Malacca island chains, 6 years, port to port, back and forth across the same waters until I knew them by feel. Good margins, no catastrophic losses. My partner and I were deep into our stride when we pointed the bow toward China, with a side run to Siam first to take on rice. The Straits of Malacca were difficult. Contrary winds pinned us down for days, beating through those tight, island-choked passages until we finally broke clear and immediately discovered the ship had sprung a leak somewhere in her hull. Couldn't find the source. We needed a port. My partner knew the coast. He directed our captain. Thompson, a steady English mate I'd promoted to the role rather than taking the helm myself, to bring us up the Cambodian River. It cuts in along the north shore of the Gulf below Siam. We dropped anchor and ran small boat operations ashore for resupply. That's when he found me, an Englishman, gunner's mate off an East India ship moored in the same river. He came alongside without ceremony, direct. "You don't know me," he said. "I don't know you. But you're in danger and you don't see it coming." I studied him. "The only danger I know about is a leak I can't locate. We're beaching her tomorrow to run the hull. You won't beach her tomorrow when you hear what I'm about to tell you." He didn't blink. "You know there's a town 15 leagues upriver, Cambodia, and between here and there, 2 large English ships 5 leagues out, 3 Dutch beyond them, you know that?" "I know it now. What's that got to do with me?" "It means you sailed into this anchorage without checking what was already here. without asking whether you could handle what you might find. He let that land. A man in your position should know the answer to that question before he drops anchor. I felt the shift, the cold, specific alertness of a threat coming into focus. Explain yourself, plainly. If you don't put to sea right now, he said, at the next high tide you'll have 5 longboats alongside, armed. And if they take you, you'll be tried as a pirate. The investigation will happen after they've already decided the verdict. He paused. I thought a man in your situation would be more grateful for this kind of information. I don't dismiss the man who just saved my life, I said, but I need to understand what I'm running from. Give me the rest. Short version, you were at Sumatra. Your captain was killed there by Malays. You, or men connected to you, ran with the ship. Word traveled, now you're flagged as pirates operating in these waters. He straightened. That's what they believe, that's what they'll act on. The picture snapped into sharp clarity. I understand, I said. We came by that ship clean, but it doesn't matter what's true if no one believes it. Let's move. Don't just put up your guard, he said. Get off this river entirely. You've got a full tide ahead of you, use it. They're 20 miles back and they'll come at high water. You'll have a 2-hour lead minimum, and they're running longboats, not ships. They won't chase you far offshore if there's weather. What do you want for this? 19 months back pay owed to me on my ship. My friend here Dutch, 7 months. Cover what we're owed, we come with you. If we're wrong about the threat, we ask for nothing extra. If we're right and we've just saved your ship and everyone on it, you decide what that's worth. Fair deal. I shook on it and moved. Both men were over the rail with me. As I pulled alongside the hull, my partner came out on the quarterdeck, face lit up. We stopped the leak, we found it and stopped it. Good, raise the anchor right now. He stared at me. What, why, what's, no time, get every hand on that capstan and get us moving. He could see it in my face. He called for the captain. Thompson had the anchor up and the sails drawing before the questions finished forming. The tide wasn't fully out, but a land breeze gave us enough. We put the bow toward open water and ran. Below in the cabin, I gave my partner the full picture. The 2 men filled in the gaps. It took time, more time than I wanted, and then a sailor knocked and pushed open the cabin door. Captain says to tell you 5 boats behind us, closing. There it is, I said. I looked at my partner. He nodded. I went topside, put it to the crew straight. There was a design to take this ship and hang us as pirates. Were they with us? Every man answered the same way, to the last. Thompson's judgment was blunt and prudent. Keep them off with the long guns as long as possible, then small arms to deny boarding, and if it came to it, fall back to the reinforced interior and make them work for every inch. They probably didn't have the gear to breach the bulkheads. The gunner moved without being told. 2 guns repositioned fore and aft out of the steerage, loaded with canister, musket balls, scrap iron, whatever was close at hand. Clean, efficient, lethal. We held our course for open water with the wind behind us, watching the boats through the glass. 5 of them, large longboats full of men pushing every inch of sail they had. 2 of the English boats were outrunning the others, 2 leagues ahead of the pack and pulling on us. We fired 1 round without shot. Warning only, ran up a white flag. They came on anyway. When they got within hailing distance and still hadn't answered, I took down the white flag and ran up red. We fired a live round, 1 shot across their bow. They kept coming, angling to get under our stern and board us from the quarter. I ordered the ship brought around. Broadside on, 5 guns in sequence. 1 round found the rearmost boat perfectly, took out her stern in a single detonation. She went dead in the water, crew scrambling forward to keep her bow up and her hull above the surface. Done, the lead boat kept coming. While the gunner reloaded, one of the trailing boats broke formation to pull the disabled crew out of the water. We noted it. Then we called to the lead boat 1 more time, offered to talk, asked their business. Nothing. She pushed under our stern. The gunner ran out both case guns and fired, missed clean. The men in the boat shouted, waved their caps, thought they'd won something. He reloaded fast, faster than they expected, and fired again. The shot cleared the hull but hit the men. We saw the damage from the deck. The boat went ragged, movement chaotic. We wore the ship again, brought the quarter to bear, and fired 3 more. The boat came apart, rudder gone, stern section disintegrating. They dropped the sail. Disorder spread through the surviving crew. Then our gunner put 2 more rounds into her. The boat went down, men in the water. I ordered the pinnace out immediately, pick up survivors, bring them aboard, get back fast before the trailing boats could reach us. We pulled 3 men out. One of them was barely alive, lungs full of river water. It was a while before he came back, the moment our pinnace was back aboard. We crowded on every stitch of canvas we had and drove for deep water. When the remaining boats reached the debris field, they stopped. The pursuit was over. I stood at the stern and watched them fall away behind us. We were clear, but barely, and for reasons I still didn't fully own. I made a decision right there. We were changing course. No announced destination, no predictable routing. We turned east. Away from the established shipping lanes, away from the European corridors to China, and every other commercial route that any hostile captain might be running. Below, we debriefed the Dutchman properly. He confirmed everything: the forged sail, the murdered captain, the men who'd taken the ship to Bengal. He'd been one of the 5 left behind on that Malay shore. He'd survived the jungle, swum out to a Dutch vessel working the coast, and eventually made Batavia. 2 of the original crew had turned up there and told anyone who'd listened that the ship had been sold to pirates in Bengal, pirates now actively raiding in these waters. English ships taken, Dutch ships taken, rich cargoes, none of it was us, but all of it had our ship's description attached to it. My partner said it quietly, but he said it right. If those boats had taken us, the verdict was already written. The men accusing us would have been the men judging us. There would have been no due process, just rope. His recommendation was to run back to Bengal. We had provenance. We had documentation showing where we were when the crimes occurred, who we bought the vessel from, the paper trail of a legitimate transaction. In Bengal, before proper authority, we could make the case. I let him finish. Then I told him why it wouldn't work. We were on the wrong side of the Straits of Malacca. The alarm was out. Every approach back to Bengal was a potential ambush, and if we were taken running, it wouldn't look like men seeking justice. It would look like men trying to escape. We'd hang ourselves the way things looked. The English sailor agreed with me. His read matched mine exactly. The plan shifted. We'd run north-northeast for the coast of Tonkin, then China. Execute the original trading objective, move the ship through local channels, and find a way home aboard something that didn't have a target painted on it. It was the cleanest option available. We committed to it. The run was hard. Once we pushed 50 leagues off the normal shipping corridors, the wind turned against us, steady headwinds out of the east, almost trade constant, bleeding time and provisions. The rations got thin, and there was always the background calculation. Those English and Dutch ships we'd left in the bay might be on the same heading, might arrive before us, might already have passed word up the chain. I'd been in bad positions before, genuinely dangerous ones, but I'd never been hunted, never been the name on someone's warrant. Everything I'd survived before had been circumstance, misfortune, the random violence of weather and the sea. This was different. This was men with a purpose and a list, and my name was on it, attached to crimes I hadn't committed, aboard a ship I hadn't stolen. Innocent and unable to prove it. That combination had killed men before. My partner kept me oriented, described the anchorages along the Cochin China coast, the Bay of Tonkin, the settlement at Macau where European families had dug in, where missionary priests staged before pushing into the Chinese interior. Enough of a community that we might find cover, find passage, find a way to dissolve back into the world under our own terms. We made the coast in the early morning dark, running tired and lean. We didn't go into the main bay. Instead, we found a small river enough depth for our draft and tucked into it. Sent the pinnace to scout what was anchored in the surrounding waters. The answer came back fast, and it was bad. 2 Dutch ships moved into the bay the following morning. A third vessel, no colors, probably Dutch, passed at 2 leagues distance on a heading for China. That afternoon, 2 English ships came through on the same track. We were boxed. Enemies east, enemies west, and a shore behind us occupied by people who, by local custom, enslaved the crews of any vessel that wrecked on their beach. And our ship still wasn't sound. The leak we'd stopped in the Bay of Siam hadn't been fully resolved, more like suppressed. We needed to beach her, clean the hull, find the source. But the options for doing that safely, surrounded by hostile ships and hostile locals, were narrowing by the hour. We sat in that river, running our calculations, and tried to find a play that kept us alive. Chapter 12, Hull down, cornered. The locals materialized out of the tree line like ghosts at dusk, drawn to the water by instinct, by opportunity, by the ancient calculus of the desperate and the opportunistic. They stood at the shoreline and watched the ship listing hard to port, her hull exposed, her angle wrong. From where they stood, she looked dead in the water, finished, and they couldn't see the work crew on the far side, men on stages, scraping and sealing, doing the unglamorous surgery that kept a wooden ship alive. They made their decision fast, 10 minutes of watching, and then they were moving. 12 boats, some carrying 8 men, some 10, moving in disciplined formation toward the stricken vessel. The math was simple. A wrecked ship meant salvage. Any men they found aboard meant slaves. The coastal trade in human beings was old here, older than memory, and these men were professionals at it. They had no way of knowing what was waiting for them. When their lead boats came around the hull, they found the work crew, men covered in pitch and sweat, scrapers and caulking irons in hand, doing what sailors do when a ship needs saving. The locals slowed their oars and stared. The work crew stared back. Nobody moved. The tension held for maybe 30 seconds. On deck, the call went out. Men started pulling back from the staging, getting vertical, getting inside. Others handed down weapons to the crew below, muskets, cutlasses, powder, moving with controlled urgency, trying not to broadcast what they were doing. Trying to look like men salvaging cargo, not men arming for a fight. It didn't matter. The locals had already made up their minds. The consultation lasted less than a quarter hour. Then the boats came on fast, hard, committed. 12 vessels driving in like a battle line, paddles churning white water. The work crew below saw them coming and their nerves started to crack. Men shouting up to the deck, "What do we do? What do we do?" The order came down sharp, "Get off the stages. Get into the ship now." But now was already gone. 2 of the enemy boats hit the longboat before the crew could move. Men were grabbing for prisoners, hands seizing collars and arms, the basic brutal physics of a boarding action. The first man they grabbed was an English seaman. Big, solid. He had a musket in his hand and he put it down, set it in the bottom of the boat like he was surrendering, like he'd already quit. He hadn't quit. He grabbed the man who'd grabbed him by both ears, dragged him bodily out of the enemy boat and into theirs, and beat his skull against the gunwale until the man stopped moving. Clinical, efficient, ugly as hell. The kind of violence that isn't angry, it's just work. The Dutchman next to him picked up the discarded musket by the barrel, turned it around and started swinging. Butt end only. 5 men went down before they stopped coming that way, but 5 men meant nothing against 40. The longboat was getting swarmed, only 5 defenders in it, the enemy pouring over the sides faster than they could be thrown back. The math was turning bad. Then the carpenter's kettles changed everything. 2 large iron pots had been lowered into the bow of the longboat before the fight started, standard equipment for hull work. One held boiling pitch, black and thick as tar, moving slow and rolling at the surface. The other held a mixture of rosin, tallow, and oil, heated to the point where the fumes bent the air above it. The carpenter's mate stood between them with a long iron ladle, keeping the supply flowing to the workers. 2 enemy fighters came over the bow rail right where he was standing. He didn't think, he swung the ladle. The superheated pitch caught both men across the chest and face. These were working men, half naked in the coastal heat, no armor, no protection. The compound hit bare skin at temperature, and the sound they made wasn't a scream. It was something deeper, more animal, the full-body howl of a man whose senses has simply overloaded. They went over the side into the water. Still burning, thrashing, disappearing. The carpenter watched it happen and started laughing. Give them more of it. He grabbed a mop, jammed it into the pitch pot, and started flinging it into the mass of boats clustering around them. His mate worked the second kettle. They moved methodically down the sides of the longboat, not wasting emotion, ladling and swinging and pouring, working the boats the way a sailor works a line. There was no precision required. The enemy was packed tight. Half naked, and the boiling compound was everywhere. The noise was extraordinary. It rose across the water and kept rising, a wall of sound, pure agony, nothing disciplined or brave in it, just men discovering what burning alive sounds like from the inside. Not one man in those boats escaped unmarked. On deck, the gunner had the cannons run back into position and was screaming to clear the longboat so he could fire into the mass of enemy vessels. The call came back, stand down. The carpenter's handling it. He stood down. The enemy didn't try a second approach. The ones farthest out watched the ship right herself as the ballast shifted, watched her come back upright, guns run out, crew visible on deck, and understood all at once that they'd misread everything. This wasn't a wreck. This wasn't salvage. This was a warship with a crew that had just scalded 40 of their men with boiling pitch and hadn't even broken a sweat. They left. The deck was quiet for a moment, just the sounds of the sea and the wind and men breathing. The victory had cost 1 life, the man the English seaman had killed with his bare hands, 1 skull against 1 gunwale, and that was the butcher's bill. It should have felt clean. It didn't. Every death has weight, even when the math is justified, even when the alternative is worse. The man had come to take slaves and wound up dead in a stolen longboat. And somewhere in that equation, there was a human being who'd made a series of decisions that ended here. The arithmetic of survival doesn't care about any of that, but the men doing the surviving sometimes do. The decision was unanimous. They weren't staying another night. They provisioned 2 days prior rice, root vegetables, bread, 16 live hogs. Everything was already aboard. By sunset, the deck was secured and the anchor detail was standing ready. They'd fight their way out if it came to that, but the pitch kettles had bought them something better than a fight. They'd bought silence. They sailed at first light. The Gulf of Tonkin was the logical next move, but there were ships in there. Silhouettes they'd watched slip past the headland, profiles they couldn't identify at range. They didn't need to identify them. Unknown ships in those waters meant Dutch or English, and either one meant questions they couldn't answer safely. They pushed northeast. Toward Formosa. It was an absurd thing, a ship running from the merchant fleets of Europe, the way a merchant ship in the Mediterranean runs from corsairs. But that was the situation. They were hunted by the very civilization that had built them, and the hunt wasn't for what they'd done. It was for what the ship they were sailing had done before they bought her. Formosa came up clean, fresh water, provisions, people who bargained honestly and delivered what they promised. There was a quality to the commerce here that felt different from most ports. Orderly, square dealing. Someone said it was the Dutch missionary influence, a generation of Protestant Christianity leaving its fingerprints on the culture's DNA. Maybe it was just a place that happened to have developed functional market ethics. Either way, they didn't linger to debate theology. North again. Following the Chinese coast at a safe distance, staying outside the lanes where European hulls were known to run. They were threading a needle, close enough to navigate the coastline, far enough to avoid being identified. 30 degrees north latitude, they started looking for a place to put in. The pilot boat came out 2 leagues offshore, a small local vessel with one old man aboard, moving with the unhurried confidence of someone who'd been reading these waters since before most of the crew was born. Portuguese. Ancient, bone-thin, and sharp-eyed in the way of men who have outlived their century by paying very close attention to it. He came aboard without being asked, dismissed his boat, and took a position at the rail like he'd never not been there. "Where do you want to go?" he asked. The answer they gave was the Gulf of Nankin, sell the cargo, buy Chinese goods, silk and tea and calicos, turn the ship around and go home. The old man shook his head slowly. He had opinions about this. He had opinions about everything. Macau was better for opium, he explained. Better buyers, better prices, better access to the full range of Chinese trade goods without the transit costs. It was good advice. It also didn't account for the specific, lethal problem they were carrying. The conversation shifted. They told him they wanted to see Peking, the imperial court, the great city. He liked that better. He knew a route, Ningpo, then upriver, connecting to the Grand Canal, an inland waterway that ran like a spine through the entire Chinese interior all the way to the capital. 270 leagues of navigable water, threading hills via locks and sluice gates, cutting through the heart of the largest empire on earth. They listened. Then they asked about Nankin. He said he could get them there. Said a Dutch ship had just made the same run. The temperature on deck dropped about 10 degrees. The old man noticed. He had the observational habits of someone who'd spent decades reading rooms full of sailors, men who lied fluently and sweated the truth. He watched the reaction ripple through the group and took his measure. "The Dutch aren't at war with you," he said carefully. "No, then what are you afraid of? Peaceful merchants, they won't touch you." The words landed like a sentence, because they weren't peaceful merchants, not in the way he meant. They were aboard a ship with a history that traveled faster than they could sail, and somewhere in these waters were officers who had the ship's name, her description, and a very specific set of grievances attached to her prior crew. There was no clean way through this. The old man was watching him with patient, dark eyes, waiting. He told him everything. The pilot listened without interrupting, the whole sequence, the purchase, the ship's reputation, the Dutch pursuit, the river ambush. The running fight, the pitch kettles, all of it. He sat with it for a moment after, turning it over, testing the weight of it. "Go north," he said finally. "Sell the ship in China, buy a junk, or have one built. I know men in Nankin who will buy her and men who will sell you another. The ship is the problem, get rid of the ship. And the men who know her on sight, the Dutch officers." The old man allowed himself a small, careful smile. "I know those commanders. I'll speak to them when I see them. Set the record straight. Tell them the original crew is gone, that the men currently aboard bought her clean and had no part in what came before." "Will they believe you?" "Enough," he said, "enough to be careful before they act." 13 days of sailing brought them to the southwest approach of the Nankin Gulf, and the intelligence waiting there was worse than anything they'd imagined. 2 Dutch ships, already inside, already ahead of them on the same route. The partner looked at him, he looked at the partner. Neither of them had anything useful to say. He turned to the old man. Was there another port, something small off the main lanes where European ships didn't go? The pilot thought about it. Yes, 42 leagues south, a small port, he called it Quinchang, where Catholic missionaries made landfall from Macau before pushing inland. Nobody strategic knew about it. No European merchant traffic. Occasionally the Japanese came through for seasonal trade, but otherwise it was quiet. It was nobody's port. It was perfect. They weighed anchor and headed south, 5 days against contrary winds. Then the port materialized out of the coastal haze, small, functional, completely unimportant on every chart that mattered. He stepped off the gangplank onto solid ground and felt something in his chest release that had been locked tight since Bengal. The resolution came to him fully formed, standing on the dock. If there was any way at all, to put his affairs in order without stepping back aboard that ship, he was going to take it. Any price, any inconvenience, he was done. His partner said the same thing without being asked. Fear is a peculiar weapon. It doesn't care about evidence. It doesn't respond to rational argument. It works in the dark, in the small hours, finding every crack in a man's certainty and forcing itself through. He knew in the clear light of reason that they could defend themselves. The ship's manifest alone told a story that pointed away from piracy. The cargo, the course, the ports, the crew makeup, the light armament. English, Portuguese, Indian faces, 2 Dutchmen. No pirate outfit in these waters ran that composition. Any reasonable commander could see it in 20 minutes of examination. But commanders weren't always reasonable, especially when they'd had boats shot at and men killed and a ship escaped from under their guns, especially when they'd been embarrassed. The dreams started coming regularly, Dutch sailors poring over the rail, rope and yard arm, the specific physics of judicial execution translated by the sleeping brain into something personal and vivid and inevitable. He woke one night mid-swing, fist already moving, and drove his knuckles into the cabin wall with enough force to split the skin across 3 joints. The pain came up sharp and clean through the sleep fog, and he lay there in the dark, hand throbbing, listening to the water against the hull. The Amboina story ran through his head on a loop. What the Dutch East India Company had done there, the torture, the forced confessions, the executions dressed up in the formal costume of justice. Men broken until they said whatever their captors needed them to say. And the cargo they were carrying, 4,000–5,000 pounds sterling if you totaled it correctly, was more than enough to make the mathematics of atrocity attractive. He understood, lying there in the dark, that none of his evidence would matter if they never got the chance to present it. A man executed doesn't benefit from the subsequent inquiry. Whatever accountability eventually found the men who killed him would be cold comfort from the bottom of the South China Sea. The anger, when it came, felt cleaner than the fear. He lay in the dark and built the fight in his head, how he'd run the guns out, how he'd set the powder charges if it came to that, how he'd take the ship down rather than surrender her. It was a better thing to die in fire than in a Dutch prison, answering questions designed to confirm conclusions already reached. He knew it might come to that, he was ready for it, or told himself he was. But in the quiet moments between the fear and the anger, he thought about the arc of it, 40 years of difficulty, of surviving things that should have killed him, of learning the specific grammar of staying alive in hostile environments. All of it leading here, all of it leading to a wooden ship with a bad history and a name that traveled faster than wind. He hadn't chosen this. He'd bought a ship in good faith and inherited a war. That seemed, in those dark hours, like the most honest summary of his entire life. Chapter 13. Shore after storm, the ship made port and they hit the dock running. The anxiety that had been eating through Crusoe's chest for weeks, the kind that sits behind the sternum and doesn't sleep, drained out of him the moment his boots found solid ground. His partner had described it later over a meal, said he'd had a dream where he'd been carrying a dead man's weight uphill and couldn't stand anymore. And then the old Portuguese pilot had appeared and lifted it clean off him, and the hill had flattened out into nothing. Crusoe understood exactly what he meant. That's precisely what it felt like someone had reached into your rib cage and removed a fist-sized stone you'd stopped noticing was there. They were done with that ship, both of them. That decision required no discussion. The old pilot, their pilot now, their man, moved fast once they were ashore. Within hours he had them a place to sleep and a warehouse for the cargo. It wasn't much. A low hut with a larger outbuilding beside it, the whole perimeter fenced with cane staves lashed tight against pilferers, and there were plenty of those in this country. The local magistrate threw them a guard as a gesture of goodwill, one soldier with a half-pike who stood post at the door 12 hours a day for a pint of rice and 3 cents worth of coin. Cheap security, but it held. The goods stayed intact. The regional trade fair had already closed out, but the river still had life in it. 3 or 4 junks riding at anchor, and a pair of Japanese vessels that had come out of China loaded and hadn't yet sailed, their merchants still conducting business on shore. Crusoe catalogued it all, every resource, every potential advantage. The pilot's first real move was to get them in front of 3 Catholic missionary priests working the town. He walked them into an introduction like he was handing them a weapon. One was French, Father Simon, one Portuguese, one Genos. Father Simon was sharp, relaxed, easy company. The other 2 were closed off, eyes forward, grinding through their work with the joyless efficiency of men who had convinced themselves suffering was the point. They moved through the population with practiced subtlety, inserting themselves wherever a conversation would open. Crusoe ate and drank with them often enough to form a clear judgment. The conversion work they were doing, calling these people Christians after teaching them to cross themselves and recite phrases in a language they didn't understand, was barely more than theater. But he had to give them this much: they believed it. They believed it hard enough to cross oceans, live in hostile cities far from home, and die badly when the locals decided they were a threat. That kind of commitment, even misplaced, commands a certain respect. Father Simon had his orders. He was to travel north to Peking and was waiting on a second priest coming down from Macau to make the journey with him. Every time Crusoe saw him, he pressed the same point. "Come with me," he'd say. "I'll show you things you can't imagine. Peking, the greatest city on earth. London and Paris together don't come close." Crusoe filed it away and gave him nothing. One afternoon they were eating together and Crusoe let a sliver of interest show. Simon moved on it immediately, pushing both men hard for commitment. Crusoe's partner leaned back and looked at the priest. "Why do you want us along? We're heretics, you know that. We're not exactly your kind of people." Father Simon smiled without hesitation. "Maybe you become good Catholics eventually. My job is converting heathens. Who says I can't work on you too? So you'll preach at us the whole way," Crusoe said. "I won't be a burden to you," Simon said. "Our faith doesn't strip us of manners, and out here," he gestured at the world around them, "we're all countrymen compared to everyone else. You're Protestant, I'm Catholic. Maybe we're all Christians in the end. At minimum, we're all gentlemen. We can travel as that." Crusoe liked the answer. It reminded him of a priest he'd left behind in Brazil, a man of genuine depth and iron conviction. Simon was good company, but he didn't carry that same weight. There was warmth there, but the bedrock wasn't as solid. Still, they had more pressing problems than theology. The ship needed to move, the cargo needed to move, and they were sitting in a port with almost no commercial activity and no obvious exit route. Crusoe had briefly considered sailing for the river at Kilam, pushing toward Nanking, but something held him back. He'd learned to read those feelings the hard way. You ignore the hair on the back of your neck enough times, eventually you stop making mistakes. Then the pilot brought them a Japanese merchant. The man came aboard, looked over the inventory with dark, evaluating eyes, and bought the entire opium stock at a strong price. He paid in gold, coin, and small wedge ingots, 10 to 12 ounces each, weighed out clean and honest. While they were settling the transaction, Crusoe ran a side calculation and had the interpreter float the idea of selling the ship outright. The merchant's expression didn't change, but his shoulders came up slightly. A tell. 3 days later he was back with one of the missionary priests translating. He had a counteroffer. He'd used up his available capital on the cargo, no money left for the vessel. But he had a proposition: charter the ship, same crew, run her to Japan. From Japan, he'd send her on to the Philippine Islands with a full load of goods, freight paid in advance before departure. At the end of the run, upon her return, he'd buy her outright. Crusoe felt the familiar pull. The same compass needle swinging toward the horizon it always swung toward. He pushed the merchant on whether he could charter the ship to the Philippines and get off there. No, the merchant needed the return cargo. He could release them at Japan. Crusoe was already calculating. Japan to the Philippines onward, south maybe, into open water. His partner put a hand on his arm and walked him away from the table. "Think about what you're actually considering," he said. "The Japanese are dangerous people. The Spanish in the Philippines are worse, different kind of dangerous, but worse." He was right. Crusoe knew it. He hated that he knew it. They moved the decision forward. They went to the captain and crew, asked them straight out if they'd make the Japan run. While that conversation was happening, the young man Crusoe's nephew had left in his charge came to find him. He was direct about it. Said the voyage looked profitable, said he saw real upside, said if Crusoe wasn't going to take it himself, he'd like to go as merchant if Crusoe would allow it. And if he made it back to England and found Crusoe alive, he'd render a full accounting. And whatever profits came out of it would be Crusoe's to divide as he saw fit. Crusoe didn't want to lose him, but the math was sound and the kid had the instincts for it. He took it to his partner. His partner didn't hesitate. "We both know that ship is done for us," he said. "If your man wants to take the voyage, I'll give him my share of the vessel free and clear. He makes it back to England, he splits the freight profits with us 50-50. The other half is his." If the partner was willing to give that to a man who wasn't even his responsibility, Crusoe could do no less. They signed over half the ship to the young man, got a written agreement on the other half's accounting, and watched him sail for Japan. The Japanese merchant proved out completely. He covered the young man's interests in Japan, secured him a shore permit that most Europeans couldn't get near, paid every invoice on time. The Philippines run came off clean, Japanese and Chinese goods out, a company supercargo managing the trade with the Spanish, European goods and spices coming back. Freight paid well, cargo sold at strong margins. When the merchant declined to buy the ship after all, he compensated by loading the young man's vessel with goods on his own account. From there the young man found his footing in Manila, got the ship registered as a free vessel, picked up a contract from the Manila governor to run cargo to Acapulco on the American coast, and negotiated landing rights. He crossed overland to Mexico, caught a Spanish vessel to Europe, made Jamaica, made England 8 years later. Wealthy, back in the present, Crusoe and his partner had unfinished business before they could move on. 2 men had warned them about the plot against them on the Cambodia River. That warning had been worth everything. The complication was that both men were in their own way criminals. They'd believed Crusoe's crew were pirates, which meant they'd come down to betray the conspiracy not out of any moral conviction, but because they wanted to sign on for the piracy themselves. One of them admitted it later without apparent shame. The warning had still been the warning. Crusoe paid the back wages both men said they were owed on their respective ships. Then he put a piece of gold in each man's hand, enough to satisfy them without ceremony. He made the Englishman the ship's gunner, bumping the previous gunner to second mate and purser. The Dutchman became boatswain. Both men accepted the roles with the quiet satisfaction of people who'd gotten exactly what they came for: practical, clean, done. Now Crusoe stood on Chinese soil, approximately 1,000 leagues deeper into the world than Bengal, which had already felt like the edge of everything. In Bengal, he'd at least had routes back, money could buy passage, connections could be activated. Here he had nothing like that. He had goods, a partner, and time. What he also had was information. In 4 months, another trade fare would run through the port. Chinese junks from Tonkin might be working the route by then. If any Dutch or English ships made it into the harbor, there was a chance to load cargo and buy passage back toward India, toward something recognizable. They decided to wait, and while they waited, they moved. They rode to Nanking first. 10 days out and 10 days back through terrain that looked prosperous on the surface and wasn't underneath. 1 million people in that city, they said. The streets ran in straight lines and crossed each other at clean angles. Crusoe walked them and noted everything and was largely unimpressed, not because there was nothing there, but because he'd learned to strip the romance off things. China was not what Europeans imagined it to be. It was older than their imagination of it. But older wasn't the same as better, and mystique wasn't the same as strength. The farms were poorly worked. The roads were maintained, he'd give them that, well paved and kept better than you might expect. But the people living alongside those roads were another matter. The grinding poverty of the rural poor existed in direct tension with an almost theatrical pride that Crusoe found more pathetic than impressive. Peasants with nothing carrying themselves like they were the center of the universe. It wasn't dignity, it was performance, and performance costs more than it returns. Father Simon rode with them on part of the journey, and they made a habit of dry commentary between themselves. 10 leagues outside Nanking, they caught up to a local landowner making his way back to his country estate, some kind of district notable by the look of his entourage. 12 servants around him, 2 slaves behind his horse keeping the animal moving with sticks because the horse was half-starved and barely functional. The man himself wore a calico robe covered in dangling ornaments and slashes and tassels, layered over a grease-black silk vest that testified to months of meals eaten without concern for where they landed. He labored the horse across the head with a whip while his slaves labored it from behind. An hour later, resting at a village, they passed his estate on the way out and caught him in the courtyard. He'd arranged himself in a large chair under a tree with an umbrella positioned over him for maximum visual effect. And two female slaves attended him, one spooning food into his mouth, the other catching what fell onto his beard and his vest. He watched the travelers pass with the expression of a man who wanted to be observed. Father Simon stayed back long enough to find out what the great man was eating in all his state: boiled rice, a clove of garlic, a bag of green pepper, some local root that smelled like musk and tasted like mustard, a small piece of lean mutton cooked into it. Crusoe filed that away too. The mandarin they traveled with was a different caliber of spectacle, a provincial viceroy who moved like a small king, surrounded always by his own people, the countryside feeding him at no cost while he charged the civilians attached to his retinue market price for that same food and pocketed the difference. There were 30-odd people traveling under his protection who paid for the privilege. It was a clean operation. Crusoe respected the mechanics of it even if he didn't respect the man running them. He had one bad moment in the field. Fording a shallow river, his horse went down and threw him. The water wasn't deep enough to drown in, but it was deep enough to ruin the notebook in his coat pocket, the one where he'd been recording names, places, contact information accumulated over months of travel. He fished it out and watched the pages rot apart in his hands, the ink dissolving into gray nothing. He never recovered those entries. Some things you can't take back. Peking, 25 days of riding through dense, poorly managed countryside to get there. Crusoe traveled with his young attendant, the boy his nephew had assigned to him, who had turned out to be steady and reliable under pressure. His partner had one man with him, a kinsman. The Portuguese pilot rounded out the group. Riding along in exchange for his expenses, he spoke the local language, functional French, passable English, and had a gift for inserting himself usefully into any situation. They paid his way and considered it money well spent. They'd been in the city less than a week when the pilot found Crusoe in the street, moving fast, eyes bright. "Seigneur Inglese," he said, slightly breathless. "Something that will make your heart glad." "I doubt that," Crusoe said. "Nothing in this country reaches me that deep." "Make you glad, make me sorry," the old man said, his broken English threading through the sentence. "Why sorry? Because you will leave me here alone." He spread his hands. 25 days I travel with you, now you go back without me, and I have no ship, no horse, no pecune," his fractured Latin for money, which he deployed with theatrical despair. "And how do I reach my port?" Crusoe crossed his arms. "Tell me what you found." The pilot had run into an Armenian merchant that morning in the street. An old contact, a man he'd known in Tonkin who had come up from Astrakhan with a trade caravan and changed his plans, was now preparing to ride back out with a major Russian and Polish merchant convoy heading overland to Moscow. The caravan was assembling, departure in 4 or 5 weeks. Crusoe stood very still for a moment. Overland to Moscow. From Moscow, north and west to the coast. From the coast, home. He looked at the pilot. "Don't worry about going back to Macau alone. If this is what I think it is, that's not happening." He found his partner and laid it out. His partner didn't need convincing. He'd settled his Bengal interests well, good people holding his accounts, strong liquidity, and if they could convert their remaining capital into Chinese silk, raw and worked, they could ride the caravan to Moscow and catch a company ship out of a European port back to England. He'd make the return to Bengal in a later season. That left the pilot. They could have left him. They didn't. The man had functioned as navigator, broker, fixer, and interpreter for months. The Japan merchant deal alone had put hundreds of pounds in their pockets, and that introduction had been his doing. They owed him better than a polite goodbye. They calculated a gold payment worth £175 sterling between them, coined portable, his to invest or spend as he chose, plus full coverage of his travel costs for the journey, horse and food and lodging, the only exception being any horse he needed to carry private cargo. Then they called him in and told him. The old man's face shifted through several emotions in quick succession. "You go back to Macau," Crusoe said. "No, you don't. You're coming with us to Europe. Question is whether you want Moscow or England at the far end." The pilot said he would go with them to the edge of the world. They began preparing. 4 or 5 weeks stretched into 4 months and change, the way these things always do. Every merchant in the caravan had loose ends to chase down, deals to close, goods to pack and protect. But the convoy took shape. The date firmed up. The direction was set. West, overland, home. Chapter 14, Caravan into Darkness, early February. The new calendar. We We pulled out of Beijing with the kind of careful measure that only comes from experience and necessity. My partner and the old Portuguese pilot had broken off from the main element, hauling ass back to the coast to liquidate inventory we'd left at port. I linked up with a Chinese merchant I'd known out of Nanjing, solid man. No wasted words, and together we moved south to handle our end of the operation. 90 bolts of fine damask, 200 more pieces of raw silk, some threaded with gold, premium cargo, all of it staged back to Beijing and waiting by the time my partner returned. The final load was substantial. Raw silk, calicoes, 3 camel loads of nutmeg and cloves, total value pushing £3,500 sterling. 18 camels just for our share. Not counting the ones we rode, 2 spare horses, 2 more packed with provisions, 26 animals total in our column. The full caravan was something else, 300 to 400 horses, 120 armed men. This wasn't a trading expedition, it was a convoy, and like any convoy moving through contested territory, it needed to be organized accordingly. The eastern routes had the Arabs, out here you had the Tartars. Different flag, same problem. The group was mixed, multiple nationalities, different languages, different loyalties. But 60 plus were Moscow merchants or Russian nationals, some of them Livonians, and 5 of them were Scots, sharp men, well-funded, the kind of men who'd been places and come back to tell about it. After the first day's march, the 5 guides called a command council. No servants, principals only. Every man pooled a set amount into a common fund, forage, provisions, guide fees. Contingency. Then they structured the column, named captains, assigned command rotations, established order of movement and rules of engagement if contact was made. It felt bureaucratic until you understood what was waiting ahead. Then it felt like the minimal preparations needed for survival. The road on the Chinese side of the border was dense with activity. Potters, earth workers. People who spent their lives working the raw clay that became the porcelain the whole world wanted. The Portuguese pilot, old, weathered, perpetually amused, rode up alongside me somewhere in that stretch and told me he had something to show me. Said I'd been running my mouth about China since we arrived, and here was something that would shut me up. Something that didn't exist anywhere else on Earth. I told him to spit it out. He made me wait. Then a mansion built entirely of porcelain. The whole building, I asked. The whole building. How big? Can we load it on a camel? The old man looked at me like I'd lost my mind, held up both hands. 30 people live in it. That got my attention. When we reached it, I understood. It wasn't magic, it was engineering. A timber frame structure, standard construction, but every surface clad in ceramic earth. The exterior walls had been glazed by the sun, bone white. Painted in deep blue figures, hard as fired brick. Inside, the walls were tiled floor to ceiling with fine painted ceramic panels, the joints nearly invisible because the mortar itself was the same material. Multiple tiles forming single images, seamlessly integrated. The floors were the same composition, smooth, dense, hard as stone. Certain interior rooms were completely paved in polished tile. The ceilings, the plaster, all of it the same material, and capping it all, a deep, high-gloss black roof that swallowed light. It was, without exaggeration, the most unusual structure I'd ever stood inside. They told me the garden had fish ponds paved in the same material, with full porcelain statues lining the paths, figures fired whole, life-sized, standing in rows. The locals had more stories, claimed some craftsman had built a full-rigged ship out of earthenware, masts, sails, tackle, the works, large enough to carry 50 men. I let them finish. Smiled, said nothing. Men who lie about small things lie about big things. The ship had never sailed. The ship had never existed. Moving on, the distraction cost me 2 hours. The day's column commander fined me 3 shillings on the spot and told me that if we'd been 3 days past the wall instead of within it, the fine would have been 4 times heavier and I'd have had to formally apologize at the next council. I told him it wouldn't happen again. I meant it. Stragglers got people killed. 2 days later, we hit the Great Wall. I'd heard about it. Nothing prepares you. It ran across the landscape like something geological, scaling ridgelines, plunging into ravines, crossing terrain that no army could physically traverse with or without a wall. Stone and brick, 4 fathoms high, 4 fathoms thick in the reinforced sections. Nearly 1,000 miles of it, they said, though 500 in straight-line distance. It followed the land rather than fought it. The caravan took a full hour to pass through the gate. I used the time to study it. Close inspection, then distance. The guide had been selling it hard the whole march, wonder of the world, greatest fortification ever built. He wanted my verdict. Outstanding wall, I told him. Hell of a thing for keeping out Tartars. He took it as a compliment. The old Portuguese pilot did not. He caught my eye and grinned. You speak in colors. Senor Inglés, what does that mean? Means it looks white from one side and black from the other. You told him it's a great wall for keeping Tartars out. You told me it's only good for keeping Tartars out. He paused. I understood you. He understood what he wanted. I looked back at the wall. You think it stops artillery. You think 2 companies of sappers and a decent train of guns couldn't breach it in 10 days. Blow the foundation to gravel and leave nothing but a memory. The old pilot said quietly. I know. We kept that exchange between us for a few days until the Chinese merchant who'd been riding with us was nearly done with his leg of the journey. When he finally learned what I'd said, he went quiet, stayed quiet. We didn't hear another word about Chinese military supremacy for the remainder of the time he traveled with us. Past the wall. The landscape changed immediately. The population thinned. The settlements that remained were fortified villages behind stone and timber, because out here the Tartars didn't raid in small groups, they raided in armies. Open country meant exposed country, and exposed country got stripped. This was when the caravan discipline stopped being procedural and started being essential. The Tartars we spotted in those first days beyond the wall were a revelation, and not the kind that inspires confidence. I'd expected something fearsome. What I saw was a rabble, small underfed horses moving without formation or purpose, riders with no fighting discipline, a horde in the truest, most chaotic sense of the word. I found myself wondering, not for the first time, how these people had ever taken the Chinese Empire. The answer, I suspected, had more to do with Chinese weakness than Tartar strength. On one of those early days, the column leader authorized a hunting party, 16 of us. The prey was wild sheep. I'm not being poetic, actual sheep, though nothing like domestic stock. These animals were fast, skittish, and moved in tight flocks that scattered and reassembled in seconds. We spread out in a loose line and pushed them. That's when we found the Tartars. 40 of them materialized at the edge of the terrain. We were mid-pursuit, moving fast. One of them raised a horn and blew a signal that cut through the air like a blade. Within 10 minutes, another 50 appeared on the ridge line at roughly a mile out. The Scots merchant from Moscow, I wish I remembered his name, didn't hesitate. He assessed the situation, read the geometry, and called it. We charged now before those reinforcements close. He looked at us. Are you with me? We were, every man. He formed us into a line and we moved straight at them. The Tartars held their ground in a loose, shapeless mass, no formation, no structure, just a crowd with weapons. They loosed their arrows as we advanced. Good aim, wrong range. The shafts fell short by 20 yards. If we'd been any closer, we'd have taken casualties. We halted, fired. At that distance, musket balls outreach arrows by a significant margin, and the physics of that exchange are unforgiving. We followed the volley immediately, spurring into full gallop, closing distance with sabers drawn. The Scotsmen's call clean and decisive. They broke, all except 3. On our right flank, 3 of them held curved blades out, bows slung across their backs, waving for their comrades to rally. Our commander didn't look for permission. He spurred directly at them alone, covered the ground at a dead gallop, knocked the first off his horse with the butt of his rifle, and shot the second through the face with his pistol. The third ran, no friendly casualties, roughly 5 Tartars down. The second group, still a mile out, heard the gunfire and didn't come. They'd never encountered firearms in a formation that knew how to use them. The Scotsman was a merchant. He was also in that moment the finest combat leader I'd ridden with, cold, decisive. Exactly the kind of calm that causes chaos in the enemy and confidence in your own men. We were still inside Chinese territory, which kept the Tartar aggression at a managed level. That changed 5 days later when we entered the desert. 3 days across, 3 nights, no settlements, no water sources. We carried everything in heavy leather bladders strapped to the animals, the same way the Arabs crossed theirs. We made camp each night in defensive circles, sentries rotating through the darkness, and moved again at first light. The guides called this stretch of wasteland the worst of the route, technically claimed by China, practically claimed by no one. No administration, no enforcement, no protection. Bandits moved through it freely because there was nothing to stop them. We spotted small Tartar groups twice crossing the flats. Both times they were moving with purpose elsewhere and gave us distance. Like passing a stranger in a dark alley who's got somewhere to be, you don't make eye contact. You keep moving, you stay ready. The third group came closer, close enough to stop and stare. We didn't wait to find out their intentions. We pushed the caravan forward and assembled a 40-man rear guard, formed up and ready, letting the column get 500 meters ahead. We watched them. They watched us. They turned away, but they left us a parting gift. 5 arrows on the release as they pulled back. One of them found a horse. Deep wound, bad angle. The animal lasted another day before we had to leave it on the trail. We kept moving. The following weeks were hard country. Still technically the Chinese emperor's territory, but the kind of territory empires claim on maps and ignore in practice. We staged through fortified villages when we could find them. The roads deteriorated. The pace slowed. We were 2.5 days out from the frontier city of Naum when I decided I needed another camel. The camels were kept on low grazing ground about 2 miles outside the nearest village. A standard arrangement along this route, animals grazed under guard, bought and sold as caravans moved through. I should have sent a man, a local, someone who knew the ground. Instead, I went myself. The Portuguese pilot came with me, a Chinese guide, 3 men light moving on foot. I wasn't wearing my weapons kit beyond a sword. It felt like a short walk to a market. It wasn't. We bought the camel, made the deal, started back toward the village with the Chinese guide leading the animal. 5 Tartar horsemen came out of the terrain fast and with clear intent. 2 of them hit the Chinese guide immediately, flanked him, ripped the camel's lead from his hands, efficient and practiced. The other 3 came straight at us. I drew my sword. The lead rider pulled up short. Tartars, for all their raiding, have the instincts of predators who prefer easy prey. He hadn't expected steel, but I had 2 flanks and no backup. The second rider came in from my left and put something hard across my skull before I could track the movement. My legs stopped working. The ground came up, then nothing. I don't know how long I was down. The old pilot moved the moment I hit the dirt. He crossed to the man who'd struck me with the kind of focused violence that only comes from a man who has been in bad situations before and survived them through action rather than hesitation. He grabbed the rider's arm, dragged him low, and pressed a pistol to his head. Fired. The man dropped. I hadn't even known the pilot was carrying. The rider who'd stopped on my sword arm, the one who'd stalled at the blade, tried to regroup. The pilot cut at him with his short saber. Missed the man but caught the horse across the side of the head. Severed one ear clean, opened a wound down the animal's jaw. The horse stopped being a horse and started being a projectile. It threw the rider at distance, then fell on him. The Chinese guide, who had no weapon and had just had a camel stolen from him in broad daylight, ran to the fallen Tartar, wrenched a poleaxe from the man's belt as he lay pinned under the horse, put it to use, thoroughly. That left the third rider. He hadn't fled, hadn't advanced, just sat his horse watching the old pilot, calculating. The pilot, unhurried as a man reloading on a practice range, began recharging his pistol. The moment the Tartar recognized what he was doing, the calculation changed instantly. He spurred and was gone before the powder was seated. I was already coming back up by then, confused at first, the strange dislocation of consciousness returning, the delayed arrival of pain. My hand came away from my head wet with blood, then the headache hit. Then the memory returned in a single sharp frame, the riders, the movement from the left, the ground. I got to my feet with my sword still in my hand, scanned the area, 1 dead Tartar, his horse standing still beside him, reins dragging, the pilot walking back toward me with his blade out, his face showing nothing but concern when he registered me standing. He came to me fast and grabbed my arm, checked the wound. Head laceration, deep enough to bleed impressively, not deep enough to matter. In 3 days it was healed. The accounting, we lost the camel, gained 1 Tartar horse, and I had a broken head to show for the afternoon. I paid for the stolen camel and sent a man to retrieve the replacement. I did not go myself. The city of Naum sat at the edge of the Chinese Empire, a frontier post, garrisoned and fortified. We were still 2 days out when fast riders came down the road to halt all movement. 10,000 Tartars, massing 30 miles beyond the city. The governor was locking down all caravan traffic until military escorts could be organized. The number landed hard. 10,000 was not a raiding party. 10,000 was an army. 2 days later, the escort arrived. 200 soldiers from a garrison on our left flank. 300 more from Naum's own garrison. 500 troops total, professional, armed. The formation was tight. 300 infantry at the front of the column, 200 at the rear. Our caravan, camels, baggage, cargo, civilians in the center, with our own armed men walking the flanks, compressed, protected, ready. 500 soldiers plus 120 armed caravan fighters. We moved forward with the kind of confidence that a layered defensive formation creates when the men holding it have something real to fight for. Then the following day, we saw them, and every assumption we'd been carrying about being a match for 10,000 Tartars became something we stopped believing in quite so easily. Chapter 15. Desert dust rising. The desert stretched out ahead like a scar on the earth, flat and merciless, somewhere between 15 and 16 miles of nothing. They'd crossed the river at Canggu before dawn, the caravan ferrying across in pieces while the rear guard held the bank. If the Tartars had known, they could have cut them apart right there at the water. They didn't. Lucky. 3 hours into the desert, the dust cloud gave them away. It rose on the horizon like smoke from a distant fire, a billowing brown wall that meant one thing: cavalry, a lot of it, moving fast. Riders behind us, the old pilot said quietly, pulling his horse alongside. He was already reading the dust, calculating. They're on the spur. The Chinese guards up front had been talking hard the night before, big voices around the fire. Now those same voices had gone silent. The soldiers were glancing backward. Short, furtive looks over their shoulders, their rifles held loose, their posture already defeated. Any combat veteran knows what that means. They were 3 seconds from breaking. "These men are done," the pilot said, keeping his voice low. He moved his horse closer. "You see it. If the Tartars hit them now, the whole line collapses and we're all dead in the sand." "I see it. What's your solution?" "Split 50 fighters to each flank. Put good men beside them, men who will hold. They'll fight hard if they've got hard men next to them. Without that, they run." It was the right call, simple, clean, sound strategy. I rode hard to the caravan leader and laid it out. He didn't argue. 50 men peeled right, 50 went left. The remaining force formed a reserve line behind them, and the last 200 anchored around the camels and cargo with orders to push 100 forward if the flanks needed it. Then we waited. They came. 10,000 of them. At minimum, maybe more. The ground trembled before you could see them clearly, a sound that moved up through your boots and into your chest. They materialized out of their own dust cloud in a mass of horsemen, curved sabers catching the sun, moving in disciplined waves. A forward element broke off from the main body, a scouting party. They rode a slow pass across our front, reading our formation, counting guns, calculating angles, professional, patient. The caravan leader watched them ride the line, waited until they were within effective range. Both wings volley fire now. The salvo cracked across the desert in 2 overlapping waves of smoke and sound, not elegant, not precise, but loud, controlled, and very deliberate. The Tartar scouts pulled up. You could see the calculation happening in real time as they halted, clustered, the message traveling back through their ranks. The reception was not what they had expected. They sat in place for a long moment, then wheeled left and withdrew. They were done for the day. 2 days later, we paid the governor, handed coin to the soldiers who'd been our escort, and took 1 day of rest. The garrison held 900 men, a frontier outpost on the edge of civilized territory, established because the Russian frontier had once pushed this far east before strategic withdrawal pulled it back 200 miles. We were still over 2,000 miles from what anyone would actually call Russia. The marches that followed blurred together. Great rivers, 2 deserts that tried to kill us with their scale alone. One of them took 16 days to cross. On the 13th of April, we reached the Muscovite frontier. The first settlement belonging to the Tsar was Arguna, sitting on the west bank of the river that shared its name. A garrison town, Russian soldiers on the walls, a Christian cross above the gate. It wasn't much, but it was something. I pulled up alongside the Scots merchant. We'd come a long way together, and I felt it then, that specific exhaustion that comes when the journey is finally, truly almost over. "Blessed be God," I said, "we're among Christians again." He looked at the town without any particular warmth. "Don't celebrate yet. These Muscovites are a particular brand of Christian. You'll see little of the substance for the next several months. It's still better than idol worship. I'll tell you what it is," he said. "Except for the soldiers in the garrisons and a handful of city people along the route, everything you're about to ride through for the next 1,000 miles is populated by the most ignorant pagans on the continent." He wasn't wrong. We had entered the largest continuous landmass on Earth. 12,000 miles of terrain to the sea in the east, 2,000 to the Baltic in the west, 5,000 south to the Persian coast, 800 north to frozen ocean. The scale of it was incomprehensible, something you felt in your body more than calculated in your mind. The Tsar had done what the Romans had done in Britain and Germania and every other remote territory they'd ever controlled. He'd seated garrison towns across the emptiness at intervals, stationary soldiers holding the foundations of empire together by sheer presence. The system worked. The towns appeared when you needed them. The soldiers were there. But the towns were Russian islands in a pagan sea. Between Arguna and the city of Nordsieski, there was a continuous forest and desert that cost us 20 days. In a village near the end of that stretch, I made the mistake of going to look. The idol stood on an old tree stump at the edge of the village. 8 feet tall, rough-hewn wood, dressed in sheepskin with the fleece turned outward. A Tartar-style bonnet nailed to its crown, 2 crude wooden horns jutting through the wool. No feet, no legs, just a torso and a terrible blunt face staring at nothing. 16 or 17 people lay face down in the dirt around it, completely still. I thought for a moment they were dead. Then I moved closer and they came up off the ground in a single motion, an eerie coordinated rise, and let out a sound that wasn't a scream or a shout, but something lower. A sustained howl that carried across the empty ground like a warning. They walked away without looking back. Near the entrance to a skin hut, 3 men stood holding long-bladed knives. Inside, 3 sheep lay slaughtered, a young bullock beside them. The priests watched us with flat, patient eyes. The rage came up fast and hot. Before I'd fully processed the decision, I had my sword out and I took a clean cut at the bonnet, splitting it down the center. One of my men grabbed the sheepskin and yanked it free. The village exploded. 200 or 300 people materialized from nowhere, some of them already reaching for bows, and we rode hard out of there with the sound of that howling behind us. But I'd already made up my mind. I was going back. The caravan rested 3 nights at a town 4 miles out. Horses needed replacing, the long desert march having broken down half the stock. That gave us time. I found the Scots merchant that evening on a walk through the perimeter. I laid it out clearly. 4 or 5 men, well armed, go back to the village, destroy the idol, demonstrate to these people that their god cannot protect itself. He pushed back initially, practical objections. These people couldn't be educated by a single act of destruction. More critically, they would retaliate badly. He knew this country. I spent the rest of the day unable to let it go. That evening I found him again. When he saw that I was committed, something shifted in his expression. "All right," he said. "I won't let you go alone, but we do this properly. I'll bring a countryman of mine, a man with the right disposition for this kind of work." We settled on 4 total, him, his countryman, me, and my manservant, midnight execution. We worked through the first night mixing combustibles, aquavit, gunpowder, tar compounds, prepared in measured quantities. The Scots merchant produced Tartar robes and bonnets, sheepskin disguises, bows and arrows for cover. If someone saw us at a distance, they wouldn't immediately make us for outsiders. We moved out around 11 o'clock. The night was overcast, but the moon pushed through enough to navigate by. Cloud cover actually helped us. We came up on the village in silence. The idol was exactly where I'd left it. The village appeared dark and asleep. Except the big hut, light from inside. Voices. We counted 5 or 6 people in conversation, too relaxed for sentries, probably priests maintaining some kind of overnight ritual. We needed them outside and controlled before we torched anything. The Scots merchant made the call. We'd take them prisoner, bind them, force them to watch. We had twine on us, standard kit for bundling firelocks together on the march. Enough of it. I knocked on the door. The first man who came out didn't even register what was happening before we had him. Hand over his mouth, arms behind his back, wrists tied, moved to the idol's base, gagged, ankles bound, deposited in the dirt. The whole contact lasted maybe 8 seconds. We waited at the door, no movement inside, knocked again. 2 men came out together this time. We handled them the same way. Deposited them at the idol with separation between them so they couldn't work together on the knots. Going back, 2 more had already come through the door with a third still in the frame. We took the 2 in the open. The third stepped back and started to make noise. The Scots merchant went in after him. He lit a smoke composition we'd prepared, designed to fill a space with dense, choking, non-lethal fog, and threw it inside. By the time he was back out, the other Scotsman and my man had the already bound prisoners under control at the idol. The hut filled with smoke. When we went back in, there were 4 people inside, sitting stunned and half suffocated, unable to process what was happening. We brought them out, bound them efficiently, and moved the entire group to the idol. Then we went to work. We painted the idol top to bottom with a mixture of tar and tallow cut with sulfur, working it into the wood grain and into every crevice of the sheepskin robing. We packed the carved eyes with gunpowder, the ears, the mouth. We wrapped a prepared incendiary charge in the bonnet and fixed it in place. We fixed every combustible we'd brought against its body. Then the second Scotsman jogged back to the hut and returned with arms full of dry fodder from a storage pile by the wall. We stood the prisoners up, ungagged them, made sure they were watching. Then we lit it. The idol caught immediately, the tar taking the flame and spreading it in a quick orange sheet. We stood back and watched it burn. After maybe 15 minutes, the powder charges in the face detonated in rapid sequence, punching craters through the wood and blowing the structure apart from within. It came apart in sections, and what remained burned steadily down through the fodder pile until there was nothing left that resembled anything. "Don't leave yet," the Scots merchant said quietly. "They'll throw themselves in after it." We waited until the last of the fuel burned down to ash and embers. Then we untied the prisoners' feet, left their hands bound and let them figure the rest out, and walked back through the dark to camp. At first light we were already packed and moving, busy with the work of departure, indistinguishable from any other member of the caravan who'd spent the night in his bedroll. The blowback came fast. The following day, a large contingent of the local population arrived at the town gates in a state of organized outrage. They were demanding the Russian governor produce whoever had defiled their priests and burned their great Cham Kai Thongu. The intelligence coming back put their numbers at 30,000. The governor played it carefully. He told them truthfully that none of his garrison had left the walls that night. He could account for every soldier. He knew nothing of this. If they could identify the culprits, he would see to punishment personally. They came back hard. They said only a Christian would have done this. They named Christians broadly as their enemy. They said they were prepared to declare war on the governor and every Russian in his jurisdiction. The governor held his ground diplomatically, buying time. Then he offered them something to chase. A caravan had departed that morning toward Russia. Perhaps someone in that caravan had committed the offense. He would send a rider after them to investigate. This was enough to redirect them temporarily. The rider found us an hour out. The message was clean and direct. If any of us did this, get clear. Whether you did it or not, push hard, don't stop. The governor would keep them occupied as long as he could. No one in the caravan claimed knowledge of anything. The three of us who were actually responsible said nothing and kept our faces neutral. The caravan leader read the situation correctly and drove us for 2 full days and nights without any meaningful halt. We stopped briefly at a village called Plothis, then pushed immediately toward Jarona, the next Russian garrison town in our primary safe zone. On the second day out of Plothis, the dust cloud appeared behind us. It was unmistakable. High, spreading, the signature of a large mounted force moving at sustained speed. We had entered a wide desert and passed the southern shore of a large lake called Shanks Oser when a significant body of cavalry materialized on the lake's northern shore, tracking parallel to us but on the wrong side of the water. They were moving west, same direction we were. They'd assumed we'd taken the northern route, we'd taken the south. They pushed past, hunting something that was already behind them. 2 days later, they were gone from sight. The third day, they corrected. Whether they'd backtracked and found our trail or gotten word from somewhere, they came in at dusk from behind us in numbers. We just made camp in a good position. Narrow ground between 2 dense woodlines with a stream running across our front. You couldn't surround us. You had to come straight in or you didn't come at all. We pulled the cargo and animals into a tight defensive line along the stream bank, felled trees to block the rear, and sat in the dark waiting for contact. 3 Tartar messengers arrived before any shooting started. Their message was specific. Hand over the men who burned Cham Kai Thongu. They wanted them alive. The stated intention was to burn them in kind. In exchange, the caravan would be allowed to proceed unmolested. Our caravan leader sent back the same denial he'd been running for 2 days. We were merchants. We had harmed no one. The guilty parties were somewhere else. Do not press this. The Tartars were not satisfied. At dawn, they came down to the stream bank in a mass that some in our group estimated at 10,000. They stopped at the water and went still, a solid wall of men and horses watching us across 20 feet of shallow creek. The silence lasted long enough to feel deliberate. Then a sound came up from the entire line simultaneously, a high, sustained howl, and the arrows came across. We were behind the cargo bales and took no casualties. But we couldn't hold this position indefinitely. A Cossack rider from Jarona pulled the caravan leader aside and spoke quietly for a moment. Then he mounted up, rode out through our rear without explanation, and disappeared. He'd taken a long loop, come out wide to the north, and ridden directly at the Tartar force like a courier delivering urgent intelligence. He was Tartar-born and spoke their language without an accent. He told them the men who had burned Cham Kai Thongu had ridden ahead to a city called Sybulka, 4 or 5 days east-southeast, riding with a caravan of Christians who planned to burn the god Skalisar belonging to the Tungus people. The Tartar force absorbed this information, turned as one, and rode hard for Sybulka. Inside 3 hours, the horizon behind us was empty. We moved on to Jarona and rested 5 days. What followed was a succession of deserts and garrison towns that bled together into one long, grinding march. The 23-day desert out of Girona was the worst of it. The caravan leader sourced 16 wagons locally, loaded them with water and provisions, and we arranged them nightly as a defensive perimeter. The sable hunters, all of them Tartar, moved through the desert in small groups and left large caravans alone. The country between the Abi River and the Yenisei was pagan and lawless regardless of who nominally held it. I had the opportunity to speak plainly with several Russian garrison commanders along the route about this fact. They agreed without embarrassment. Converting these people to Christianity, they said, was not the goal. Making them subjects was. The Yenisei, when we reached it, marked the geographic line between Asia and Europe. It didn't feel like Europe. Beyond the Abi. The Tsar's practice of exiling convicted criminals to Siberia had produced a strange ecology of settlement. Political prisoners, former nobility, officers who had backed the wrong faction. The towns were populated with a class of educated, cultured, completely stranded people who had nowhere to be except exactly where they were. 7 months out from the start of the journey, winter came on hard as we approached Tobolsk, the capital of Siberia. At roughly 60 degrees north latitude, I called a meeting with my partner and we looked at the map honestly. The options were clear. Continue with the caravan to Yaroslav and then break west toward Narva and the Gulf of Finland, possibly offloading the China cargo at Danzig, or leave the caravan at a town on the Dvina River and take the water route north to Arkhangelsk, where shipping ran regularly to England, Holland, and Hamburg. The problem was timing. The Baltic would be frozen by the time we reached it overland. The road through those territories was more dangerous than anything we just survived. Arkhangelsk emptied out in October. The merchants relocated south to Moscow for winter and the ships were gone. Anyone who stayed did so in a cold, empty port with minimal provisions and no passage until spring. The math was simple. Stay in Tobolsk, winter over, move in spring. Tobolsk turned out to be a better billet than I had any right to expect. The exile community had transformed it into something genuinely civilized. Russian nobility, former military officers, courtiers, even some ladies, all stranded here by imperial decree and making the best of it. Prince Galitzin was there, the old German Robistiski, several others of comparable background. I had a proper stove built in the center of my quarters, the kind that heats 6 rooms simultaneously from a single firebox with the smoke carried out cleanly through a single stack. No open hearths, no cold rooms, no smoke. The temperature held steady throughout. Through the Scots merchant who moved on with the caravan but not before making introductions, I was brought into that exile circle. And in the long dark of a Siberian winter, in one of the most remote cities on earth, I found myself sitting in warm rooms with educated people, drinking decent wine and waiting for spring. It wasn't the worst place to be alive. Chapter 16. Masters of Ourselves. The Russian prince found me one night, hunched over a candle, thinking about kingdoms. He'd been going on about the Tsar, the dominions, the absolute power, the magnificence of a man who owned 1/6 of the earth's landmass. I let him talk until I couldn't anymore. I was a greater monarch than the Tsar ever was, I said. He went quiet, his eyes locked onto mine like a man trying to analyze a threat. Hear me out, I said. Then decide. I told him everything. The island, the survival. The years of building something from nothing with no one watching, no one helping, no foundations, no line of supply, just raw will and relentless adaptation. The way I'd governed myself and the small population that had eventually fallen under my command. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. Then he said, with the kind of weariness that only comes from watching everything you built get stripped away, "True greatness is mastery of the self. I wouldn't trade what you had for the Tsar's throne." He wasn't performing. His voice had the flat, certain tone of a man who'd already done the math on his own life. When they sent me here, he said, I was an animal. I tore at my own clothes, my own hair. He paused. Then I started looking inward instead of raging outward. The mind, once it stops chasing the world's version of happiness, is surprisingly capable of building its own. And what I found in here, he tapped his chest once, was worth more than anything I left behind. He leaned forward. The wealth, the power, the court intrigue, I can see all of it clearly now, every bit of it rotten underneath. Virtue is the only thing that holds, the only currency that doesn't devalue. He wasn't reciting, he believed every word. Those who exiled me, he said, think they won. They're sitting in my old chair, spending my old money, wearing my old power like a coat that doesn't fit, but I'm the one who got out. I told him what I thought, that surviving a desert island made me feel like a king, but him, what he'd done was different, harder. You conquered yourself, I said. That's a harder target than any city. The winter nearly broke us, 8 months into Balski. The cold wasn't weather, it was a physical force with intent, something that pressed against you constantly, testing for weakness. You couldn't go outside without full fur coverage, a mask of pelts over your face with 2 holes cut for eyes and 1 for breath. The kind of kit that made you look like something between a soldier and an animal. Daylight ran 5 hours, sometimes 6. The sun didn't so much rise as briefly appear, weak and obligatory, before retreating again. The horses survived underground, barely. The local servants we'd hired lost fingers and toes to frostbite on a rotating basis. We'd thaw them out, treat the tissue, monitor for necrosis, rotate them back inside. It was a maintenance problem, like keeping a vehicle running in conditions it wasn't designed for. The structures held, thick walls, small windows double glazed. The cold outside was absolute, but inside we were functional. We ate dried venison, hardtack-style biscuit bread, dried fish, mutton. Buffalo when we could get it, everything preserved from the summer surplus, the only way of rationing that worked this far from any functioning supply line. We drank water mixed with aquavit in place of spirits. For something better, they had mead and they made it well. The hunters went out in any conditions. They came back with venison, occasionally bear. The bear we passed on, we had tea. In that environment with those rations, tea was morale. We used it accordingly. March arrived and the light came back. Not warmth, just light, enough to matter. The other travelers started rigging their sledges, packing their provisions, moving out toward Moscow and the Baltic. I didn't move. My route was Archangel, and the ships north don't sail until May or June at the earliest. If I arrived in August, I'd be on time. There was no strategic advantage to moving early and exhausting resources. I watched the entire caravan empty out ahead of me and stayed put. While I waited, something had been working in the back of my mind, a problem I kept returning to. These people, all of them exiled here by the Tsar, were apparently free to move around inside Siberia. No cells, no chains, no guards posted at their doors, so why didn't they run? The world was out there. Why did they stay? I put the question to the prince directly. He didn't hesitate. Look at where we are, he said. North open Arctic Ocean, nothing navigable, no vessel has ever made it through. Every other direction you're looking at over 1,000 miles of the Tsar's own territory, his roads, his garrison towns, his checkpoints. You can't move through them without being identified. You can't go around them without dying in the terrain. He held my gaze. We're in a prison. The walls are just made of geography instead of stone. He was right. I had nothing to counter it, but the moment he finished, something clicked into place. A different kind of problem now, not why they stayed, how I could get one of them out. That evening I made my move. I can get you out, I told him quietly. No guards on you out here. I'm not going to Moscow, I'm going to Archangel. We travel with a caravan, which means we camp outside the garrison towns instead of sleeping inside them. We move at our own pace. Pick our own sites. We reach Archangel, I put you on an English ship and you're gone. Provisions and expenses, my problem until you're clear. He listened to all of it without moving. His eyes stayed on mine the whole time, but I could see what it was doing to him, color shifting in his face, eyes going red at the edges, something working hard behind his chest wall. When I stopped talking, he didn't answer immediately. Then he pulled me into an embrace and said, "How cruel that even the greatest acts of friendship become temptations." He thanked me, then he refused. He told me he wasn't going back, not to the court, not to the power, not to the life that had made him into something he didn't want to be. Out here, stripped of everything, he'd found something solid. If he went back, the old appetites would find him. Pride, ambition, greed. They were patient. They'd waited before, they'd wait again. Let me stay in this exile. Said, banished from the crimes of that life. Don't make me choose between your friendship and my soul. Don't be my friend and my tempter at the same time. I had nothing left to say. I told him I'd let him think. Then I walked back to my quarters. 2 hours later, he was at my door. He came in and stood straight. The internal battle was over. He'd won it. Don't take it as a slight, he said. You're one of the finest men I've met, but I've beaten this. I'm staying. Are you certain this isn't the wrong call? I asked. That you're not refusing something you're supposed to accept? If it were meant to be, he said, I'd know, and I know I'm staying, and I leave this conversation still an honest man, even if not a free one. That was the end of it. He gave me sables before I left, high-grade pelts, the kind that would move for serious money in London. Too generous for a man in his position. I tried to decline. He wouldn't allow it. The next morning I sent back tea, Chinese damask, and a small wedge of Japanese gold stamped with clean, rare coinage. He accepted the tea, one piece of the damask, one wedge of gold, kept it for the rarity of the stamp, he said, and sent back everything else with a message. He wanted to speak with me. When I arrived, he came straight to the point. I have one more request, he said. If you won't take me, take my son. I didn't know he had one. The young man was over 200 miles out, across the Abi River, in the same situation as his father. Same exile, same invisible cage. Send for him, I said. He did. 20 days later, the young lord arrived at night, moving incognito, 6 or 7 horses behind him loaded with premium furs. His servants brought the animals into town while he came in dark, moving carefully, meeting us in our quarters. His father introduced us quietly. We planned the route, divided the supplies, and set our departure. I'd been trading well in Tobolski. Sables, black fox pelts, ermine quality material sourced in exchange for the spice inventory I'd brought out of China. The cloves and nutmegs moved well here, and whatever didn't sell we'd push at Archangel later at better margins than London would have paid. My partner ran the numbers and was satisfied. The delay had been worth it commercially. We'd made the wait work. June. We moved out. The caravan was lean, 32 horses and camels. The young lord's 11 animals folded into the column under my name. He traveled as my steward. Whatever rank I appeared to project to outside observers didn't concern me. The cover held, and that was what mattered. The terrain ahead was the worst we'd face on the entire journey, deep in some sections, broken and uneven in others. The one thing we had going for us, Tartar raiding parties rarely crossed to this side of the Abi River. We considered that a reliable judgment. We were wrong. The young lord's Siberian servant was the key man we hadn't fully valued yet. He knew this country at the granular level, not the map level, the ground level. He routed us through secondary tracks, keeping us clear of the main garrison towns, Tumen, Saloy, Kam-Eskoy. The checkpoints where Muscovite troops screened travelers specifically for exiled persons of rank trying to slip back toward civilization. We stayed off the main roads. That kept us safe from the garrisons, but it put us permanently in open country, no towns, no shelter, no resupply, tents and campfires every night. The young lord understood the exposure this created for the rest of us. Without being asked, he handled it himself. When our route passed close enough to towns, he split off with his servant and moved through the tree line, camping alone in the woods, rejoining us at pre-coordinated points outside the populated areas. He was protecting us by removing himself. Good fieldcraft. The old man had raised him right. We crossed the Kama River and moved into Europe. The first European city on the far bank was Saloy Kam-Eskoy. We expected something different. We found more of the same: paganism, idol worship, rough living. The villages near the cities had nominal Christianity, Greek Orthodox flavor, but it had absorbed enough local superstition that in some places it was functionally indistinguishable from folk magic. The great desert between Asia and Europe ran nearly 700 miles long in places. It changed nothing about the nature of the people living in it. We were moving through a forest section, the danger supposedly behind us when they appeared. 45 riders, horseback, bows and arrows. They materialized from the tree line without warning and moved to within 2 musket shots of our position, silent and deliberate, no communication. They simply orbited us twice on horseback, studying us the way a predator studies terrain before committing. Then they placed themselves directly across our route and stopped. 16 of us. 32 horses and camels, no defensible position. I kept my voice flat and gave the order to form up, single line, tight in front of the animals. We halted in place and sent the Siberian servant forward under a makeshift flag of truce to make contact. The servant worked through every dialect he knew, nothing connected. Whatever language they were using, he didn't have it. They waved him off with gestures that weren't friendly. And he came back with nothing useful except a visual measure. Clothing patterns suggested Kalmuk Tartars or possibly one of the Circassian hordes. Operating this far north was unusual. That didn't make them less real. I scanned left. A tree line at roughly a quarter mile, tight enough to provide cover, close enough to reach. We take that wood, I said. The old Portuguese pilot had already been thinking the same thing. He'd been with us long enough that I'd learned to trust his pattern recognition in situations like this. He was at his best when the options narrowed and the pressure climbed. We moved immediately. Controlled pace, no panic. The riders watched us go and didn't interfere. Either they were waiting for more numbers or they were deciding. Either way, we used the window. The wood was better than it looked from distance. Swampy ground underneath. Horses wouldn't charge through that cleanly. A spring feeding a small brook that joined another downstream to become something larger. The trees were old, heavy, and planted close enough that the canopy gave us hard cover from arrow fire. 200 trees, roughly. We moved into the center of it and immediately started working the perimeter. The Portuguese took charge of fortification. He directed a small team to cut tree limbs halfway through and bend them across the gaps between trunks, not a wall, but an obstruction. Something that would break a cavalry charge and funnel anyone on foot into narrow lanes where we could concentrate fire. It was fast and it was functional. We waited. 2 hours before dark they came, more of them now. The original 45 had grown to close to 80. Some riders looked like women mixed into the formation. They came hard and direct, pulling up at half range from the wood line. We fired one musket round, no ball. Warning shot. We called out in Russian, "Who are you? What do you want? Hold your position." They answered by accelerating straight at us. The Portuguese called our fire. He held it longer than felt comfortable, let them come until they were within pistol range, close enough that misses would be the exception. "Wait," he said. "Wait, then fire." We had each loaded with 2 or 3 balls per weapon. 14 of them dropped, several more wounded, horses down too. The formation shattered and they pulled back fast, re-establishing at roughly 100 meters. We used the pause, reloaded, moved out quickly to collect 4 or 5 horses whose riders were confirmed down. We examined the dead Tartar as assessed, operating well outside their normal zone. An hour later they probed again, riding the perimeter of the wood looking for a soft entry point. They found our defenses intact and us tracking them with muzzles at every gap. They pulled back a second time. We decided not to move until daylight, too much risk of walking into a flanking position in the dark. Nobody slept. We rotated watch, continued improving the barricade, and waited. Dawn came with bad news. 11 or 12 tents had gone up on the open plain 3/4 of a mile out. They weren't leaving. They were setting up for a siege. My partner wanted to fight. He was raging, the kind of controlled fury that comes from watching your entire financial position get threatened. He'd rather bleed out than hand over what he'd built. The young lord was the same, composed but committed, ready to go. The Portuguese assessed our position as defensible and said so clearly, but the math didn't hold. Their numbers kept growing. By the next morning, the force outside could be double what it was now. 16 men against a growing irregular cavalry unit in open terrain, even from a fortified position, was not a sustainable equation. I pulled the Siberian servant aside. "Is there a route out of here that doesn't go through them?" He nodded, north, toward the river Petras. He could move us in darkness, terrain he knew, and the Tartars would never pick up the track. But he said his lord had told him to stand and fight. "His lord," I said, "is a smart man who knows the difference between courage and mathematics. Go talk to him." He did. The young lord listened, assessed the situation without ego, and gave the order quietly. We prepared to move. As soon as the dark settled, we built the fire up, fed it enough fuel to burn through the night. From 3/4 of a mile, it would look like a camp still occupied, still heated, men still inside. Then we loaded every horse and camel, checked every cinch and strap, and waited for the stars to appear. The Siberian wouldn't move until he could navigate by them. Smart discipline. When the stars came out, we moved. 2 hours of hard travel, the guide steering by the North Star across flat terrain, the pace just below what would break the horses. The moon came up earlier than we wanted, lifting visibility in both directions. We pushed through it. 6 hours after leaving the wood, we'd covered 30 miles. The horses were close to spent. We found a Russian village called Kermazinskoye and went to ground. No pursuit, no contact. We rested through the day, reconstituted, and ate real food. That evening we moved again, pushed through the night, lighter pace than the first run, more sustainable. By 7 the following morning we'd crossed a small river called the Kurtsa and reached a substantial Russian-held town, Ozamis. The garrison there confirmed that Kalmuk raiding parties had been active in the desert, but that we were now clear of their operational range. We were out. We gave the Siberian guide the equivalent of 10 pistols. It wasn't enough, we all knew it. 5 more days of travel brought us to Vyusima on the river Witsogda, which fed into the Dwina. The river was navigable all the way to Archangel. The land portion of the journey was over. From Vyusima we moved to Lorimskoy. Arriving July 3rd, we sourced 2 cargo boats and a passenger barge, loaded everything, and pushed off July 7th. We arrived at Archangel on the 18th. 1 year, 5 months, and 3 days since we'd started, including 8 months into Balski. We sat at Archangel for 6 weeks waiting on ships. The English vessels ran late. A Hamburg merchant ship arrived more than a month ahead of the English fleet. And after a brief calculation of stores, Hamburg's market for our goods would perform comparably to London, We booked freight with the German captain and started loading. The young lord became my steward on paper. He moved aboard with the cargo and didn't set foot on the dock again for the duration of our stay. Too many Moscow merchants operating in Archangel who would have recognized him and reported it. He understood the exposure and eliminated it himself. The same way his father would have. We cleared Archangel August 20th. The North Sea passage was unremarkable. We landed at the Elba September 18th. Hamburg performed exactly as projected. The Chinese inventory moved well. The Siberian furs, the sables, the black fox, the ermine moved better. When my partner and I divided the total, my share came to £3, 475, 17 shillings and 3 pence. Included in that figure, roughly £600 in diamonds sourced at Bengal. It was a number that made the hardship feel retrospectively rational. The young lord took his leave at Hamburg. He was heading up the Elbe toward Vienna, where he planned to seek protection from the imperial court and begin the slow work of rebuilding his father's network among the surviving allies. He left with appropriate acknowledgement of what had been done, not excessive, not performative. He was his father's son. I didn't watch him go for long, 4 months in Hamburg, then overland to The Hague, then the packet boat. I stepped off in London January 10th, 1705, 10 years and 9 months since I'd left England. I was done moving. The math on that was simple, and I'd run it enough times to trust it. 72 years of a life that had never once been still had taught me one thing clearly. The most valuable terrain a man can hold is the ground inside himself. I understood now what the exiled prince had been telling me in that cold room in Tobolsky, wrapped in furs, stripped of everything except what actually mattered. He'd found it by losing everything else. I'd found it by crossing half the world to get home. The journey that mattered now was the one with no return ticket, and I intended to make my peace with it before it arrived. You have been listening to Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, Book 2, Further Adventures Modern Retelling. Written by E. K. Stewart, reimagined as a gritty modern take on Daniel Defoe's classic novel, narrated by Danny, our AI assistant.